What's the scariest thing that happened to you when in someone else's house? Not technically in someone else's house, but I was babysitting a special needs 2-year-old and the kid wanted to go play outside. No biggie, but since it was fall in Alaska I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too cold out. I stepped outside to check their thermometer. The door locked behind me. I had no phone, and since it was Alaska the closest neighbor was too far away for me to leave the kid alone in the house to get help. So I ended up ramming into the door in a panic until the lock broke and I could get in. The kid was okay, got in the laundry, but otherwise had no idea anything was wrong. I thought I would get in trouble for breaking their door, but the mother said I cold broken a window and she wouldn't have cared. The mom paid me $50 for it, though, and that's a lot of money for a 12-year-old. Edit. To be clear, I didn't break the door itself. Just the lock. Their lock wasn't a standard deadbolt or anything. It was a gate latch that was opened by a hidden string on the outside. The door couldn't be unlocked because the string had wrapped around the locking bolt, so it would pull tighter the more it was pulled. I opened the door by slamming against it enough that the bolt bent and I could get my fingers in there to lift it. It took a good hour or two of bashing the door. They replaced it with a deadbolt the next day point, and I was the 12-year-old, the kid was 2, and the mom was in her 30s. I don't know. Sorry if that wasn't clear. The daycare my little sister's and I went to was down the street from our house. One day my then 2 or 3-year-old sister told my mom her private area hurt and that T, won't use the real name, but it was the daycare lady's husband, had put something in there and that it hurt really bad. My mom obviously took her straight to the doctor, where they had came to the conclusion that she was definitely penetrated and the authorities needed to get involved immediately. Well, before the ball could get rolling on that, the daycare lady had informed us that her husband had left town and had written a note talking about how he had done horrible things that he could never take back and how they would never see him again. Upon the police arriving, they had found child pornography. The guy was a photographer on the guy's private computer involving several kids from the daycare. About a day or two after all of this, local forest rangers reported finding a body in the woods by a camp area outside of town. They identified him as the husband with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. It gives me chills thinking about the horrible shit that was happening in that house while I was there. Edit. My little sister is doing amazing, by the way. She moved to SoCal for school and is working her way to becoming a hospitalist. She's an extremely strong person who graduated high school with a 4.4 GPA despite being homeless with my mom and bouncing around from couch to couch. She's an amazing person. When I was about 16, I had spent the night at my best friend's house. During this time there were rumors going around that I was gay because I came out to a previous friend who decided to share it with others. My best friend knew of my sexuality, but it did not bother him at all. During this sleepover, I remember laying on the floor while he was in his bed. I was still laying opposite to his head, which angled me towards the opening of his bedroom door. In the middle of the night I'd get this jolt of adrenaline in the middle of night as I had the feeling that someone was watching me. I still had the cover over me and made a hole shape to peek out of. The door was cracked open. It was completely shut before we both knocked out. I stared deeper into the crack and noticed what looked like another pair of eyes staring back. I get this horrible pit in my stomach as the eyes continue to look around the room. Right up to the point when it locked onto my eyes. The door began to crack open wider. I see a full head peek its head in at an attempt to get a closer look of something, when all of a sudden this thing bursts the door open shouting, "I caught you," while removing the covers off my friend. My friend immediately shouts, "What the fuck," and flicks on the light switch. It was his mother. She stormed out of the room and slammed the door to her room. Me and my buddy had a hard time falling back to sleep as we were trying to figure what that was all about. The next morning I overhear my friend talking to his mom while I was in the bathroom. Apparently she heard I was gay and that she always had a feeling. She was trying to catch if I was doing stuff to him in his sleep. Faking ridiculous was my reaction, but I washed up and told my buddy that I would be going home. Her head popping in was some scary shit. Never told him why. We are still best friends, I just avoid his mother. When I was in high school I was house sitting for the first time at my best friend's place. He had 2 dogs. It was a split level home, so I was in the downstairs with surround sound watching Event Horizon for the very first time. At some point mid-movie all of the power in the house goes off, and I'm in pitch blackness and confusion for about 5 seconds until the power comes back on and the doorbell rings. The dogs start going nuts and barking at the door. I'm at this point freaking out. I run straight upstairs to my friend's room and grab the BB gun I know is next to his dresser. I start inching back downstairs towards the door with the squirrel popper tightly in hand. I turn on the porch light but no one is out there. The dogs are still riled up though. At this point I can see outside that it's raining. Hadn't heard the storm before because of the loud movie, followed by my pounding heart. I call my mum and ask her casually if the power went out at our house due to the storm. We lived about 5 minutes from my friend. She said no, but a funny thing happened. The phone line suddenly went dead. Now I'm starting to freak out a little bit because the power is still on, but the phone is dead. This is when cell phones were just starting to become normalized, but most people still used pagers. After about a minute or so, I'm trying to rationalize everything when the power goes back out. About 5 seconds pass, the power comes back on and doorbell rings. The dogs start going nuts again. I had left the porch light on, but didn't see anyone out there. So I herded the dogs back downstairs, locked the door, clutched the BB gun to my chest, and finished watching Event Horizon. TLDR, watched Event Horizon while house sitting. Freaky stuff happened with power outages. I grabbed a BB gun and finished the movie like a man. Movie still freaks me out. When I was on high school, one of my friends was having a birthday party at their house. Now I'm kind of introverted, so at some point they were all in the kitchen doing something, and I was in the living room sitting on the couch just taking a short mental break. A little bit before this, one of the party guests, J, had her boyfriend, B, show up. He announced he was high, not sure on what, and a little after he passed out asleep on the other couch in the living room. While I'm taking my break, I look over at B, and I notice something off. He's twitching a lot now, and it's turning into full-on convulsions with each passing second. I call Jane to the room once I notice he's now foaming a little at the mouth. They all come into the living room and crowd around B. Someone's dialing 911. And I'm still on the other couch like a dumb fuck, because I don't know what else to do. Jay tries to wake B up, shaking him. Suddenly he bolts up, screams, and stagger runs out the front door. At this point my aunt shows up to pick me up, and I skedaddle out of there. As far as I know the guy was fine, just having a bad reaction to whatever he took. I made new friends after this. TLDR, at a party, when a guy has a bad reaction to the drugs he took, he has convulsions and runs out into the neighborhood screaming. I leave. TLDR, rescue dogs taught the power of hugs. So generally I'm afraid of big dogs. I went over to my new friend's house to get ready to go out clubbing. Coming in she introduces me to her stepdad's 3 Dobermans to help me get comfortable. All 3 are cute dogs, very friendly and wanting pets. I give each one a treat and we are all friends, right? So, I'm feeling at ease. I don't think anything of it. We decide to ride together, so I go step outside and move my car while she does her makeup. As I head for the back door, I came in the front. Dog number 1 cuts me off and stands in front of the door. I reach for the knob and there is snarling. Okay. I turn to head upstairs and the other 2 have me in a triangle. Not growling, just staring. I'm in a triangle of Doberman. I try to stay calm and take another step. The 2 in front step towards me growling. I start to call up to my friend. Bad idea. I get 1 syllable of her name out and now teeth are being bared. I'm now terrified. For context, I'm 5 feet tall and female. I try to reach for my phone. The triangle shrinks a lot and growling intensifies. I realize this is how I'm going to die. They're snarling, shiny white teeth bared, heckles up closing in, and my friend appears, panicked calling the dogs by name. They back off, she hugs me, then opens the door. All 3 of those jerks wave their tails like everything is cool. Everything was not cool. It turns out they're rescues, and some idiot taught them to keep people in the house until there is a hug. A literal hug. She was very apologetic about her brain farted. It's been years. We are super tight now, but the dogs are still not quite trained out of it. Most places don't deliver there anymore. I don't visit anymore either. She moved years ago. I saw a shadow person. I've told this story before on other threads, but when I was about 17, I was at my friend's apartment building, which his parents owned. It was a pretty old building in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago, and according to his dad it used to be owned by Al Capone, but I'm not sure how true that was. We had an apartment on the top floor that they let us use to just hang out, and it allowed us easy access to the roof so we could go smoke cigarettes. One night, we were about to go up, but I had to pee, so I told him I'd meet him up there. After I was done, I went up the stairs to the attic portion that was connected to the roof. There were no lights, so we always used our phones to guide us. We had those old flip phones without lights, so you only had the light from the screen to help navigate the cluttered mess that was up there. As I made my way to the roof door, I saw a shadow pass by me. Now this wasn't like the shadow of something moving with the light of my phone. This shadow felt solid like a person. I followed the direction it went thinking it was my friend. I kept saying that I knew it was him and to stop playing around. It passed me a few more times before heading to the other side of the attic, and that's when I heard my friend's voice from downstairs. He got a call from his girlfriend and was in another room talking to her the whole time. I have no idea what that shadow figure was, but it really freaked me out, and I told my friend what happened and that I did not want to go back up there. I spent the night at one of my best friend's house in elementary school. It was a super chill night. Jumped on his trampoline, played some basketball and some bucks. Hell, we even watched Two Girls One Cup, which was a big wake up call for me, and what originally made me think that the internet was bad and YouTube was something I should stay away from. This was the early days of YouTube, and I was young. But anyways, as we are hanging out, it gets to be about 8 PM and a friend of ours has her mom drive her over to this house to look at my friend's hamster which he was trying to sell. Well, that put his mom over the edge. When she showed up, she was very drunk and started screaming at my friend right into his face. Some of the meanest shit I've ever heard. He just took it with a stone cold face as I started bawling, not knowing what to do. We would leave the room, and then she would follow us, and eventually it escalated to her just hitting my friend in the face multiple times. I escaped myself, since her targets were on him, and sat in his little sister's room as we both cried together. And I remember just asking God why someone so dear to me had to live like this, because based off of his reactions I could tell this was a regular thing. Finally, when it started to get really bad, his father came home and instantly loaded me and my friend up in the car, and he dropped me off back at my house. I stayed up that whole night talking with my mom, crying my eyes out at what I had witnessed. It was a big wake up call for me to see the way that some people are raised, and gave me an appreciation for my parents and how calm they always were with me, because I was definitely a little sheet. I still think of that situation and get heated. Since then I see that friend here and there, and it seems like things are going pretty good for him, which always makes me happy to see. We have graduated high school and I think he's in college right now. Anyways, sorry for the long story, just had to get that all into words. I've never felt so helpless and so worried for someone I cared about, ever. I have two. First, when I was a kid I had a neighbor named Zed who was also my best friend. I'd spend the night at his house often and saw a lot of things young me didn't realize at the time was very messed up. His parents were drunks and smoked pot. Both were pretty functional. Mom cooked and cleaned, father worked, but it was very clear the couple valued their smoke and drink over their son. Zed had an uncle, mom's side, who showed up one day fresh out of prison and started staying with them. Uncle was a nasty drunk, often got violent with Zed's dad, and acted like he was the head of the household. One time while staying over, Zed and I fell asleep on the sofas watching TV. Uncle came in, and unbeknownst to sleeping me woke Zed up and became confrontational. I should mention Zed and I are about 8 at the time. I was startled awake by yelling, and opened my eyes to Uncle shoving, choking, and lifting Zed up by the neck, and slamming him onto the wood flood so hard I felt it from the couch. Zed's mom and dad rushed out to help, and his mom called the police and Uncle was taken away. I still relive the sound and feel of Zed's body hitting the wood floor. It was just awful. Second, in high school I made a seeming normal friend named Jay. She was a little edgy, but who wasn't as a teenager, so I didn't find anything off about her at face value. We hung out at school for a while, then she asked me over for a weekend sleepover. I said sure, why not, and happily went. It is still one of my biggest regrets to date. Jay, for lack of a better word, was and likely still is, a psycho. She showed me what she likes to do for fun. Trade pictures of random naked women with random guys in chat rooms, like trading cards or some shit. Also she broke into her mom's liquor cabinet to drink wine. When her mom got home and saw what she'd done, Jay threw a giant glass vase into her closet so it shattered, and then proceeded to walk inside and cut herself on the shards, while I sat on the edge of her bed freaked out but also too scared to say a word, because she wasn't upset or crying. She was furious and didn't say a single word the entire time while she cut her arms with shards of glass. Thankfully her mom said she was sending me home as punishment. I'd never been so happy to get out of a situation in my life. When I was 12, around 2006 to 7, I'd often stay the weekend at my friend's house in a really rural area. I'm talking in the mountains with houses separated by half a mile of road and woods and maybe one street light every mile. Very dark and creepy at night. His dad, Marine veteran, liked to hunt real inner woods type of guy, had a school bus set up deep in the woods. Every seat had been taken out except for the drivers and the front four. Behind those was 2 couches, a toilet, a TV, a water tank, a bed, a bookshelf and a suitcase full of MREs. He'd often go on weekend-long camping trips in this bad boy. As a kid this was an absolute prime hangout location. We'd spent months exploring the woods. However, this particular time of the year there were a lot of mountain lions in the area and we'd been warned against going too far in the woods. Well, that night my friend had several people over, including myself and a few kids that lived nearby that were both older than us by a few years. We had all kinds of snacks, our Gamma Boy SPs with Pokemon, RUGR cards, and one of those old bulky portable DVD players. Really set up for a night of debauchery. Well, around 10 PM we start to notice some strange occurrences. We'd occasionally hear some twigs snapping nearby. At first one of the older kids noticed and was very freaked out by it, but the rest of us just played it off as some small critters running about. Then the twig snaps started getting closer. One by one each of us began to get more and more scared. Talk started about what we'd do if a mountain lion roamed up to the bus. All we had was a walkie-talkie to communicate back to the parents, and it would take a solid 10 to 15 minutes to make it to or from the house. After a while the twigs stopped snapping and the tension slowly subsided. We went back to battling our Pokemon teams while eating Lays and having a jolly time laughing and cutting up. All memory of our previous fears had been forgotten. At which point, the bus starts shaking. At first it was barely noticeable. The most paranoid of us were the first to point it out and quickly we all fell into the same paranoia. Every couple minutes the bus would shake slightly. We opened a window slightly. No wind. Closed the window again. We shined our flashlights out but could see nothing. We began to discuss our fate. Then the shaking started to get much more noticeable and could no longer be written off as all in our heads. At this point there was no discussion, except small utterances of abject horror and stifled whimpering. The shaking stopped. Quick glances to each other to confirm we'd all noticed. Suddenly, slow scraping along the back of the bus. There was no holding back and trying to act tough in front of each other. We all started screaming. The largest and oldest of us hid himself under a blanket, likely crying and saying his final prayers. Shortly after, we hear a low, deep growl at the end of the bus. At this point we are all in hysterics, absolutely losing our mind in fear. We radio our friend's dad. His mom answers, and we are collectively losing our shit screaming at her to get his dad to grab a gun and come save us. She begins freaking out saying he's in the shower and that she'll get him out and he'll be there in 10 minutes. The shaking and noises stop, only for a few minutes. However, this time we stay on edge. One of us suggests opening a window to see if the coast is clear. The bravest of us reluctantly opens the window and immediately a huge mass slams against the window. We all begin shrieking in terror. The door to the bus starts violently shaking. We're all in tears and scream into the radio for his dad to hurry because we're about to be attacked. No response. The bus doors fling open. We all scream, jump and scramble, hurdling objects to get to the back of the bus. And then laughter. Hysterical laughter. We all look back to the front of the bus, shaking from pure adrenaline, to see our friend's dad doubled over in tears from laughing so hard. He laughed for a solid minute before standing up. Man, I got you all good. Bastard. I was at my ex-boyfriend's house. It was common for us to lay in his bed cuddled up watching TV, movies, play video games. He was 18, and I was 18. We had been together for 2 years at this point. We were supposed to be the only ones there. We were being intimate and his dad comes in, caught us in the act. I got thrown off by his dad next to my ex-boyfriend in his bed and his father started laying into him while I was laying in bed. He almost punched me as well. I got out and grabbed my clothes and car keys. I was putting on my pants as I ran down the hallway, trying to get out. I even left my underwear behind. As I was going out the door, my boyfriend was hot on my heels. He grabbed his dad's wallet on the table and he left with me. He wanted to go get a hotel, but I knew better. It happened to be 4th of July weekend and we went and watched some fireworks. Then I went home and brought my boyfriend. My parents offered for him to live there if he got a job. He didn't want to, but spent the night on our couch. He went home the next day. Honestly, it was a shitty relationship as I've mentioned before on Reddit, and he was a shit boyfriend and person overall. But he was my first boyfriend, my first everything. So I stayed in that relationship longer than I should have. His parents always seemed nice and pretty cool. I thought I knew them well over those 2 years. I knew there was problems in that family as they favored their oldest and always bought her stuff and never him. But then his mom babied him to the point he had no idea how to cook or to do anything basic like laundry or cleaning. It was shocking and disturbing. I never went back to his house if there wasn't a bunch of other people there. And I never would be around his dad anymore. Jonathan, Andy and I took turns sleeping at each other's houses over the summer between 4th and 5th grade. None of our parents had money, so eating at home over 3-day shifts worked out well for our parents' budgets and no one ever bothered to complain. It became so regular that sometimes our parents didn't know whose house we were at. The 3-day rotation was perfect. They never saw us long enough to get irritated and saw us enough not get worried. Most of the time, when we stayed at Andy's, we never saw his dad. That was mostly cause he worked nights and we made sure to leave in the morning if we crashed there. Now Andy's dad was already a terrifying dude. Half his face was scared from 3rd-degree burns and he was drunk most of the time. One night we were crashed in Andy's bedroom and we wake up to Andy's mom screaming. The bedroom light flicks on and he's standing there with a belt in his hand. He reaches to the bottom bunk and grabs Andy by the hair and drags him into the living room. Jonathan and I don't know what to do, so we creep into the hall and watch as he takes to beating both Andy and his mom with the belt, whipping and slapping them with the leather. I'll never forget the clapping sound it made against their skin. They huddle together as he beats them and beats them. Then he stops, walks outside to his truck, and gets a beer. Andy's mom rushes to us, grabs all 3 of us, and stashes us behind the couch against the wall. Normally this would be a sheet hiding place, but they didn't ever clean their house, so junk and clothes and sheet were everywhere. We lay back there and listened for an hour as Andy's dad kept beating his mom and getting beers from the truck till he finally passed out. She wasn't dead, just really faked up. She called the police and then had us leave before they got there. We walked around till the sun came up. Not terrible as some of the horror stories here, but I'll go ahead cause it still bugs me for some reason. When I was about 7, my cousin came over to my house for a sleepover. Not long after she came, her best friend called and asked her to come to her house instead, which looking back is so rude. I can't believe her parents let her call my house to ask point basically. Then she was forced to ask me too, and this was the last time I was allowed to stay the night with anyone not family till high school. It was like 6 PM and I'd already had dinner, but this family was just sitting down to eat. I said I wasn't hungry, but they made me sit down and take a big plate of food, all of it stuff I hated. Like the main dish was Kraft macaroni with like a couple cans of tuna mixed in. Maybe somebody here likes that, but to this day it sounds disgusting, not just because I hate tuna. I refuse to eat it, being not hungry, and told to eat food I didn't like. I was polite about it, no thank you ma'am etc. But these motherfuckers told me I was going to be punished and proceeded to make me sit at their table for over an hour alone, while my cousin and her friend played. Then an hour after that we were forced to go to bed, and told we weren't allowed to get up, or turn the light on, and I slept on the floor, while they shared the bed. Just the most unwelcome I've ever felt in my life, and being treated like that by strangers, made me never want to stay over with any of my own friends in case of a repeat. I was scared next time someone would hit me or something, because you never know. This happened last week. My mom and stepdad went out of town and hired a pet sitter for 5 days. I was feeling burnt out from work and needed to do Christmas shopping. She lives 2 hours away near a lot of good shopping, so I asked her if I could stay at her house for 2 days. She was happy because she could shave a few days off the pet sitter and knew I was good with a dog. The first day, I pretty much sat around watching movies and hanging with the dog. The second day, I had to do shopping, but was being lazy, scrolling through Reddit. I was maybe 5 minutes from leaving the house when I heard a noise outside. I stood up, but realized it was a neighbor loading something into their truck. As my eyes shifted away from the truck, I saw smoke. It was coming from behind the couch, almost like when you blow out a candle, but I hadn't lit any candles. I go around to the back to see actual flames inside the couch. I was so confused, but I filled up a thing of water and threw it into the burning couch. I did it a few times to be safe, then reached in to feel for hot spots. The wood inside the couch was all hot to the touch. It eventually cooled down and the fire was out, but I was still pretty confused as to how the couch caught fire. Remember, they were supposed to have a pet sitter that wouldn't have been to the house for another 6 hours. I would have been shopping for at least 3 to 4 hours and the house definitely would have burned with the dog inside. I slid the small table that was behind the couch back into place and noticed a focus beam of light on the couch. My mom likes to decorate and has a glass/crystal ball on the table. Now, I know this is a bad idea, but I don't really assess my mom's decorations very often. This crystal ball has been in the same spot, on the same table, with the same couch for almost a year, with no issues. This one day, where the sun came in at a perfect angle, and I happened to decide to be at the house, when nobody should have been there, the ball focused the beam into a fire starter. They would have lost the house, the dog, everyone's Christmas presents, everything, because of a stupid table ornament. I had a long talk with my mom about science when I saw her again. I stopped it before it got out of hand, but still the random circumstance of the situation made it all very scary. One time when I was like 15 I was staying the night with a good friend from school for the first time at his house. Me and him got really stoned before going back to his place, so we were forced to hide it from his parents, who were really against pot. It was easy to hide as we just went to his basement and played PlayStation, avoiding all contact with his parents upstairs. After a while, when we weren't so ridiculously high, we went outside to play a game of basketball in the driveway. His dad came outside and joined us. We played a game of 21 and his dad ended up winning. I had a combination of cotton mouth and got some sweat on my tongue, so I spit on the concrete driveway, which I soon found out was a huge mistake. His dad screamed at me, immediately telling me I was disrespectful and how he believed I'd come to be a bad influence on his son. Then he gave me his cell phone and demanded I call my parents to come get me. At one point his dad was demanding I tell him how much my father makes a year and completely belittled me and my family, claiming we were what's wrong with the world today. The screaming I was getting from this man I had just met, still being a little bit high, and the awkward tension I felt for my friend from his dad acting like a lunatic on a 15-year-old kid for spitting on the driveway was about to send me into a straight panic attack. My parents came and picked me up across the street because his father refused to let me wait on his property. For some reason this situation still gets to me a little bit to this day, just from how incredible paranoid I was from being high and how quickly his mood shifted from something so little. A few months after that, his mom divorced his dad because he was incredibly mentally abusive and a very big alcoholic. I was 14 and my best friend was 15. I was sleeping over on the day before Christmas. His family lived in an upper class neighborhood. Anyways, his room was up on the second floor and we were still up around midnight faking sheet up in the TV room to the point where his dad yells, "Y'all better get the fuck in bed or I'm gonna come up there and kick your ass and shut us up real quick." Fast forwards to around 2:30 am and I hear this loud, and I mean loud, banging on some wall followed by his dad yelling, "Get the fuck back or I'm gonna shoot," and then more banging. His dad yells for my friend to wake up and call the police ASAP, so here I'm with my friend all groggy, not realizing what's happening, and the next thing we hear is the most terrifying scream I've ever heard in my life. Like some woman was crying bloody murder. My stomach dropped immediately and I realized some shit was going down like right now. His dad had ran to his bedroom and returned to the front door with his gun and exits the house to run to the neighbor's house where we think this intruder had gone. My friend is on the phone trying to explain the situation to the police, but all this information I'm telling you now is what we found out after, so he was confused on what to say, just that the police needed to come as we heard a woman screaming. Police arrive in less than 5 minutes and arrive to what is his dad pointing his gun at this two grown-as muscular men wrestling in the ground yelling, "You better subdue him right now and take over from there." An ambulance comes and the neighbors are all outside trying to see what's going on, and the police come up to us and tell us that the man was on drugs and he was the one screaming because he thought he was dying. We talked to the neighbor, one of the muscular dudes, and he told me and my friend that they were trying that synthetic marijuana raca spice that had been circling around, and his friend freaked the fuck out, hopped the fence, ran away, got lost, came back and went to the wrong house and started banging on the front door at my friend's house. When he realized it was the wrong house and heard the word gun, it sent him on a rampage and he thought he was dead and started screaming at the top of his lungs. His friend had to tackle him to the ground because he didn't want him to attack anyone. Dummers almost actually got shot that night because my friend's dad thought he was some kind of intruder / killed someone next door. My friend and I were shook up for a bit as we were just kids. Saw his face and he had some of the biggest craziest eyes I've ever seen. TLDR slept over a friend's house the night before Christmas and his dad almost shot some guy on drugs trying to break into the house. Moral of the story: don't do drugs. And if you do any drugs, I recommend the mellow kind. Like weed. Real weed. The kind that makes you kill a bag of chips. No scary, but it freaked me out, nonetheless. So I had spent a week during a summer at a friend's house. Friend had moved to the next city over, but we kept in touch. While there, we went to a friend of hers house. I didn't really know this other girl other than she was kind of weird, but funny, and she had Splatterhouse for the TG16. Instant friend for me. Anyway, her parents had gone out, and it was just the three of us, plus some kids from the neighborhood, so we decided to play hide and go seek in her big house. It was late and dark, which made it more fun. I go into a bathroom on the second floor where all the lights were out. It was practically pitch black because the window was small and the blinds were drawn. Smelled funny inside, but what bathroom doesn't? I leave the lights off and go into the tub to hide. I hear a squishy noise and I feel things crawling on my feet, so I scream and jump out and turn on the lights. The tub was filled with maggots. I don't know why. I didn't care. I just screamed and ran down the street. Weird girl's brother, who ran track, had to catch up to me. Never went back there. Edit. Oh, I just remembered another friend. Her cat knew how to say hello, and she never told me this tidbit of info. So imagine sleeping in a guest room by yourself, and a cat walks in through the door you swore you shut, meowing hello. I would stay over pretty regularly at a friend's house with another mutual friend. Let's call them J and B. The first few nights we stayed, we slept in a guest room, 2 beds. They had this cabinet in there with a few china dolls. They were so pretty and my friend B loved them dearly. The other friend J did not. Said they creeped them out and made her uncomfortable. I didn't mind them too much, except one doll with long black hair and a blood red dress. That one made me uncomfortable. J was with me this night, so I know I didn't dream it or make it up. Shit really happened, and I'll never trust dolls again. I'm a very light sleeper and I remember waking and sitting up in bed groggy as fuck and wondering what woke me. I had a vague notion that there was an out of place noise somewhere. I look over, and Jay is awake too. Now Jay is a heavy sleeper. Once they are out they are down for the night, but something woke them up. Jay looks scared sheetless looking at the floor between us, and when I looked the red doll is sitting in the space between our beds. At first I'm just annoyed. I figured B snuck in and placed the doll there to fuck with us. Poor Jay was absolutely terrified. I say, faking B, but as soon as I start talking this piece of sheet doll stands up on its own. I don't even think about it. I'm out that door and in B's room before it even registered I moved. Jay had vaulted themselves over the floor onto my bed and followed. B never believed us. We went back the next morning and the doll was back in the case like it never moved. She really believes we were just faking with her. Thankfully B has a massive bed, so every time we slept over we would all just share a bed. Jay won't even look at the guest room. But fuck that doll, I hate that thing. When I was 8, I was staying at my aunt's house for the summer because my aunt is badass and had a swimming pool. She had to work one day, teacher, summer off, and took me to a babysitter who was another teacher that didn't have to go to the seminar my aunt was attending. I had never met the lady before, but she seemed very nice, and on the way, my aunt told me they had a dog. I was super excited because I loved dogs, and when we got there, the lady told my aunt that the dog was staying in another room with the door closed because she was acting funny. I remember being really sad about it, and they knelt down and told me whatever I do, don't go in the room with the doggy because it's not feeling well. While they walk out to the driveway to chat as my aunt leaves, I decided it was important that I check on the sick doggy myself, as perhaps a few pets would help it to feel better. So I open the door, look in the room, and this big fat basset hound named Morgan is just chilling on the ground asleep. I crept in, squatted down to where I was nose to nose with her, and started petting her head gently as I said, "Morgan, are you okay?" And then everything went red, and the next thing I know, I'm in a hospital, getting a sheet load of shots and my nose is dangling from my face, blood all over me, and the woman was crying and screaming at my aunt. The doctors made her leave, and I passed out. I woke up again and there was a huge needle going in my eye. Woke up again, and family/friends were there, as they told me they took skin from my butt cheek and used it on my face. I didn't understand until a few days later I think what had actually happened. Basically, the dog in question was actually supposed to be in quarantine for 10 days because it ate a bat or something. It was showing signs of rabies, and the woman had refused to take it in because she thought they would for sure put it to sleep. Instead, she was keeping it in her room and telling the vet the dog passed away or some such bullshit. She told my aunt the dog was sick when it was really rabid. It bit half my nose almost completely off, and they said that when they ran in the room after hearing me scream, it had been jerking me around like a rag doll. That's when they pulled her off me, and she tried to bite the owner. The owner then screamed at me, according to my aunt, that she told me not to go in there, and my aunt was screaming, "What the fuck is wrong with your damn dog?" Apparently, the fight in the hospital was because a woman told the police that showed up at my room, I have no idea why, that I must have hit or provoked the dog, and that she was not showing any signs of weird behavior before that. Then she left the hospital and returned with flowers and basically told my aunt she wasn't going to cover any of the bill and that the flower basket would be it, nor did she plan on taking her dog in. The cops I think went and had to physically get animal control involved, and I ended up with a bunch of stitches, a weird scar and tomato nose, and everyone at school called me chew toy for a year. It all worked out though in the end, because my aunt took me to the Olive Garden with my mom, and I got cake and a stuffed toy, and I didn't even end up getting any rabies. Yay. Needless to say, that woman with the rabid dog and my aunt had a very strained work relationship after that, and I'm prone to sinus infections, but it's okay. I was actually kind of bummed for the dog, and I never get nose to nose with any animal now. I was on a night out drinking with a girlfriend of mine. She said I could crash at hers that night. Some dancing and a few drinks later, and she'd met some guy at the bar that she seemed pretty taken with. He invited her back to his, and she was playing all coy while secretly slipping me her house keys, telling me to let myself in and crash there as promised. I stayed out drinking with friends, and she left with a guy. Hours later, must be around 2 a.m., I hitch a bus back to her house and stumble through the front door. I could see the living room light was on, which was odd as my friend lived alone and I hadn't remembered us leaving it on. I walked into the room, chucked my handbag on the sofa, switched the light off, and made my way upstairs. I swung the bedroom door open and threw myself into the bed, didn't bother turning the light on, and was too drunk to bother removing clothes. I must have passed out pretty quickly. I woke up about an hour later because of a noise. I wasn't sure what the noise was, but I sleepily turned my head in the direction I thought it had come from. The wall along the side of the bed featured fitted wardrobes with those sliding mirrored doors, so I could see myself, the bed and the floor. I fell back to sleep and woke up again because of a loud noise. I remember the bedroom clock saying it was about 3:30 am. I turned my head again to look at the wardrobes, and this time I could see a glimmer of light in its reflection coming from under the bed. Without moving, I peered closed at the glimmer, and, in the darkness, I slowly made out two eyes blinking wildly and some white teeth smiling back at me. Someone was under the bed and must have been there this whole time. I felt this cold panic wash over me, as if I were paralyzed, and I wasn't sure what to do. In what felt like hours passing, obviously just a few seconds, I calculated that my handbag was in the living room and thought out the route to the front door. I counted down from 3 and then, quick as a flash, I bolted out of bed, down the stairs, grabbed my bag out of the living room, and hauled us down the street as fast as I could. I called the police once I felt I'd run so far that my legs were going to fall off. When they arrived at the house, the guy was still under the bed. If I had gone in the kitchen, when I arrived at the house I found the back door's window smash in with the door hanging open. The guy was apparently completely harmless. He'd walked out of this private ward a mile or so away, which housed people with mental illnesses and severe learning difficulties. He had a childlike personality and always wanted to play, so to him, it was just a fun game. But yeah. Woof. My hometown has two towns in it, one upper class, the other lower class, that shared schools and such. My family was from the upper middle class side, his from the lower side. To give an idea about the divide, my parents' house is about $700,000 more than his father's house, from current realtor websites prices. I grew up to respect adults and generally be a good kid. My father was a firefighter with a lucrative side business, so I learned decent morals and wasn't some spoiled rich kid. We met because of our high school's football program. He was a good kid, smart and in honors/app classes like me. I went over to his house one day, and the second I step in the door his father is there, shirtless and obviously drunk. Me, being the polite kid I was raised to be, said, "Hello Mr. Last Name, I'm Steven, it's nice to meet you." His response, "Who the hell are you calling me mister? Do I look like a old faking man to you?" I'm extremely taken aback, and try to explain that it was just a term of respect for an adult. That didn't work out as well as I thought it would. His next sentence directed to his son was, "Has he been initiated yet?" So I'm visibly uncomfortable at this point. My mind's racing. I've never met anyone like this besides homeless people in Chicago. He ends up making me take a spoonful of some super hot sauce. Never went back. That was an extremely uncomfortable situation for my privileged ass. Finally, I have an opportunity to tell this story. Years ago when I was 20-ish, I was dating a guy who had very wealthy friends. Like billionaire wealthy, we were definitely not wealthy. Boyfriend and I were traveling to a vacation spot in Maine and had stopped to spend the night in the home of the grandmother of my boyfriend's wealthy friend. The friend was going to travel on with us the next day. The grandmother's house was an enormous mansion, probably the biggest home I've ever been inside. I was pretty intimidated by it all, and I went to bed in my own room early. In the middle of the night, I woke up super alert, for some reason. The house was silent and pitch black, but I found myself getting out of bed and wandering around the house. Now this is something totally outside my character. I'm a respectful house guest and would never go exploring or snoop in the dark in someone's home, especially the elderly owner of a huge mansion. I didn't even know why I was doing it. It was just this compulsion. Soon I descended the stairway to the ground floor and continued my wandering. After 10 minutes I started to hear a small noise, almost like a cat or a baby crying. Still in the dark, I made my way toward the sound, and I found our friend's elderly grandmother on the floor, weakly calling for help. She'd gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night and fallen. Of course I raced to get my boyfriend and we helped her back to bed. She was very grateful, family thanked me, etc. The next morning over breakfast one of the family suddenly asked me how I'd found her. What was I doing up at that hour? The house was so huge I couldn't possibly have heard her weak cries until I was in her room. I suddenly realized I had no idea why I woke up so suddenly in a strange house and started wandering around. I still have no explanation about it to this day. We used to have a neighbor who lived by himself. He was young, Italian, seemed super cool to 12-year-old me, would talk to us across the fence all the time when he was outside smoking. My parents let us talk to him over the fence, but never let us go to his house, even though he invited us across multiple times. Well, one day parents are out, and another of my friends was already over there for some reason. They were both pressuring me to come across the fence and hang out with them in the house, and I, being the idiot 12-year, was like, what could possibly go wrong? Get over there, and they are trying to offer various alcoholic drinks, cigarettes, homemade food, etc. The house reeks, and there's creepy religious decorations all over the place. In many ways the smell of stale cigarettes and presumably dead bodies turned me off drinking and eating there, and I managed to make up a reason to leave, and pretty much avoided both the adult neighbor and the similar aged friend since then. Parents got hella mad when they found out I went there from my snitch sister. It was only several years later, when he was arrested for what I'm sure you can take a random guess at, that I realized perhaps why my parents weren't super keen on me going there, which makes me wonder whether my friend at that time was groomed or similar. Either way, dodged quite the bullet. I'm confident my parents didn't know in advance, never knew if he was a such offender, but must have gotten odd vibes off him, so good parent sense I suppose. Oof, finally, a story I can't tell. I'm not a good storyteller, but please bear with me. Growing up without a father and a mother working 2 jobs, I was raised part-time by a Puerto Rican family of 10. My mother met my best friends at the time, mother, and made the agreement that I was to be babysat by them while mom was at work. This went on for nearly a decade. Maybe 5 years in, I had to be at least 10 years old. I was spending the night at Ed's house, as usual. But this night was entirely different. This night was like any other. We played GameCube and watched Toonami throughout the night. Maybe staying up till about 11 or 12. Once we tired out, it was off to bed to resume in the morning. Sleep was easy, as we are always eager to get up and resume our fun. But something was unusual. I woke up deep into the middle of the night. I don't know why, but I felt a sinking feeling deep in my chest. Now before I explain what happened, I need to set up the surroundings. We are in Ed's room, which has a bunk bed. I normally sleep on the top bunk, best bunk, and Ed has a dresser, for clothes of course, about top bunk height with a small TV on top, that we'd use to play video games and watch anime on. Now, it's about maybe 3 to 5 AM. No one is awake but me, and the light is on in the hallway. The door to our room is open, illuminating about 33% of the room. I look at the TV and there is a shadowy figure in it. It's more of a reflection really, but I couldn't tell you what it was. Now just a bit about myself. In my entire childhood, whenever I was faced with terror, I was the type of person to freeze. Whether being bullied or confronted by an unpleasant aggressive person, my immediate action is to just freeze. I don't know why and for how long, but that's just what I would do. So I froze, stricken with an insane, heart-pounding, sweat-inducing fear. And I stared at the figure on the TV for what felt like an eternity. I stared until my body gave out and I drifted back to sleep. I don't know what that figure was, but I have always remembered it. Over 20 years later I still think about it. It doesn't scare me anymore, and I believe there is a logical explanation for it. But that was by far the scariest, most supernatural thing I've ever experienced. 17 or 18 at the time, me and another friend went to our mutual friend house to play video games. His parents were out of town. It's pretty late, like 2 or 3 AM, and we decide to go for a last smoke before bed. It's really raining hard, so the guy who lives there said we could smoke inside the garage. So me and my buddy go in the garage, light up a cigarette, and start chatting a bit. All of a sudden while us just looking around I notice the washing machine which was turned on for washing clothes, obviously, and I look at the window and I see the palm of a hand on the inside of the little round glass. It was not like a dead looking hand, but RLY hand that pressed the window. I was like what the fuck, thinking I saw some illusion or something. I look at my buddy to tell him what I saw, and he is looking super pale and also staring at the washing machine. Without asking I knew he saw the same. We went outside immediately after that, told our friend, the guy who lived there, what we saw, and tried to laugh it away, but he goes dead serious. "Oh, you saw the hand? Yeah, I've seen it a few times too." He stayed super calm under it like it was super normal. So after a while cooling down we were both sure he was pranking us, so a few hours later we told him to go to the garage with us and empty the clothes out of the washing machine. Never saw anything but clothes coming out of it. Never went back to that house, and we still can't explain that night. Edit. Typus. I was 7. I went to my friend's house for the 3rd time ever. It was notable because just getting to go over to his house was always a hassle. I always figured it was just because they were embarrassed because they were less well off than most. Well, anyways, the one unifying factor of all my visits was that his father was passed out on his recliner and we weren't supposed to go into the garage. Well, this time, however, my friend felt like being a cool guy and going into the garage anyways, since his mom was away and his dad seemed to be out like a rock. I didn't notice it at first, but after a few minutes of fucking around we turned around to go back inside, and I noticed the biggest Nazi flag on the back wall of the garage with a bunch of other Nazi imagery, SS, 14/88 etc. I had until that moment never been more scared in my life. But I kept my mouth shut until we got back to my friend's room. Once we got back I immediately started asking questions. I can't remember everything I asked now, as I was speaking a mile a minute. And I won't go into details of my friend's replies, but turns out his father is not a good dude. I wouldn't learn the terms neo-Nazi and domestic abuse until several years later, but I knew it was very wrong. I wasn't done questioning my friend when we heard his father moving in the living room, then the garage door opening, and after a few minutes it slamming shut and loud stomping coming towards his room. I remember him saying, "You should get out of here." I didn't think twice. I ran out the door and saw the most purely enraged human I have ever seen. That became the new scariest moment of my life. I was genuinely afraid for my life, but he was between me and the door. I ran directly at him and slid between his legs and ran for the front door. I imagine it must have looked really cool in retrospect, but at the moment I was just happy to be outside. As I came outside, his mother and my own were just arriving. I remember telling his mother she needed to save her son, and then as soon as she was headed towards the door telling my mom I wanted to leave right then. Sorry this went a little long, but it's just etched in my memory forever. Until that day I thought Nazis were a thing of the past, an evil we defeated in a long ago time. Went to a girls' night at a coworker's house. Upon arriving they had their dogs closed in a room and they were whining. My friend and I mentioned that we love dogs and they can be let out if that was okay. The girl who owned the house mentions they are a little rowdy, but they would love to be out. She goes to the door and opens it, just stepping out of the way as two large pitbull/shepherd mixes rip out of the bedroom. They looked pissed and terrifying. I held my hands down in a defiant stance and instantly had my hand in the mouth of the boy dog. He was ripping my hand around and growling. Blood was landing on their wall and carpet, and I was sobbing. It took them to kick his legs out from under him to finally let go, and my hand was torn open and bleeding everywhere. When we got to the ER I had to get stitches, x-rays, and shots. They also informed me that if my wrist was bitten with just a little more pressure, I would have had my veins torn into as well. It was extremely traumatic, and upon reporting it, we found out their same dog had also attacked their baby nephew not long before, biting his face. I missed a full 4 days of work and had to be on strong antibiotics, and this coworker threw a huge fit about having to pay for my bills and medication. It was by far the worst experience I've ever had while at someone else's house. I was hanging out with my best friend, her roommate and her male friend in Atlanta, which makes 4 of us. It was around 2 AM by the time we got tired, so when we got back to the apartment, we all got ready for bed and fed the dogs. There were 2 dogs in the apartment. One of them was a black lab which belonged to her roommate and the other was a Yorkie that we were babysitting for a friend who had some things to take care of. I ended up having to sleep in the living room couch which was right by the front door and the Yorkie's cage. I finally go to sleep around 4 AM and 20 minutes into my sleep, the Yorkie is barking like he had just seen a ghost, so I get up and tell him to be quiet. He's quiet for another 20 minutes and then he starts going crazy again. At this point I could hear the black lab barking in the other room. Dogs have voodoo senses, so I knew something was off. Before I could get up and tell the Yorkie to be quiet, I hear this bang 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 on the front door. I felt the vibrations from it. It literally sounded like someone was using a blunt object to break the door down. I stood there completely frozen trying to process what just happened, so I run into my best friend's room and tell her that someone is banging on the front door trying to break in. She's half asleep and then says it's probably just the people upstairs making hella noise. They do it from time to time, so I said fuck it. I went back into the living room and sat at the kitchen table because who the fuck is about to go back to sleep while someone was trying to break in? It was 5 AM and I decided I was gonna wait until the sun came up to go back to sleep. I also had an object with me to use as a weapon just in case. 10 minutes go by and my best friend comes running out of her room like there's someone on the faking balcony. At this point, everybody in the apartment was awake ready to fuck some shit up. So we all go in her room and look at the balcony, and I kid you not, there's this big black mass moving on the balcony, and it was so dark we couldn't make out what it was. I'm looking at this thing on the balcony in horror thinking that Wendigos and shapeshifters actually exist. At this point, we called the police and we were trying to figure out what the hell we were going to do until the police got there. We were in Atlanta and break-ins are pretty common in the city, but this was just completely absurd. So the male friend comes out of the room and says, "Y'all, that is Joyce on the faking balcony." Joyce was the Yorkie's owner, the one who was supposed to be out taking care of things, but instead she was so drunk that she decided to try and break into the apartment instead of calling/texting us to let her in. Man, my best friend was livid and had a long talk with her. We were relieved, but the whole principle of the situation was extremely terrifying. She could have been a serial killer, a burglar, anything, and we were grateful that nothing happened and no one got hurt. The police did come. 0.45 minutes later. We weren't happy about that either. I still think about this from time to time though. What if it was a different situation? What if it wasn't Joyce? What if someone had gotten hurt? What if the police hadn't showed up at all? If something did happen? We were all truly terrified knowing that other people have been in much more unfortunate situations like this. I know this all may sound a bit dramatic, but it has definitely made me a bit paranoid at night, and I'm constantly checking to make sure all of my doors are locked. I convinced my friend, I'll call her S, to throw a birthday party for herself at her house. Everything was going so great. We all invited our own groups of friends, so there were all kinds of interesting people in and out having a great time. Well, early on in the night, a guy that one of S's friends had brought got way too drunk and was making all of the women at the party super uncomfortable, walking up to them all and saying really weird inappropriate stuff. A bunch of us girls got together in the backyard and talked about it. Turns out literally every girl had been approached and skeeved out by him. So S and I tell the guy, "Hey man, you gotta go. You can't be doing that. Have a great night." He gets super angry and storms off down the street, leaving his car. We think he'll come back when he's sober and pick it up tomorrow morning. No biggie. Flash forward about an hour and I hear screaming from the front living room. We all run to see what's up, and the dude is back, and he has the girl he came with by the hair in the front yard. He's screaming at her and yanking her around. All the men run out and start to yell at the guy and get the girl away. I get her inside and have her lock herself in the bathroom in case he gets in the house. This guy not only pulls a knife in the mess of people and make a few stabs, but also punches my friend S in her mouth. Everyone let loose on him. He got his ass beat up and down the street. The scary part is, when we thought he had left again, he actually had gotten into his car, and while a huge group of us were in the front yard checking everyone and making sure they were okay, not stabbed ECT, he floored it through the yard, missing us by feet, flipped around, and did that 4 or 5 more times, getting closer until he was just driving directly at people. We were diving left and right trying not to get hit. A couple people got dinged by his mirrors. One guy smashed his arm pretty bad. No major injuries though, thank God. The cops showed up and barricaded the entire street and at gunpoint dragged him out of his car and ordered us all back into the house. He went to jail and immediately had his car towed. Surprisingly, we ended up continuing the party. A lot of us needed a drink after that. The girl in the bathroom went home safe and had one hell of a story to tell. Super late to the party, and I don't think I've ever told this to anyone, but here goes. I still fathom revenge on this factored. When I was a kid, I'm guessing 10 to 12, maybe younger, I was friends with this kid down the road from me. Pretty rural area. Closer friends had moved away. This guy was basically the only one around my age within a distance I was allowed to travel. Real dunce of a guy who was older than me, but a grade or two below me. From trashy parents living in a trashy trailer. That was a real eyesore for the area. I once watched this guy douse his household trash with gasoline in their burn pile, then bend over it at the waist to light it, roasting his stupid faking face with a huge exploding flame. I should have listened to my parents when they said they didn't like him and thought I shouldn't hang around him, but I'm sure that made me want to rebel and spitefully hang around him anyway, even though I really didn't care for the guy. We played video games, explored the woods, tore sheet up, rode ATVs, etc. Until one day he shows me his dad's revolver, and we were the only ones home. I'm not sure what caliber it was, and I'm certain he didn't even check the cylinder to see if it was loaded. Cool. I like guns, I thought. Then I watched his face as he went through the thought process, like a light bulb went off in his head, like he had the greatest idea ever. He looks from the gun to me with a smirk, then points the faking thing at me. I said something like, "Alright dude, that's not cool, stop pointing it at me." I tried walking to the side out of the line of fire. He kept it trained on me. I'm still telling him to stop. I start walking out of his parents' room, and he's following me, still aiming at me. I start running to the other end of their trailer to a bedroom, dodging trash with every step. He running after me, and he's laughing. I get to the bedroom, and he's still right behind me. I'm sure I'm crying by this point. I cower on the floor on my back/side, knees up, hands in front of my face, like I'm going to block the bullet if it comes. Crying and begging him to stop, and he's just standing over me laughing at me and aiming this gun down directly at my face. In my mind I had no idea if he was capable of pulling the trigger on purpose and if he would do something like that to me, and I also knew how faking accidents happen, and even though I was sure he was just being an asshole, I was just waiting for this idiot to accidentally discharge this gun right into my skull. After he finally stopped pointing it at me, I ran out to my bicycle and rode home as fast as I could, never going back. Every time I passed that faking house, sometimes even now 20 years later when visiting my parents' home, I start thinking of that day and how I could have /should have maybe one day still will exact revenge on that piece of shit, or at the least find out about his life crumbling. Damn, that brought out some old feelings. How fuck you Tommy, you tub of lard motherfucker. Probably doesn't compare to other stories on here, but I was 7 to 8 at my friend's house and his grandpappy made homemade pizza. It was bomb. But about an hour later I get the grumbler guts and head to the restroom and proceed to demolish it. It was terrifying. I didn't know but could be so aggressive. Cherry on top was trying to throw up into the toilet without getting off of it. Spread my legs a little wider and thought I was good, but a minor miscalculation in volume led me to blow chunks all over the toilet seat, floor, and rug, as well as my legs and talawaka. Got even scarier because I still felt sick, but my dad raised me to be courteous, so I was afraid to leave that huge mess everywhere. Wrapped up the drainage process and tried to wipe it all up with toilet paper. Did a pretty good job until I tried to flush it, and oh, that's not going down. In fact, it's coming up, and pretty darn quick. So I, crying and still half naked, run out of the bathroom straight past my friend and his super cute sister up to their grandpa and tell him what happened, and he tells me not to worry and thanks me for trying. Unbelievably nice dude, and made me feel even guiltier for wrecking the place. He goes in and comes back out like 10 minutes later after clearing the clog and mopping it all up, clearly not his first rodeo, and calls my dad to come get me because I was still visibly sick. Invited me back the next week. Dinner was bomb again. Loved the experience and they were still super warm and friendly, but I never saw that bathroom rug again. It happened when I went to meet my girlfriend's family for the first time ever. They live in a rural area in a completely different province, so it was quite the effort to get there, and I'd be there for a while. I already felt completely out of my element. New place, new people, but when I was in the bathroom something happened, and I literally thought I was going to die. I took the biggest shit of my life and clogged their rural, ancient plumbing. My first day meeting the parents and I filled that thing with more shit than I thought humanly possible. I didn't use the washroom on the airplane over and was in too much of a rush when leaving my house to do the deed. I guess I was creating this monster the whole time. I found their plunger and began my fight against the beast for upwards of 20 minutes. After my girlfriend realized I was in the washroom for too long, she came to check on me and found me stewing a pup soup with her plunger. After snickering quietly for a while, she decided to give me a hand. To no avail. Eventually we had to ask her brother to help us out. Nothing but laughter and disappointment. So they get their mom, who is kind enough not to laugh at me, and she begins plunging all that nice food she had made me earlier. Really great stuff. Potatoes or something. Of course she can't get it done either. We're all taking turns plunging the hell out of this toilet until they all give up and call for the dad. Great. Well, he walks in, pumps once, and the toilet is unclogged. He walks out like he's king shit, but that's probably me in this situation. We're all amazed, and now everyone knows what the inside of my colon smells like. It was overall a pretty decent visit though. Flew cross country to stay with someone I'd known online for a few years. I went to attend an event that was happening in his area, but would stay with him while there. He kept making advances toward me that I rejected. He eventually hid my flight information / ticket, wrapped me, and locked me in a third-story room with bars on the windows. I could hear him pacing around the house and smashing things for a few hours. I thought he was going to kill me. Later begged for him to talk to me, so he'd unlock the door and I played nice and apologized for being difficult and said I was just nervous ECT. And I did have feelings for him. He let his guard down and let me out of the room. We went to the beach that day and I had to figure out how I was going to escape without him chasing me or hurting me. That night he initiated search and I went along with it, knowing what would happen if I said no. He fell asleep, and around 3 AM I got all of my things and I stole his keys to let myself out. The doors on his house had deadbolts that would only unlock with a key from either side. I just started running until I found a taxi to take me to the airport. It was Memorial Day and my return flight in a couple days was not able to be moved, so I called my mom and begged her to buy me a ticket home and she did. Moral of the story: even if you know someone online for years, be careful. Because they may turn out to be a psychopath / rapist who wants to imprison you. I was around 12 years old and almost every day after school I would take the bus to my best friend, Abby's house. She lived on a medium-sized, rustic-looking farm. They had horses, pigeons in a huge cage, and rabbits. She lived with her grandmother, who was bedridden, and her older brother. They were all backquote characters as some would say, but mostly always nice to be around. Although, I dreaded when her uncle would visit her house. He always gave off an unsettling vibe. One that would make my stomach drop and my heart pound faster. He had anger issues and was quite aggressive a lot of the time. He never took it out on me, and I never expected him to do so. One day I was visiting Abby, and we decided to play on her new trampoline. We always had the greatest time on it and would jump on it for hours. Across from the trampoline was a huge pigeon cage, and beside that was a wooden horse stable with a window for the horses to look out. Although they never kept any horses in there. While we were jumping on the trampoline, her uncle came out of the house and started to yell very aggressively at my best friend. We both were terrified and started to run towards the horse stable as soon as we noticed him running towards us while shouting since there was nowhere else to go. He had an evil look in his eyes, a look that would make you question his sanity. Abby and I ran into the horse stable while crying and slammed the door shut. I remember being so scared because I realized the lock was on the outside of the door where her uncle was headed. He grabbed the door and while giving us an evil grin through the window, he locked us in the stable. He started laughing like a maniac and continued to yell that he would faking kill us. Abby and I were sobbing and scared for our lives. He eventually went away and after a few minutes, Abby tried to climb over the tall door to unlock it from the outside. After a few tries, we finally got out of the stable and ran into her grandparents' house straight into her room and quickly locked the door. I no longer remember what happened after that, but I will never forget the look in his eyes and the evil grin on his face while we were sobbing. It still haunts me to this day. I'm 16 and I'm staying at my friend's house for the summer. His dad has a pistol grip 12 gauge shotgun he keeps high up on a rack in the dining room. One day, everyone else is gone, and it's just me, him, and his slightly older sister. We are hanging out in the dining room and my friend pulls the shotgun down and starts messing with it. He pumps it, pulls the trigger and it just clicks. He does this multiple times. No shells ever eject when he pumps it, and I hear him pulling the trigger, so the gun's empty. He hands it off to me. I should know better. I was taught not to play with guns, but figured it's clearly empty, so I can mess around a little. Still, I know not to point it at anyone, even if it is unloaded. So, I make a joke to his sister, who is sitting at the table watching us. I point it a few feet to the left of her, and pull the trigger. It fires and suddenly, my ears are ringing, and I'm in shock. We're all just standing sitting there. I look past his sister, and there's a golf ball sized hole in the bottom of a solid hardwood door. His sister got up, walked outside, got in a small truck and cried. I felt like shit for scaring the hell out of her. I was mad at myself, but I was also mad at my friend for making it seem like the gun was empty and not telling me otherwise. I still don't understand what exactly he was doing, because my shotgun doesn't work like that. He was clicking some lever, but I don't understand why no shells ever ejected. Stupid choices were made by both of us. I'm just glad I was at least smart enough to not point what I thought was an unloaded weapon at someone. That day could have gone very differently. Don't fuck around with guns, y'all. In college, I was hanging out with a friend at his house. He was a guy, all of his roommates were his. My friend, one of his roommates, and I were having a casual conversation when I stood up and all of a sudden, the roommate goes, "Wait, what's that?" I turn around and, to my horror, saw the dark wet blood spot on the seat cushion I was just sitting on. That's right. I had my period on my friend's cushion. That's not even the worst part. The worst part was that he didn't even know what it was. Maybe it's because the green cushion made the blood look darker. I don't know. He just started making a big deal about it, ranting about how another roommate keeps running their stuff. Damn it. I told Nick to stop eating that gross stuff. You think he'd just clean up after himself? This is why we can't have nice things, etc. During his tirade, I'm standing far away completely mortified. I was afraid to run, because that would mean that I would have to turn around, and we might see the blood on my pants. As for my friend, I could tell from his reaction that he caught on at this point and I wished I could melt into the walls. At this point, the roommate, still ranting, picks up the cushion and starts touching it with his bare fingers. What is this, me kind of sauce? He proceeds to sniff it, and I see my friend cringe. My friend tries to intervene with, "Hey, you don't know what it is. Just leave it alone." The oblivious roommate stops smelling it, but is still touching it. It's still wet. Amring. He turns to me, and I'm frozen in fear and boiling with embarrassment, thinking that he's finally figured out. Amring, I'm very sorry that you had to sit on this. Our roommate is a pig. Now I'm going to wash it off. He goes upstairs to the bathroom, taking the cushion with him, and announcing that he was going to try to clean it. After he's out of range, we race at the door and I've never seen that roommate ever again. According to my friend, he didn't figure it out when the dirty wash water was pink. The messy roomer denied all accusations and my friends kept my secret through it all. The oblivious guy found out several days later when he was ranting about the messy roomer when someone else caught in and had to explain it to him. And then everyone had a giant laugh at the big reveal. I'm glad I wasn't there for that. Also, I did a more thorough job of tracking my period from then on. TLDR, didn't expect period. Left a bloodstain at an all guy's apartment seat cushion. One guy doesn't understand what it is and starts throwing accusations around and touching it while I'm there. Edit, tracking my period, not teaching. I was sleeping over at a friend's house when the doorbell rang in the middle of the night. His mom gets up to answer the door as confused as anyone. She couldn't see anything out of the peephole and was looking through nearby windows. Not seeing anything, she twists the handle to open the door, and as soon as the latch releases, the door comes flying in, and water starts pouring everywhere. Turns out, someone had filled her giant trash can, the one the city picks up on the street in the suburbs, full of water, and leaned it up against the front door. Estimate 2 to 3 full baths worth of water. Luckily, his mom was standing off to the side of the door looking out a side window as she opened it. Her wrist was hurt in the process though. My friend's brother was making his way out to the front door when this happened. He sees this all happen and runs out the front door to see if anyone is out there. He sees 2 kids jumping a wall across the street and starts to give chase. He is in nothing but his boxers and has to jump 2 walls and catches one of the kids. He was a few houses down from his house and had no way of getting the kid to come back with him. We didn't know which direction he ran. The kid, full-grown 17 to 18-year-old, was refusing and putting up a fight. My friend's brother ended up punching him in the face a few times and letting him go. We did find out who did it a few years later, and it ended up being a close friend of the family. The water that was in the can flooded a recessed living room near the front door, causing a bunch of damage. I was nearly molested. I was about 8, and I went to my friend's house. We were watching TV and her father brought in their guinea pigs for me to hold. I thought it was lovely as I'd never held one before. One weed on my lap and the father offered to help me clean up. He took me to a room I'd never seen in that house prior and suggested I take my clothes off. I didn't want to, but I was polite when I declined. After trying to convince me to undress, he then opened up a massive cupboard full of chips and lollies and stuff, and began again to convince me of how I should undress, and how yucky it would be to stay in soiled clothing, and that I'd receive lots of treats if I did what he asked. Eventually my friend knocked on the door and the father gave up, and we never talked about it. I never told anyone. About a year later my friend came to school crying and told me how she had killed her guinea pigs. She wasn't a crazy, animal abusing nasty girl. But I knew why she killed them. I comforted her and realized I wasn't the only one taken to that room and that her father was a disgusting monster. I never told anyone any of it, but when you're a kid surrounded by questionable and many times sexual and unsafe feeling adult behaviors, you just accept things. It's horrible. I had a coworker invite me over for his dog's birthday one day. He was a little off, in a way that would be impossible to describe, but he was always friendly to me. He had been inviting me over constantly to meet his dogs, and he started to get discouraged that I never came over. Me and my friend decided to go. I cannot make any of this up. We pull up to his house, and immediately you heard the barking. From the long driveway you could see 2 of the biggest dogs I have ever seen. We stood at the end of the driveway hesitantly until he came out of the screen door and told us to come in. He let the dogs outside to show us around his home. The first room we went to was the New Year's Eve room. It was his living room decorated with streamers, balloons, noise makers, the whole 9. This was in June. He said he kept it up because it's a waste of time to take it down just to set it up again. Next, we were met in the kitchen by his girlfriend. His girlfriend was at least 80 years old, and he was about 35 to 40. He kept asking us if he thought his girlfriend was sexy. Very uncomfortable. From there he showed us his bedroom. Inside this room was a bed, a desk and a toilet. He installed a fully working toilet just feet from his bedside. No sink, just a toilet. Next, He showed us to his backyard. His backyard consisted of an inflatable pool that had been punctured, so as we stood there, a small trickle of water would continuously pour out, causing his backyard to be soaked. He would fill it back up every now and then. He insisted we get in the pool with him and his girlfriend. No thank you. Finally, we were showed the basement. Oh god, the basement. There were no lights, except for one small room. In this room, there was a homemade hot tub. There were exposed wires everywhere for the lights in this room. In addition, was a young Vietnamese boy, maybe 13, just hanging out in this dude's basement hot tub. Me and my friend asked him what he was doing, and he said he liked to come help with his projects in his free time. We left pretty shortly after that. I was never really scared, but it was for sure the weirdest experience I've ever had at someone else's house. Back in the day, when I was doing a bit too much coke, me and a buddy of mine were trying to score a bit, to party for the evening. The only blow we could find was at this tweaker's place. It was a shabby trailer home on the outskirts of Boulder, Co, and I wasn't exactly thrilled about going there. The guy, dealer, was sketchy to say the least. So it being our only option that evening, we headed out to the tweaker's pad to score some blow. When the door opened, the guy was obviously strung out from a multi-day binge born, was playing in the background and the place had a funk about it, but hey, he had coke, so in we went. After about a half hour of talking and waiting, the guy finally said he would hudge us up. My friend ponied up the cash and the guy went into the back room. So there we were, standing in this nasty ass pad, waiting on a meth head to give us the blow we bought. Then the guy started ranting about the government getting ready to lock down the country, and how the military put RFID troop movement markers on all the stop signs and crosswalk signs, referring obviously to the inventory stickers on the back of the signs. He then walks out carrying a very large knife, think Rambo, and walks behind me, still ranting, and stops to rant a bit more to my friend right behind me. I was obviously freaked the fuck out, but I had to keep my cool and not tip my hand that I thought this guy was nutters and quite possibly dangerous. Here I was, in a ranting tweaker shitty mobile home, in the middle of nowhere, in a quiet trailer park outside Boulder, and all I want is my blow, and to GTFO there. His rant continued for a few more minutes, and for a minute I was genuinely afraid I may not make it out of there. So after we agree the govt is going nuts and is going to get us all, we are finally able to bounce the fuck out to there with slightly less than we actually paid for. The bag was a bit light, but were we really going to argue with the methed out nutter? Nope. This is one of the moments, it took several more, that finally convinced me to get off drugs. But holy hell was that an adventure. To be fair, it might not have been outside Boulder. It was over a decade ago, and my memory is a bit fallible from those years. It was definitely in that general area, Boulder, Longmont, Loveland, somewhere around there. When I was 15 I was hanging out with my friend Patrick and his girlfriend at our friend Andy's house. Andy and I wanted to go to our friend Jim's house, but it was a 1.5-hour walk, and it was snowing. So Patrick told us we should call first to make sure he was home. Fair enough. Andy called a few times, but didn't get an answer, so we did the logical thing and told Patrick that Jim told us to come over. We figured he would probably be home by the time we got there, but if not, it would be funny. This was in 2005 and none of us had cell phones. Then the four of us started walking. After 1.5 hours walking through the snow to Jim's house, we got to the door and there was no answer. Patrick started to look angry. I should point out that Patrick was actually a couple years older and he was also very into bodybuilding and fighting. He was 5 feet 11 and benching 180 around this time. I was about 5 feet 5 and 120 lbs. Andy was 6 feet 0, but was also very thin. After Patrick found out what we did, he started chasing Andy and I, but we were able to outrun him. So Patrick started throwing rocks at us. Andy and I ran down the road until we couldn't see Patrick anymore and then ran into the woods. We thought we would be clever and circle back to Jim's house to wait for him to come home. After probably another 30 minutes walking through the snowy woods, we got back to the house. No one was there, not even Patrick or his girlfriend. We noticed that the shed in the backyard was unlocked. We figured we could wait in there to get some shelter from the cold. After some time chatting we start hearing some footsteps outside the shed. We were trying to be totally silent as we went to look out the shed window. And that's when we saw Patrick, following our tracks in the snow. He turned towards the shed and I'll never forget the look in his eyes and the faked up grin on his face. Andy and I immediately started barricading the door. We struggled to hold it shut for a long time, while Patrick was going all "here's Johnny" on it, just with his shoulder though, not an axe. Luckily Jim's family vehicle pulled up after only a few minutes. Patrick went silent. Andy and I start screaming and banging on the shed door. We watched Jim and his parents walk into their house without noticing us. We could hear Patrick laughing under his breath as he started trying to force his way into the shed again. But luckily it didn't last long. Patrick was cold too. So we started negotiating for him to let us all go inside. I'm not sure what would have happened if Jim hadn't come home, but Patrick settled for a few nut shots on us, and then he would let us free. So we accepted our punishment, and then met up with a very confused Jim. We got off super lucky, but it was still the scariest moment I ever experienced at a friend's house. Shed. Patrick was known to have some faked up ideas and violent outbursts. We were really kicking a hornet's nest. Throwaway because PPL no my account. I was 20 at the time. After Hurricane Sandy, the next day, I was over a friend's house nearby, waiting on a shower. They had hot water, we didn't. So I'm waiting around smoking a joint with my buddy. It was totally cool. Grew up in the house. Smoked and drank with the parents all the time. Practically family. Me and him are sitting there pretty baked just kind of talking about what happened. Both of us were pretty shell shocked. When my friend's dad walks in the room and says throwaway, you need to leave pretty weird, had these crazy eyes. My friend says it's cool dad, throwaway is gonna take a shower and then head home. Friend's dad then, like a fucking movie, slowly pulls a handgun out of this jacket pocket, points it directly at me and says, I'm sorry throwaway, but you need to leave. I froze up hard and didn't know what to do. After a brief standoff, we convince him to put it away, and that I'm leaving. Without another word, spoken by him the whole time, just eyeing me down. Apparently, the hurricane hit him pretty hard. Between the sheer chaos and panic of the storm itself and all of his personal property that was destroyed and what would need to be rebuilt, he didn't have flood insurance. There were looters going through the neighborhood. The guy basically had a 12-hour psychotic break that was capped off by pointing a gun at me. He was super apologetic the next day and we have totally moved past it, but holy shit, if I didn't think I was about to die. Really late to the party so this may not even get seen. First time spending the night at my boyfriend's house on a weeknight. He's a heavier sleeper, doesn't wake up to noises, but will partly wake up if I'm moving around in the bed too much. I'm a relatively light sleeper and sleep even lighter when not at my own home. We went to bed early-ish since he had to work in the morning and I had class later that day. He never told me about his alarm clock. This faking thing blared what sounded like warning alarms for a bomb shelter and had an attachment that you place under your pillow or mattress that vibrates. So I'm awoken at 6:30 AM to blaring alarms and the whole bed shaking. I've never gotten out of a bed quicker in my life, and as I'm standing there fighting a panic attack, while my sleep-addled brain is trying to figure out what is going on, my boyfriend turns off the alarm and rolls over laughing hysterically. Sorry, I guess I should have warned you about that. What the fuck was that? Came out in a high pitcher squeak as I'm still trying to calm down. I then hear his roommates also laughing through the wall in the other room. He turned off the alarm and we cuddled a little bit longer before he had to get ready, but that was the last time he used that alarm clock. Now I just shake him when his alarm goes off. Went to a friend's house for a sleepover when I was a kid, and we'll call him Todd for the sake of anonymity. Todd was always kind of a prick, always wanting to do the stuff he wanted to do, and making fun of whatever I was into, but I was a bit of a recluse as a kid, so I took what I could get. At this sleepover, another much younger kid, we'll call him Jason, I can't remember his actual name anyway, was there for the night. We were playing some Pokemon, or whatever, and trading them in our Gamma Boys, when Jason did something that got Todd really annoyed. Long story short, Todd went and grabbed a kitchen knife and started following me and Jason around the house with it. Even dumber 7-year-old me was capable of knowing to try and comfort the younger kid, so I told him that Todd was obviously kidding around, to which he replied that he wasn't. His tone of voice was really serious, and I had to take Jason and go under one of the tables at one point before Todd finally went and put the knife back. I ended up staying for the rest of the sleepover because I didn't want to be that kid that bailed out on stuff, and Todd's mother was around at that point. I have no faking clue where she was during our little Mitchell Myers light adventure. Once I got home though, I spilled to my parents what Todd had done, and I never saw him after that. Really. Never did find out what happened to him, and I'm pretty sure his family moved at some point. I've posted this before, but here it goes. When I was in middle school, I had a very close friend I hung out with almost every day. One day after school, we were home alone at her house when we decided to watch a movie. They had the biggest collection of DVDs I've ever seen. It was crazy. We browsed through this humongous collection when we came across a folder labeled with adult movies. As the innocent children we were, we got really curious about this and decided to check it out because we thought that maybe this folder contained cool scary movies that only adults are allowed to watch. But oh, we were wrong. It was a big collection of 70s born movies. We were two 11-year-old girls who had never seen anything like this before, but for some reason we thought it was quite interesting and funny, so we ended up watching the entire 1.5-hour-long movie. A few days later, we were home alone at her house again, and we decided to watch it again, but this time we also watched another Bourne. She was home alone quite often, and the Bourne watching started to become a thing. I would come over to her house and we would just sit on their couch in the living room while casually watching Bourne movies on their TV. I don't know why those films were so catchy, but I think it might have been because we knew it was naughty and forbidden, and therefore got a thrill out of it, because we never knew if anybody would discover it. One day her older brother walked in on us while we were watching Bourne, and he asked us what we were doing. We panicked, turned off the TV, and he slowly slid backwards out of the living room. Lol. This happened a few years ago. I'd never had many friends growing up, and certainly didn't go over to people's houses. So I made friends with this guy. He was really odd back then, like his behavior looking back was weird. I didn't think it was too odd. I had a small group of friends at the time, none of them liked him. People were convinced he was going to murder me, or worse, when I went over to his house. I just assumed they thought this, because they didn't like him. I was at his house and he gave me a tour, then we sat and chilled for a bit and watched some anime, Code Geass, I believe it was spelt. At some point we ended up wandering around his house. As we were going back upstairs, he just kind of lay down, face first, on the stairs, and he began laughing. Kind of like how you'd expect a lunatic to laugh, I suppose. I kind of stood watching him, and it made me a bit uncomfortable. He got up, took me to his bathroom, and locked the door behind us. He said something along the lines of, "Now I'm going to teach you how I brush my teeth." He does his thing, and when he'd finished he gave me his brush and told me it was my turn. I refused. Eventually he let us out of the bathroom and told me to face the wall. When we got into his bedroom, he got changed and attempted to get me to change out of my uniform into his clothes. I said I was fine and thanked him. I sat on his bed when he did. He threw his duvet over me, took his trousers off, and pulled the duvet back over him. Not scary. Well, it was a little, but it was mostly just weird. I was told a few years later that this was not normal. It was a toss-up between this one or the time these two kids tried to take my shirt off and touched me in inappropriate ways, and I begged them to stop and they didn't. I thought this was more interesting though, so that's why I chose it. I was babysitting a 6-year-old that I sat for fairly often. It was the week of spring break, and I was there every day, so the parents could go to work. I knew this family because one of my best friends at the time lived right next door, so they were pretty cool. One of the days, the kid and I are just watching a movie and I hear a noise. Can't quite place what it is, but it's coming from outside. And it keeps happening. I grab the kid and tell him, "Go up to your room and don't come out until I come get you, okay?" And he, being a good kid, nods and runs off to his room. I grab a knife, not really knowing how a 90lb 16-year-old with a knife is going to help. Then, the front door opens. The sunlight illuminates 3 shadows of large men all talking, and they just walk right in. I like half scream, "Who are you? What do you want?" And then the door shuts. It's my best friend's dad. A B's dad. "What the hell are you doing? You scared the shit out of me. I'm here babysitting, and I just sent Kit up to his room. Jesus, oh, there's a leak upstairs and the parents asked me to let the repairman in. I have a key. And nobody thought to tell me this. So I didn't freak out. I'll go get Kit." So I got the kid, told him what happened, and we went back to our movie. But in that moment, I really thought I was going to have to protect that kid, and I would have. When I was 16, I was babysitting 2 kids at their house in my neighborhood. A guy started pounding on the door like crazy about 2 hours after I got there. I didn't open the door and just slowly locked it. He went away. Later, when I was lying down with his kids to help them go to sleep, I heard a sound like someone jumping over the fence. I tried to ignore it and went to the living room to do my homework by the TV next to the door. Suddenly there was this horrible, long scratching noise on the door. The door was moving as the scratches occurred. At first I excused it by thinking it was their cat. Started to unlock the door, but luckily I noticed their cat sitting behind the couch next to the door. Now I was getting freaked out, so I slowly leaned forward to look out the peephole. Nothing to see. Total darkness. Tried to slowly flip the light on. Nothing. The scratchy sound was still happening and the doorknob was warm. Called 911. Explained the situation. They told me to take the kids in a room that locks and stay there. Asked me if I knew a guy named so and so. I didn't, but it freaked me out that they were asking me and telling me to hide with the kids. I slowly got the 2-year-old out of bed, but hurried her to the bathroom. She never woke up. I was afraid they would wake up and get scared. Tried to do the same with the 4-year-old, but he woke up and asked what was wrong. I made something up, but he heard the scratching sound. "This was a very small house," he said. "It's my dad. He said he was coming to get us today." But the 911 operator said to lock the door as soon as he heard that. Turned out it was his dad. He ran from the cops when they got there. Had duct tape and a knife on him. Had parked his car in the neighborhood across from us. He was drunk and had been outside for hours, but didn't realize it was a babysitter inside. He was scratching on the door with nails thinking it would sound like a cat scratching to get in. He poured gas on a bush across the yard and said he was going to light it on fire to get someone to open the door. The handle was hot because he put a lighter to it. I don't know why he did that. He unscrewed the porch light. Told the cops he was coming to kidnap his kids. It really freaked me out, and I still can't have windows without curtains closed at night. I hate to think what he would have done if he got in. I was just a kid, but I lived kind of a crazy life. I knew more about how faked up people can be than your average teenager. I was fully prepared to protect those kids by any means necessary. That made me feel better about the whole nightmare situation. I was 16 years old, and I was babysitting for my dance teacher's 6-month-old son. I'd been a student of hers for 13 years, and it was seen as an honor to be chosen as his babysitter. I was known for being very smart but flighty. I would later be diagnosed with ADHD and dyspraxia as an adult, but at the time I was smart enough to coast through most classes/tasks/situations by making a series of assumptions based on context clues and hoping for the best. I had no common sense is what people would tell me. Anyway, I'm watching the baby. Everything's great, but I'm starting to get hungry. They'd told me I could eat the Stouffer's French bread pizza that was in the freezer. Baby in arms, I swooped into the kitchen, put the 2 frozen pizza loaves on a plate, and stuck it in the microwave. The box said to cook it for 35 to 40 minutes. Way longer than Bajol Bites, but I'd never made a French bread pizza before, and I guess there's more bread to cook, so okay, let's do this. I set the microwave for 38 minutes. I brought the baby back to the living room and started watching Alex Mack. About 10 minutes later I smelled the smoke. That French bread pizza was really cooking. Then I heard the smoke alarm. I turned my head towards the kitchen door, and the entire room was black with smoke. I ran into the kitchen and turned off the microwave by opening the microwave door, and more smoke billowed out. There were no flames, but I realized at this point that the baby was probably inhaling these burnt pizza particles. In a panic, I grabbed their cordless phone and the baby, ran outside to their porch, and called my mom. My mom, just having heard her daughter choking through sobs and saying words like smoke, cooking, and French bread pizza, arrived within minutes. I stayed on the porch with the baby while she addressed the mess in the kitchen. She had to scrub smoke off the cabinets and the counters and the ceiling. Eventually she called me into the kitchen and had me look in the microwave. Inside was what looked like 2 small pieces of charcoal on a plate. I'd petrified the French bread pizza. But I followed the instructions. I grabbed the box from the trash to show her. See? It's not my fault. Apparently the heading over the cooking instructions I'd followed read conventional oven. What my ADHD preoccupied brain saw was long word oven, and I just assumed that the long word was microwave, because what else could one use to cook a frozen pizza product? The actual oven, apparently. My dance teacher and her husband got home a little after midnight. As they approached the door, I heard her say she must have burnt some popcorn. They came inside and asked me how the night went, and I burst into tears and told them everything, and thankfully they thought the whole thing was hysterical. It probably helped that my mom came through with the kitchen cleanup and the baby was totally fine. I've still never eaten a French bread pizza. I'm trying to explain you, even if English is not my first language. I had a friend who invited me to eat at his house. He was a rough kid who steal, fight, and do others bad thing. But when I met him, I was skating, so he started skating with me, and I tried to keep him away from his bad influence friends. So I go to his house, he give me my croque monsieur, and tells me come to my brother room, he is not here, and we can eat calmly there. So I followed him, go sit on his brother chair and started eating. Soon as we ate the first bite, his stepfather opened violently the door and start to shout bad things at me like, who are you? What are you doing in name of my friend's brother rooms? You don't have a house. I started lolling because though he was joking, he is a really big man, tall and everything. So I get out of the room with my friend, who is completely disoriented. He said something like, cool friend, cool fat my friend. And then I was going to finish my dinner at the main table. He took my plate, throw it in the kitchen and shout to me, get off of my house till I'm here. Trying to look at my friend's eyes and waiting for him to say, it's a joke dude, aha we got you. But no, his biggest stepfather take me by my collar and throw me out of his house, saying things like, I don't want you in my house no more. You piece of $T. You've never say hello to me and come eating at my house, disrespecting me and my family. I was beyond surprise, with no words to say cause he was so impressive, and I'm there, on his porch, trying to sob my tears. My friend came out of his door, and telling me how sorry he is for this and all. That traumatized me for a long time. 2 days later, my friend mom came apologize to me, and tell me his husband took me for one of my friend bad influences guy. Even him came to me, and apologized some day later, but it was an accessory. I had already freak out. That not really scary, but at the moment, I really though his stepfather would punch me and break me into pieces. I was at my friend's house when I was about 15 years old. This was during summer break, so fireworks were a big thing. We were inside his house playing video games when we heard multiple loud pops coming from outside. Him and I both shrugged it off as firecrackers and went back to our games. After about 20 seconds, we hear screaming from his garage. His uncle and 2 others had been shot and killed. My friend's aunt ran inside covered in her husband's blood, so we both ran outside, and my friend instantly started crying and collapsed at the sight. My friend and I went back to his room and locked the door until police arrived. Once the police arrived, 2 of the 3 shooters were killed in a firefight on scene, while the other made it out running off into the night. The police got everyone out of the house and into a witness line on the lawn. This is the scariest part. With that lone shooter still on the loose and armed and dangerous, the police told me to leave the scene. I was told to walk home at 11 o'clock at night alone with no police escort while a gunman was still roaming my neighborhood. At the end, I made it to my friend's house safe, which was significantly closer, 5-minute walk compared to 45-minute to my house. My father found out the next morning and was so furious that I didn't come home that he ended up kicking me out of his house. TLDR, best friend's house got shot up. Grand total of 5 people dead. 1 gunman roamed the neighborhood while I was told by police to walk home in the night. I was 15. I'm going to start this out with a simple fact. I have schizophrenia. I also become excessively paranoid when I can't hear well, like underwater or in a really loud place. I was having a sleepover at a friend's house. They had a very large, very old, and extremely expensive looking grandfather clock in the room I was going to be sleeping in. When it finally came time to sleep, I laid with my back towards the clock on the opposite side of the room. I was uneasy. Every tick was very loud, but every 15 minutes it would ring the giant bells inside. At say 1:15 it would make a single long sound. At 1:30 it would make a different and longer sound. At 1:45 it was the same as 1:15. Then at 2 o'clock a symphony of noise would emit from the structure, followed by the appropriate number of large bell rings matching the hour. It was deafening. I couldn't sleep, and with each new sound, I became more agitated and paranoid. Eventually I turned to look at the clock. I saw a face inside the ornate glass door. I didn't think too much of it. This was very common for me. I ignored it and told myself I couldn't sleep because of how loud the clock was. My friend woke up at around 2:30 and we talked for a while. I never mentioned the clock or the face. He was quickly back asleep afterwards. Then I heard what I thought was a heavy door open and close. I quickly looked at the clock to see nothing but the clock, until I noticed that a few feet to the side was a short lanky silhouette, slightly hunched, stand there, perfectly still. I turned back around, but kept checking for changes every few minutes. This went on and on. I thought the sunrise would free me from this, but it didn't. I did not stop seeing the figure until someone turned on a light down the hall. I was looking at the thing when it happened, and it mirrored my expression of the sudden realization that someone was approaching. Suddenly it was gone. I know there wasn't anything actually there, but had there been, nobody else would have seen it before it disappeared because of where it was standing. It was placed perfectly so that the clock would obscure it from the view of anyone entering the room. I asked about the clock when everyone was awake, and they told me it's been passed down through the family. They knew I hadn't slept, and I simply told them the clock kept me up. They apologized and showed me that there was a switch to turn it off. As soon as the switch was flipped, we were bathed in a pretty eerie silence. Eventually I went home and slept. But I still think about this night on occasion. It's the only hallucination I was unable to rationalize away and kept seeing despite my attempts. My childhood best bud's parents were divorced, and we used to sleep over at his house because his dad was typically either gone or may as well have been. This night he was gone all night because he had to drive to some other state to buy a trailer and drive it back or something. Anyway, we were laying on the floor of his bedroom, which is at the front of the house, and the windows overlook the driveway. We liked to climb out the windows onto the roof, so they were wide open. Whenever his dad came home at night you could see the headlights hit the ceiling because the first part of the driveway was really steep. Anyway, it's around 2 in the morning and my buddy and I are laying on the floor talking about some dumb stuff. By the way, we were probably 11 or 12, and suddenly we hear a car pull into the driveway, but I noticed you couldn't see any light from the headlights, so they were definitely off, and the car sounded different from his dad's. Kinda weird, but maybe it's his dad and this has something to do with the trailer he's buying. We stopped talking because we knew if it was his dad he'd tell us to go to sleep. We can hear the car door open and the car is still running, which is all still kinda weird because his dad usually pulls into the garage, but again maybe it has something to do with the trailer. We hear the front door open. We lived in a very rural neighborhood and none of us really locked our doors, and can hear somebody enter. It doesn't feel right at all. The sounds are all wrong. No light switches turning on. You can tell by the sound of their walking they are trying to be quiet. What the fuck? Mike's door to his bedroom is open so we can hear everything from downstairs pretty clearly. We don't do shit, just listen. Secretly both freaked out. Long story short, whoever it was walked around downstairs for about 2 minutes, walked out, got into their car and left. We couldn't find anything missing or out of place. We just locked the door and stayed up all night watching movies with the phone nearby. Really freaked out. We'll never know what the fuck that was about. I was raised by my dad and stepmom, but grew up visiting my mom and stepdad for a few weeks out of the summer. My stepdad was definitely verbally abusive, constantly telling my mom she was fat and other horrible stuff. Turns out he was probably physically abusive too. I was visiting their house one day and playing games in the kids' room by myself. I think my brothers may have been away at camp or something. Trigger warning: suddenly I heard my mom screaming and crying in the living room. Intense arguments were normal for them, but I could tell something was especially wrong. I snuck into the hallway, where I had a partial view of my mom on the couch, being held down by my stepdad's left arm as his right fist was inches from her face. She was whimpering, and he was growling, "Shut the fuck up, you bitch." My mom has always been pretty immature, and I felt responsible for keeping her safe when I was with her. I moved where they could see me and stood there, looking at the man silently crying. I was filled with rage, and wanted my stepdad to know I could see him. My mom was terrified, and told me to go to another room. I told her I wasn't going anywhere, then I told my stepdad to get off of her. He ended up storming outside to go for a drive, and I held my mom as we both cried. We never talked about it after that day. The whole thing was traumatizing for me to see, and I feel like it was pretty symbolic of our relationship. Years later, she found out he was cheating on her and divorced him. She's still single and has grown so much since then. I have a mixture of things that happened to me / my family and just my family. We kind of joke about it, but we either believe the house is haunted or my mom believes she was cursed. She's 70, and when she was growing up everyone in her neighborhood believed the one lady was a witch, and my mom remembers falling in front of the witch house and believes she had a curse put on her. Anyway, when my sister was younger, she would come home from school and get these phone calls that would be like, "Oh, I see you're home. Aren't you going to your grandmother's house?" She lived down the block at the time, today. And would know if she was upstairs or downstairs. After my dad passed away, he was a truck driver and would call every day around 6 p.m. He would always grit his teeth before talking, so you'd know it was him before he spoke. After he died, we would get phone calls of just gritting teeth, and then they'd hang up. Growing up, we had a tree between our house and the neighbor's house. The neighbor's kitchen faced the door, and one night while doing dishes, she looked outside to see a guy staring at her, hiding in the tree. We've had a lot of instances of coming home, or waking up to open doors, things being moved around or disappearing, then reappearing a day or two later. Noises in the house. Lights on in the basement when we come home. After my dad passed, the basement used to be his workshop. Weird phone calls. Before I was born, my family lived in another state. My dad and uncles were working on something, and my oldest sister had just been born. It was dark and my mom heard someone at the door and thought it was my dad coming home early, so she started walking to let him in. When she sat through the window blinds, that it wasn't his figure, and realized he'd have keys to open the door. So she called him where he was working. A few years ago I was dating a homeless girl I was in love with. It was a couple days after Christmas on my birthday, and she was staying at a friend's house in town. I got off work early and was dropped off there to spend the night. As evening approached, so did a gang of people. A group of individuals had made their way into the home uninvited and unannounced with bats in hand. They were led by someone claiming to be a gang leader of the Gay Lords, which was part of the Vice Lords, who are both under the 5-pointed star. Anyways, apparently they were there to settle a score. A couple weeks prior, my girlfriend at the time was staying with her sister when they ran into this gang leader and offered him a place to crash. When he passed out on the couch from being up for days on speed, the sister robbed him blind. Dude woke up and freaked out. They blamed someone else who happened to be there, and Gay Lord dude destroyed his face. Cops were called and everyone scattered. Fast forward to the night I mentioned. So they've made their way inside, 4 deep with bats in hand and someone waiting outside just in case my girl ran. They got word she was there, and they had come to settle the score. The leader said my girl was coming with them, and the only choice I felt I was left with was to come along. They had weapons, and I was unarmed, but I just couldn't let her go alone. She had some so-called friends in the house at the time that did nothing, or said anything when all this went down. They had weapons and we all outnumbered them, but still not a word was said. So they let me come along. They probably laughed pretty hard about that. They walked us probably half a mile down the road to some local apartments. The apartment they were staying at wasn't even this. It was some kid with a disability they had run off and had taken over his place for the foreseeable future. Inside they had us sit down on the couch and the gang leader started grilling me asking if I was my girl's boyfriend, how long we had been together, and if I had a job to support this woman. He was coming at me like he was a concerned father. These guys had to have been coming off dope because their emotions were all over the place. He started to explain to me the situation which I wasn't involved in until now and had no idea about. I explained to him that we don't have any money at the moment, but I get paid every Friday, and tried to assure him that I would make things right but only have $20 on me at the moment. He begins to freak and threatens to bash my brains out all over the couch. I show him my wallet which only had $20 and he gladly takes it. He tells my girl that she needs to go out and get this money now, no matter how she has to do it, trick for it, steal it, whatever. He says her sister and her owe $300 and I was to sit and wait, and if she doesn't come back, that it will not be good for me. By now she is drowning in tears and trying to talk this psycho down. He then offers her a way out of this whole mess by just giving up her sister. This madman actually suggested that she walk them into her sister's apartment so the two women in group could slap the sister around and so they could snatch her baby up, which was like a 6-month-old infant at the time. Needless to say, we were both horrified, and she quickly started to reassure them she could get some cash. As she's walking towards the door I begin to second guess all my choices so far, and as I embrace her I quietly begged her not to leave me and to please come back. She reassures me, tells the gang leader not to hurt me because I'm not involved, and she loves me. This is where it starts to get weird, and maybe they finally started to realize they kidnapped me and were holding me hostage with deadly weapons. They cooked me dinner. You can't make this stuff up, man. One of the girls was higher than a kite and started whipping up some hot dogs. She starts asking about people I know, and she finds out we know a lot of the same people. She makes me a plate and I accept and finish it off, but am never allowed to leave the couch. I get a text from my girl that she can't get any money and to run if I can. This is where they realize I still have my phone, so they quickly grab it from me and read the text my girl sent, which doesn't end well. Dude starts making threats with the bat again and says I'll be the first head to roll if the cops come. They sent a very nasty and threatening text to my girl detailing what would happen if I didn't return. I'm relieved to see her when she finally returns, but she doesn't have any money. By now this ordeal has gone on for at least a few hours. After taking my only $20 and iPhone as payment, making all sorts of threats, and having me promise to pay them on Friday, they let us go. Not a very exciting ending to the story, but I was glad it ended this way. I never did pursue any legal action, but I never paid them any more money either. The reason I never got the police involved was because my girl lived on the street and would have seen negative actions from others for essentially snitching and sending the gang leader to jail. Our relationship was very off and on for a long time after that, and only because I really loved her. I'm a pacifist at heart and never once physically stood up to the group of people with weapons. I think my girl at the time saw me as weak for being this way. In the end, I realized that I had come along as support and to maybe appeal to their humanity in a way by keeping a positive disposition in such a dire and desperate situation. In my mind it worked. TLDR, ex-girlfriend crossed a gang leader who essentially kidnapped us and held me hostage for money. He got my only $20 and iPhone 5, but we got away unharmed. Edit, spells. So when I was 14 I went over to a friend's house for the first time. I had never met her dad before and at first he seemed nice. He was very knowledgeable about history and was telling us all these interesting facts about WW. The sheet started to get weird when he started talking about how Hitler was overly villainized when Stalin killed way more people and he killed his own people. At this point I was about to say something about how comparing genocides did not make one murder luck better than the other, and that I knew a lot of older people from my community that lost family members in the Holocaust. I'm Jewish. But I decided not to offer up that bit of information because I quickly realized that he was a neo-Nazi when he started showing us his paraphernalia. Keep in mind my friend I knew I was Jewish and she just sat there and laughed at the things her dad was saying. Needless to say 14-year-old me was pretty freaked out and scared listening to this very large grown man lecture me about all of the things that Hitler did right. I just kept wondering if my friend was going to say something about me being Jewish and how he would react. On top of this, during dinner he got a bit drunk and started freaking out at one of the girl's aunts. I wanted to scream at him about what a pig he was, but kept my mouth shut and finally managed to get the hell out of there. I was spending the night at a friend's house and they had a ferret. He was a long and soft boy and I liked him. The ferret liked my friend the best and would come in his room at night and sleep with him. I was maybe 7 years old and I stayed up a little late playing with the ferret in his bed. At one point, the ferret ran off. I went to follow it, of course. I really don't know what I was trying to accomplish. I just wanted to hang out with that ferret. I followed him down the hallway, on my hands and knees like him, and he ran into the parents' bedroom. Now, I had a decision to make. I didn't like my friend's dad. He was mean and yelled a lot. I was scared to wake him up. But I did like that damn ferret. So I went into the room with the ferret, again, on my hands and knees, following it. Their bed was really tall, and their room was dark, so they couldn't see me, unless they sat all the way up. I creeped around with the ferret, following him. I crawled around the room with him, under their bed, in their closet, just running around with this ferret. At one point, he got into a really small space, and I couldn't follow him. But I tried. I ended up bumping a lamp ever so slightly, and it knocked lightly on the bed frame. The noise was enough to wake the dad up. The dad sat up and I froze, absolutely, literally, petrified. I thought that maybe, since it was so dark, and there was so much random stuff in their room, if he just saw my small outline, he might think I was just another object, and go back to sleep. He didn't. I think he had to consider it for a bit though, because he didn't yell immediately. He looked at my small, hunched over figure and finally decided I was, in fact, a small child, and not another random thing in his room. He made eye contact with me, pointed at the door, and yelled, "Get out." That was more than enough for me. I crawled really fast out of his room, and back to my friends. I didn't fall asleep easily. I remember sitting up thinking, the damn ferret. If only I was small like him. I think I gave the dad a pretty good scare, to be honest. Well, I have never shared this to anyone. I have been married to my awesome husband for 23 years, and just told him about 6 months ago, while on a lot of drugs in the hospital after major back surgery. I was 16 years old, and one of my best friends was kind of on the wild side, and was dating someone who was 20 and her, and I went to his apartment. After a couple of hours they left me to go get more beer and I'll be right back. Well, while they were gone this guy and trashy girl showed up for him, and said they would just wait. You know when you get that feeling? Well, I got it in the pit of my stomach, so I decided I was going to the bathroom and sit in there, until they got back. But before I can get the bathroom door shut the lady was on me, and she was pulling on me, and both her and the guy sodomized, rapped, and beat me what seemed like hours it couldn't have been. I only remember bits and pieces. When my best friend and her boyfriend got home they found me of course naked, crying, and in shambles, and my so-called friend didn't want to leave. She was my only way home, and so I had to stay there, and I slept between both of them, because I was terrified. I think back, and I can't understand why they didn't help me, or call the police, and I live with that every day thinking something should be done. Did he know it was going to happen? And what happened? All of it. Maybe I'm lucky I don't remember everything. After that I hated myself for quite a while and dated a lot, and then by the grace of God I finally found the love of my life who makes me feel safe, beautiful every day, and is the best dad to our 2 kids that anybody could ask for. My then boyfriend and I stayed at a cabin in Northern Gaff for a romantic weekend. We looked around and admired the views and the perfectly undisturbed snow on the back deck, steps, and backyard. There is a sense of freedom staying somewhere remote, walking around naked, such wherever we wanted, etc. He had a son who lived with him, so this wasn't an everyday option at all. After all the obligatory vacay sech, he built a fire, and we sat and stared at it and just basked in all the super cheesy romance. The side of the cabin had huge windows, in front of which we did all the aforementioned activities, because who the hell would see? It was comfortably far from any nearby cabins. Anyway, we were looking through the sign-in book from other guests, Aka long since clothed, when I thought I heard footsteps. Then boyfriend dismisses it as likely tree branch sounds from snow or wildlife. While not satisfied by this, I didn't hear it again, so I said okay. The next morning, the first thing I did was look out back again to see the snow accumulation. In Ga, every bit counts, and that's when I noticed footprints in the snow. I shouted to him, and we went out to look, and there were footprints all the way up the back steps, across the deck, where they stopped just below one of the big windows. I'll never know if it was a perv or a potential killer, but even boyfriend agreed someone had been out there watching us. Creepy AF. Last cabin trip too. When I was 14 I went to go visit my oldest brother who was around 20 at the time. It was me, my oldest brother, and our middle brother. My mother, his mother, some other relatives and my little nephews were at the house as well. We were all just hanging out outside when out of nowhere a gang of people pulled up in front of the house with crowbars and pipe wrenches trying to fight my oldest brother and everybody around him. My aunt takes all the little kids in the house to call the police, and a few minutes later she comes back out passing us random a sheet, basically whatever she could find, for weapons. I remember I ended up with a baseball bat somehow, but I kid you not she gave our middle brother a faking bowling pin. I still don't even know where it came from. So the 3 of us are standing outside trying to defend the house. I'm faking freaking out standing on the porch by the front door holding this baseball bat. My oldest brother is out there on the sidewalk swinging his object around trying to keep people from coming too close. And my middle brother is standing between us looking goofy as fuck holding his bowling pin. After a few minutes of arguing back and forth and dodging thrown objects, one of my brother's buddies from the neighborhood comes around the corner riding a bike and decides to help de-escalate the situation. And by de-escalate I mean the complete opposite. He just hops off the bike, walks out into the middle of the street by himself, and starts going after everybody. The whole thing basically turned into a giant pissing match from that point on. After throwing most of their weapons to us and realizing they were now at a disadvantage, they all finally piled in the car and drove off. I spent the night at the house in case the guys came back with more shit to throw. But after the adrenaline wore off I was honestly pretty shaken up. The cops showed up about 4 hours after everything died down, took a statement from my aunt, and then left to go get donuts. First was when I was 15ish, swimming at the neighbor's pool with a few other guys and a girl and my trunks fell as I was getting out of the pool. Worst thing though was that I got out of the pool facing towards the pool onto the steps, so everything was pretty much full view for a few seconds. One of my friends was a teammate, so it wasn't new to him, but everyone else was a bit stunned. I pulled my trunks up, grabbed a towel, and ran into the house. Second was when I was 12. A friend of mine, one of the same friends in the previous, were on the couch playing checkers, and his uncle came over drunk off his ass. He lived next door, and asked my friend's dad for a ride somewhere. His dad declined, and the uncle legit decked my friend's dad in the stomach, which pushed him into a table, knocking over the game of checkers. I assume it was on accident, think the uncle was just trying to light tap him. The uncle walked away and apologized, and my friend's dad ran after the uncle and tried to accept the apology lol, but I was scared because I thought it was a legit fight in front of me unfolding, and I was basically half a foot away from it all. Third and final and the most scariest, I had a rat's tail when I was 10. My dad was a little inebriated and told me he was going to cut it off and chased me with a meat cleaver. This sounds like child abuse, right? Anyway, at some point I raised my arm for protection and it accidentally sliced my arm open all the way to the muscle. I knew it wasn't on purpose, but I was scared shitless during this whole thing. I went to school 2 days later and told my teacher what happened to my arm, and I described the sharp object as an axe. I didn't know cutlery. And so I was sent to the principal's, which followed by social services coming to my house while I was at school, and I was held there till SS cleared me to go home. I was scared a bit less, but still scared, because I basically had family cops interrogate my dad and not wanting to get him into trouble for an accident. The only thing that he got in trouble for was not taking me to the hospital after the event, so luckily, all I got was a talk to about snitching or mayo. I was 16 or 17 at the time. I was at my then boyfriend's friend's house with his other friend, and also my boyfriend's sister. I think some of them had been drinking, but I hadn't been, because I needed to drive home later. I'm pretty sure my boyfriend's friend was drunk. My memory is a little hazy, so I can't remember how it all started, but I remember that for some reason his friend was tying up my boyfriend's sister. It may have been a bet. He was really arrogant about the whole thing. He was tying her to a chair she was sitting in, or at least tying her arms up. It was kinda funny at first, but after he got her tied up and she couldn't move, things went south. He decided to pull her tube top down and expose her to everyone in the room, including her brother, my boyfriend, and she started crying. Everyone was in such a shock that no one really did anything immediately. Then he turned to me and said it was my turn and pulled me off the couch. Somehow he got me to the floor, and I was on my back, and he was on top of me, trying to get my hands above my head till he could tie them together. I was kicking him in the neck. That was when the third friend finally stepped in and said enough was enough. He got the guy off me and untied my boyfriend's sister. Sorry, the details are the best. It's been a long time since that happened, and I've tried to block it from my memory. I still feel awful I didn't try to do anything to help his sister, but the dude was a mean drunk, so there probably wasn't anything I could've done that would have ended any better for me than what happened. When I was 10, I had this friend who always insisted my sister and I, we are twins, should come over and stay the night. My parents always said no to sleepovers, but due to her father being semi-famous, not going to name names, they agreed. Her mother took us ice skating and did whatever we wanted to do, which we found to be cool because our parents were so strict. We decided to push the boundaries by buying a tray of soft serve ice creams and throwing them at cars while in a car, speeding without seat belts. My friend would just nervously laugh and watch us do it. Literally whatever we wanted, we got. Then they told us it was time to go to their place. We were pretty excited because up until then, we hadn't met our friend's dad. When we got there, it then became super suspicious to the pair of us, and the pit of our stomachs felt awful. Straight away we both complained about feeling sick and wanted to go home. Her mother told us that we would be fine at their place. So we asked to go to a shopping center, where we snuck off and called our mother and told her what happened. She called said friend's mother and said there was a family emergency and that we must go home immediately. Our friend's mother took us home and we felt relieved. 14 years later, we found out that our friend's father was a pedophile who targeted twins. Apparently, he was cruel, aggressive, and savage. He had no self-control and would just attack children. One of his sons has a colostomy bag due to constant abuse. His oldest child is in a mental home. The mother left him after she was dragged out in front of the community. One son is so famous now, he did his own Netflix spin-off and works with celebrities, and that friend is a doctor. She never speaks to her father. He liked twins because he would manipulate them by using the other one to keep them quiet. From my knowledge, he attacked 4 sets of twins at my school. All girls, all of them tried to kill themselves. My sister and I are so devastated for those other girls and are grateful for our gut feeling. TLDR, friend's dad is a raging pedo who my twin sister and I narrowly missed. Attacked other children around us. About 2 or 3 years ago, staying over my now fiance's house for the night. I had to be up at 3 a.m. for work. Wake up, she sees me off. I get to work at 4 a.m. Just start my day casually. She calls me, says something like she's scared, and I dismiss it as a bad dream. She tells me she doesn't know what's going on and sees men with flashlights roaming around the house. I'm weirded out, and the next thing I know is I hear men shouting in the background and she says I gotta go. I love you. Panic sets right the fuck in. I start running to my car, let my supervisor know I need to go. Driving back, I call the cops for the first time in my life. Inform them I believe the house was broken into. They tell me cops are already at the house investigating a break-in and tell me the family is safe. Putting me on hold to find that out was the longest wait of my life. I get back and the street is lined with cop cars. They're searching for anyone in the house. What happened was, before I left for work, 2 men broke into the house through the living room window. Probably heard us waking up and hid in the pantry, potentially watching me leave for work. They knocked out the Wi-Fi immediately after I leave, so her brother goes to fix it. They wait for everyone to fall asleep, knock on her brother's door and point a gun at him. He pushes them out and calls the cops. Fiance wakes up and finds the living room a wreck. Barricades herself in the bathroom as the cops were breaching in. What I heard on the phone. They were never caught, but there were a string break-ins in the area. Weird thing is they didn't take any money laying around or expensive stuff. We keep the house locked up and have guns ready and a security system in place. I was in 7th grade when I had to go to a classmate's house for some science project. I didn't know her, but I wasn't a popular kid, so she was understandably irritated about it. I figured we'd do the work, draw the poster, and I'd go back home. Let's call her Linda. Linda's house was nice, and her parents were pretty friendly. We worked in the downstairs rec room because it had the most open space. It was nice, with blue shag carpets, and around the fireplace was the usual assortment of family pictures. I happened to see that she had a mom, a dad, and a younger sister. But any attempts to make small talk with Linda resulted in millimeters HM, or no, and other single non-committal answers. She wanted to be done and be gone as soon as possible. At some point, her mom came down the stairs and politely asked if I wanted to stay for dinner. Linda answered, no, in alarm before I got to say anything. Her mom argued cheerfully, oh, it will be fine, etc. Linda was stubbornly adamant I was to leave, and I understood, so I just said I had to walk about 2 miles home before it got dark. Oh, we'll drive you home, it'll be fine. We can't have you walk all that way. Stay for dinner, we have meatloaf. I assure you it will be delicious. I insist. Linda was very upset at this, but her mother became stern. I was not to walk home all that way, it wasn't safe, and Linda gave me such an angry stare. We finished right as her dad came home, who came downstairs and introduced himself. He was also very nice, but Linda was really angry and wouldn't talk. I kept trying to find an excuse to leave, but her dad was also very insisting I stay for dinner. Linda just went to her room, and I hung out in their living room, while her dad asked me all kinds of stuff about my interests in a polite and engaging way. When dinner was served, Linda looked like she'd been crying. She quietly stared at her food, while her mom called for her younger sister to come down and eat. Vera, come down, honey. Dinner. The husband calmly said, Vera will come down when she's ready, honey. Let's eat. No, we have company. We eat as a family. Vera, come down, please. Honey, let's let Vera be. I don't want a guest to have cold food. Vera, come down right now. Every time her mother called for Vera, Linda bristled visibly. The mother started to get angry, threatening Vera. The father stood up and led the mother back to the table gently. Honey, Vera will be fine. The mother explained Vera was being very rude, but eventually the father convinced her that Vera could have dinner in her room later. Dinner was dead silent. The second Linda was done wolfing her food down, she asked to be excused. Her mother said no. Linda sat in a quiet tantrum like a collapsed ball. Eventually, dinner was done, and I went to get my things so her dad could drive her home. Linda was asked to help me put away all the school supplies we used. In an attempt to make small talk, I said, your sister really didn't want dinner, huh? Linda looked at me sternly. Vera's dead. She died last year. Oh wow. That was shocking. I asked what happened. I was told they were snorkeling in the Bahamas and they got attacked by sharks. I must have looked like I didn't believe her, so she pulled up her shirt on one side and showed me a massive skin graft looking scars. It goes down to my leg. I had to have several operations. That satisfy you? And she burst into tears and ran up to her room. On the ride home, the father confirmed the story. They were snorkeling. Linda was attacked first by a shark, and the dad got the shark away from her, but it attacked Vera, who bled to death before they could get the boat to proper medical help. Linda had a lot of complications from her ordeal, including secondary infections, skin grafts, and of course, severe mental trauma. The father also had a lot of issues because the shark got his arm, which he showed me. But the mom, who only witnessed the horror unfold, snapped and for some reason, could not deal. She was getting psychiatric help, and they hoped at some point could accept her daughter's death. So, yeah. Slept over my friend's house in high school. It was kind of known that weird things happened there. Ghost stuff. But I don't believe in that nonsense. His brothers were out of town, so I shared their room with our other friend. Me in one bed, my friend in the other. Middle of the night I awoke to a sound of rustling near his closet. Freaked out, I look over and see my friend still asleep in the other bed. The overwhelming feeling of a presence other than our own filled the room. My heart was beating so fast and all the hairs stood up on my body. I immediately put the covers over my head and froze. As I lay there for a minute or two the presence remained. And then, I shit you not, I felt the bed compress near my legs like someone sitting down at the foot of the bed. I thought I was frozen enough before but now my organs felt like they even froze. Between the tiny breaths I was taking to minimize my movement, to being tightly under the covers, I felt like I could pass out. Passing out would have been a blessing at that moment, but I must have laid there for hours scared shitless unable to move. At some point I fell asleep, but I never felt the bed decompress before I did. My friend in the room with me slept well all night. My buddy whose house it was just told me it was the ghost the next day, like it was completely normal. He lives on a dangerous corner on a road where several people have died in car accidents, so his family chalks it up to that explaining things. I still convince myself it was my mind playing tricks on me, because I don't believe in that nonsense. This is going to seem somewhat trivial compared to many of the other stories here. My best friend from childhood lived 2 doors down from the county prison, which was also next to a county-owned nursing home. My friend and her brothers had a habit of letting the windows and the door to their house unlocked, and this was always stuck in the back of my mind. This was also a house where they pretty much only use the back door to get in and out of the house. One night when we were 20-ish years old, I slept over at her house as I had done many times before. I think we were alone in her house, which was unusual. We decided to watch the Hunger Games and had her laptop sitting on front of us in the front room of the house and we were sitting on the floor with the lights out. All was fine until about halfway through the movie, we hear someone trying to bang on the back door and get into the back door. We were both pretty scared. I think I might have even screamed, and the person at the back door just kept trying to get in, and the dog ran to the door and started barking. My friend went to go investigate, and I grabbed my cell phone to call for help just in case. Turns out, her brother was coming home from work, and when I had gotten to her house she absent-mindedly locked the door. Her brother didn't have his house keys, since the door was almost always left unlocked. He kept banging on the door, because he knew she was home, and figured she would unlock the door if he knocked long enough. After he went upstairs, my friend and I both agreed that it had scared us. I said, I thought someone had broken out of the prison and was trying to get in. She said she forgot she lived near the prison and had though someone had escaped from the nursing home and was trying to break into her house. I have no idea how you could forget you live 2 doors away from a jail. TLDR, slept over at a friend's house near the county prison and watched a movie in the dark. Someone began banging on the door and scared us. It was her brother coming home from work. During a very cold Christmas season a few years back, I went to warm up my late grandfather's house around midnight, a day before my uncle's family with little kids were arriving to spend their holiday. As had become tradition, This house was right about in the middle of nowhere, but it was homely familiar, so I didn't turn up the lights. Just turned on the TV and cared for the fireplace. While waiting and checking everything was set in the living room, thanks to the TV lighting the room, I noticed this old metallic ceiling hanging lamp apparatus had one of its 6 lamp holding arms leaning down. I casually climbed and kneeled on the dining table for a closer look. The arm had been disconnected from its hub. No big deal. Some wires were showing, but why not just reach up and fix it? Grab one brass arm tightly on the other side to stop the swinging, and put the broken arm back where it W. 240V, and whatever watts those inefficient light bulbs were into, running though me like a screaming dragon. It felt like an hour, but probably took less than 10 seconds until my jolted muscles somehow managed to unclasp my grips and get me off the table. My heart was going absolutely insane, and unconsciously I shouted as hard as possible for the duration. Like an animal. Not at all like a soft-spoken young man alone would, in any circumstance. It was nothing like the feeling one gets from limit-pushing physical training, but the psychological shock factor was indeed a factor. Panting on the floor curled up, I thought I was going to die there, even dealing with the aftermath, waiting for the pulse and adrenaline etc. to go down. Naturally, after a few minutes, I continued to warm up the house as it should, and completely nullified the lamp's bad intentions. The scariest thing is how it could seriously hurt people, especially kids. This made me respect the household electricity more, and hate lamps. 18F at the time. Went to visit a girl I'd met on the internet who lived in a different state. Creepy in itself, right? Don't worry, no real harm came to me, and we were best friends for like 10 years after this. Well, we were both into all things creepy/macabre. It was strange, because she was very religious. She spent summers at church camp, kept a prayer journal, read the Bible regularly, told me she could see demons, etc. That didn't stop her morbid curiosity though. One night after her mom went to bed, she wanted to make our G-board. We made it with some basic crap from around the house, and she explained the rules to me, so obviously this wasn't her first rodeo. Anyway, we play with this damn thing, and something freaks us out. To this day, I don't remember what it was. We say goodbye, and take the thing outside, to put it in the garbage can, because for some reason we were scared to keep it in the house. Fast forward a few hours, I wake to my friend's mom shaking me awake, looking pale and panicked as at $%. Turns out I was screaming and crying in my sleep and my friend couldn't wake me, so she had to get her mom. Apparently I had a nightmare, don't remember it, but my friend said I sounded like I was being murdered. After they calmed down, I was still like, what? Why am I crying? Why are you all freaking out? My friend told her mom she was going outside to burn the OG board. Nothing else of note happened on that trip. Lived in an apartment when I was younger and my mom was dating our neighbor, so I often just went directly to his place after school, and it was normally open as my mom and him sort of treated like our two apartments as a single home connected by an outside balcony and single staircase to get to them. Mom and neighbor are at our place when I get home from school and I really have to sheet, so I'm like fuck it, I can pop privately at his place, except less profane, because I was like 10. Bathroom is pretty much the first door once you get to the apartment, flush against the shared balcony, and with a high up window that looks out to said balcony. Why is that relevant? Well, I'm popping my 10-year-old heart out, seemingly alone, when a voice booms from the balcony, Pookie G-O-P-U-P. It's my neighbor's voice, calling me out, and it's a good thing I'm sitting on the toilet already, because I pretty much pissed myself. Scared the living daylights out of me, and I still have bathroom anxiety a decade and a half later. Also, now the neighbor is my stepdad. Can't even pup in peace in my own house now. Another scary instance is I saw what looked like a dead woman staring out of my friend's attic, but so figured the pup story is more at its speed. I was 16F at my friend's house. She lived with her boyfriend and they were 17F and 19 meters. He was schizophrenic, and I had no idea. Anyway, me and my friend were having a few drinks, and getting underage drunk like usual teen girls, and her boyfriend just plumb disappears. We carry on drinking and smoking and talking shit, and I said worried that he's gone. She said he has probably gone to get smokes or ice cream or something. Door knocks and he's there, with 2 policemen bleeding from the face, and me and her are both shocked and trying to act super sober. Policeman drops him off and says he walked to a local servo, ripped out his lip and ear piercing, and tried to get across the counter. He was super spassy and not like I remembered him at all. She gets him showered and rest and patches him up, then goes have a shower herself as her clothes have blood on them. The second she was out of sight, he pinned me to a wall and said with the biggest smile, "I'm going to faking kill you." And after I called out for her to come back, he let me go and went to the kitchen and came back with a big knife and asked me if I heard him or needed to hear him say it again, that he was going to kill me. She ran out stark naked and calmly took the knife on him and just talked to him calm as per usual, like nothing had happened, and gave him a weird monkey toy and slowly pulled him to bed, and after a bit said he was down and we could get back to our night. I bailed hardcore and said I only stayed as long as I did to make sure she was okay, but she shouldn't stay here alone with him. And what the fuck happened? She explained that he is schizophrenic and she is helping wean him off his meds as he was so dull when he was on them, and that he would never hurt her. I noped the fuck out and never went back. 16-year-old me went to another friend's house, so mum didn't know and was lying about being somewhere she knew. Scariest thing I can remember. Though another time before this I was drunk at the same friend's house and sang cartoon theme songs in her bath and she shaved my arms. Growing up in Philly, my best friends were a girl my age and her brother a year younger. Nice Haitian family that live on the corner of our home block. I stayed the night one time, which was only my second sleepover to a friend's house ever, and as you notice when you start having sleepovers, that each family does certain things a little differently. Their house always had a different scent, combined with the delicious smells of something always on the stove cooking. They decorated different, their furniture and couch coverings were different, had different routines prior to dinner and bedtime and so on. Well, that night, before bed, their mother, whom had a strong French accent, told us the story of how their grandfather finally came to the US from Haiti and died in their home the very day he arrived there. The only item they had that belonged to him, gifted when my friend's parents had married, was a huge wooden grandfather clock, complete with the golden pendulums and gongs every hour. Now don't get me wrong, had I not been like 6 it was beautiful, but because it was noted right after the story of his death, it was just creepy as hell. It stood directly at the bottom of the carpeted stairs leading from the first level to the bedrooms. After that, I had a hard time sleeping and left the bedroom to go down and ask their mom to take me back next door, and as I walked down the steps, there was a loud boom. All the lights flickered and then went out. There I'm wrapped in a ball, middle of the stairs, scared to all hell, and when I opened my eyes, all I saw was the face of the grandfather clock glowing. Started gonging super loud, and a glowing figure that I could not make out anything other than it being the general silhouette of a person. I felt something touch my shoulder and I yelped and jumped, and their mom, who I swore was just downstairs, was right behind me, meaning she came from the second level. Needless to say, I never entered their house ever again. Let me set the stage. I'm 8. Me and a group of people from my school, who are my mum's friends' kids, and I are there with our parents, and we are at one of their houses. We are watching Nickelodeon and we get bored after a while. One of us brings up Bloody Mary. If you don't know what it is, it's where late at night you say Bloody Mary 3 times in front of mirror and Queen Mary or Bloody Mary appears. So we change this to a ghost who comes up and kills you. I was like, no, that's not real, and do it. We turn every light off, get a chair, stand on it, and I say it. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. See, nothing happened. Everyone else was like, oh my god, you've killed us all, why'd you do that? In their defense, we were 8 and 9. I laughed and told my mum the story. So now, our mums are thinking, let's pretend it's real, and one of us can be Bloody Mary and scare the ever-loving shit out of them. And so one of them went up, and after 5 minutes we also went upstairs, and saw the door open and slam shut. Gasps Bloody Mary. This happened over and over, and we were all 100% convinced that Bloody Mary was in this girl's bedroom ready to kill her once she goes to bed. Then someone started crying. I don't remember what happened, but the mum came out and realized I was right. TLDR, I summoned Bloody Mary and everyone freaked out after nothing happened. I told my mum and all the parents played a prank on us kids, where one mum pretended to be Bloody Mary. Edit. A few years ago they also unironically took a Ouija app seriously, so I guess they'll never learn. I'm a real estate photographer, so I'm in a lot of houses that belong to someone else. Once I showed up to photograph a home, and the door is hanging wide open and their little terrier is sitting on the front walkway barking at me. I shoo him away and peek in, knocking and asking if anyone is home. After no one answers, I walk in to see the house is dingy AF, like a film of sticky dirt is just coated on everything. Barely any furniture beyond a couch, dining table, and high chair. Looks like a robbery. I call the real estate agent. She says someone was supposed to meet me there, but she hasn't spoken to the owners all day. She calls them, calls me back, says she can't get a hold of them, but to go ahead and shoot the house. I hear a noise upstairs and give them the benefit of the doubt, so I make my way up. The carpet on the stairs is a little squishy and wet, so I slow my pace while considering the situation. On the second floor, the bathroom has water everywhere, like the tub overfilled, although there's no water in the tub. Spare bedrooms are in shambles, clothes everywhere, dog sheets strewn about. Noises coming from the master. In there it appears the lights are off, won't turn on, bulbs must be blown. All of them, somehow. The noise is coming from the rickety ceiling fan. It's on high speed and sounds like one of the fan blades is ricocheting off the ceiling on every rotation. It's getting ready to go screaming out a window any second. I call out for the 100th time, but still no answer. I trip over something in the dark. It's hard and heavy, looks like a dresser drawer. Definitely a robbery, or something worse. In the dark, I make out a silhouette of the bed as well as a shape under the covers. Thoughts of horror movie victims and the events leading up to their demise reel through my mind. I go to bolt, but think if someone is still here then they definitely heard me coming, and are probably waiting in the hallway. I came this far, and I can see a bedside lamp now. I turn it on. For a few seconds I struggle to make out the form. Looks like a body. But it's not. It's pillows conveniently formed in the rough image of a person under the covers. Doesn't make me feel any better considering the state of the house. I can't physically stand still anymore, so I commit to a cautious, determined gait towards the front door holding my Canon 5D Mark III up as a shield, wary of aggressors hiding around corners. I'm not scared to pummel someone's head with 3 pounds and 35mm of equipment. I make it outside and breath steadily. My phone buzzes. It's the agent. Says she got a hold of the owners. Turns out they had a doctor appointment they forgot about and were in a huge rush. Water everywhere was from speed bathing the kid. Clothes on the ground were from struggling to get dressed in time. The rest of the disheveled house was because they're, apparently, really messy people and forgot I was coming. They didn't latch the door on the way out and dog nudged it open. I realize that's not the ending you all were hoping for, but it's the one I was. Alternate ending phi. A dead man is lying under the covers. I sprint for the door and someone in a mask steps out from the hallway, blocking my path. I continue my momentum into a jump kick and knock him through the drywall in the hallway, followed up by a donkey punch. I run outside where the cops are pulling up, some grilling me with questions, others rushing by me towards the house. Murderer is arrested. I receive a commendation from the PD and a giant tin of popcorn with 3 different flavors. The end. It's not truly scary, but it was a very scary prank at the time. It was sometime while we were still in middle school. My best friend Kara and I walked over to her neighbor's house, Ali, who was also a girl in our grade. I was never particularly close with her, but my best friend was. We were all hanging out, and then a car pulls in her driveway. Ali's eyes got all wide and she said, "It's my dad. You guys have to hide. He doesn't let me have friends over when no one is home." So Kara and I freak out and ask where to hide. Ali told us to get under her bed. So Kara crawls under first, and I go next. We are just laying under her bed facing each other, and Ali leaves the room. A few minutes later she comes back to her room with her dad, and they start talking. Ali, I know when you're lying to me. Dad, there is no one here. Don't lie to me, Ali. I can smell it. He then checks the closet. Kara and I at this point are freaking the fuck out under the bed. I can't quite remember their full conversation after that, but I'll always remember him saying he could smell when she's lying. So the conversation continues going more south, and he sounds angrier and angrier. He voice travels closer to my side of the bed, and then all of a sudden, Ali's dad grabbed my ankle and dragged me out from under the bed. Panicked, sheeting myself, all I can think to say is, "Kara's here too," pointing at her under the bed, and I ratted out my best friend. And then he started laughing, and so did Ali. "We are just messing with ya. Ali told me she wanted to prank you guys." Literally the scariest moment I'd ever faced in my adolescent life. I was nearly in tears, and I'll never live down calling out my best friend like that, lol. Super late to the party, but this one had me pretty shaken. We used to pick up weed from this super scary guy that was a fairly huge dealer of everything in our area. He was addicted to tons of different drugs and constantly on them and unstable. One time we go to his apartment, and as we are coming up the stairs he opens the door with an AK-47 pointed at us. This had actually happened before, so it wasn't as nerve-wracking as what was to come. We walk in, pass his mom in the living room, who thinks nothing of him answering the door like that. We go to his room, and he wants us to hang for a while. Shows us some concoction he has made using Everclear to extract and mix a shit ton of drugs. I don't remember which or the science behind it. He's taking swigs of this drink and getting more and more faked up. Apocalypse Now is playing in his room. I was sitting on a couch across from him just watching him, very nervous. He locks eyes with me, picks up the biggest revolver I've ever seen. I think .50 calories. The thing is huge. I can see what I think are the end of the bullets in the revolving part. He looks at me, lifts it and aims it straight at my head. In the movie guns are going off, people are getting killed, and this dude is seriously faked up on drugs. He smiles, cocks it, and says, "Boom," and makes a motion with it like kickback, and puts it down. All I could see in that moment was the scene from Pulp Fiction where they accidentally shot the guy in the head in the back seat. Just an image of my brains all over the wall behind me. Edit. He has previously told us his story and shown us a bullet hole where he was faking around with his guns and it went off. I don't know if it's true, but he said his mom and her boyfriend has just kissed on the couch and then sat back up normal and the bullet passed between them moments after they moved. My house, but it was during a sleepover. It was past dark and my parents were asleep. My guess is around 2 to 3 am. This was in Georgia. We moved a lot because military dad. But me and two friends were playing Minecraft downstairs. The dog sitting right next to me. I'm petting her. When I get up to get a drink of water, she follows. I grab my glass and turn around, and she's faking gone. 11-year-old me is freaking out. He runs back into the living room and asks, "I'll change their names, Tom and Jerry, if they saw Doggo." Nope, they hadn't. I thought she just vanished into the ethereal room plane, and I got sad and scared. But when we turned around she was there, at the back door, growling quietly. Of note, there's a big ass forest behind the house. She's growling at something. I pay no mind. I pet her and I'm thinking, the fact's she growling at? Well, I look up, and don't see shit. She barks and I see just the tiniest twitch of movement. My friends are by my side, and being 10 to 11-year-olds, we go outside and keep the dog inside. The dog being inside was good, but she immediately started barking. We turn on the light and we can just barely make out the outline of something. I step closer, and I see it. It's a wolf, with a long snout, standing on 2D looking legs, and with long arms and faking claws. I scream and it howls. If you think you've heard a howl, you haven't heard this thing. A mix between a roar, a screech, and what sounded almost like an elk. It books it back into the woods, and we bomb it back inside and upstairs. I had forgot about it in the coming weeks, but I've gotten into horror and scary stories a lot more, and some of the things I've read reminded me of this. I think the worst part is that its howl was so damn loud that it frightened me more than when a jet from a nearby military base broke the sound barrier. We asked my parents, but nobody heard it. So last summer I'm at my girlfriend's house that happens to be in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. She's got neighbors within .25 mile, but it's secluded. She's gone for the night, and I'm there alone. About 11:30 rolls around. I'm in bed watching YouTube, and I hear someone walking around downstairs. Side note, I grew up in a rural area. I've never locked my door in my life. I'm instantly a little nervous. Not my house. Definitely not my girlfriend downstairs. And I'm 100% naked. A couple seconds go by, I confirmed I wasn't hearing things, and proceeded to throw on a pair of sweatpants and grab my pistol. I snuck over to the door, and just stood there kinda peeking out and listening. I heard the footsteps come to the base of the stairs, go up a couple to the first landing then stop. At this point I'm pretty shook. I had my pistol up and ready, but pointed down in case the person making the footsteps was friendly. I didn't wanna point a gun at them by accident, yeah no. A couple more seconds go by, they felt like 3 days, and then footsteps go back down from the landing, and start fading away. Now I'm like okay, I'm going down there, and figuring out what the fuck is going on. So I channel my inner SEAL ×6, and start clearing my girlfriend's house with my phone flashlight and my pistol. Didn't find anything, so I locked the doors, and went back to bed. Creepiest situation I've ever been in. When I was a sophomore or junior in high school, I had these friends E and K. Their dad passed away extremely suddenly on the 4th of July that year. He was healthy and took daily jogs. He had a heart attack on their driveway after one of his daily jogs, and it was too late when the neighbors found him. This really affected their family. E and K were twins. K has BPD, was on the spectrum, and had a slew of other mental disorders. E has NPD and a few others as well. In September that same year, we all had a mutual friend. CC wanted me to help him mask you to the homecoming dance, and I was so excited and said yes. We fixed everything up and everything unfolded at E and K's house in front of their mom, and it got quiet. E didn't seem happy and said, oh, well, I like you as a friend. We can go as a group of friends. Blah blah blah, and basically have the most roundabout rejection I've ever heard, and I didn't understand. K very calmly said she was gonna go for a walk, and we said okay. An hour goes by before their mom realizes K is missing, and we tell her she went on a walk. She flipped shit, started throwing pots and pans, and destroyed the donuts we bought free, and screaming and swearing at us. C and I ran into a bedroom upstairs, and waited for half an hour, where C's Dummers explains to me that he knew K liked him, and didn't realize he shouldn't faking. Ask her twin sister to a dance in front of her. So I'm a mess of emotions. Crying because I think I just assisted someone's suicide. Their mom hates me for that, and I'm pissed at C for being a dumbass. I had no clue K liked C. Another hour goes by, and we just hear screaming, crying, and frantic phone calls from the floor below, when K wanders in, wondering what the fuck is happening. C and I were the only ones in an okay state of mind, so we explain why E and their mom are having a manic episode. She giggled a little bit and said no, I wanted to go on a walk. If I wanted to kill myself, you'd know. E and her mom apologized and hugged me, and C and said that the death of their dad has just really affected all of them. C offered to drive me home, and the last thing I saw before exiting the house was Mama Ek laying on the floor of the kitchen, crying and sobbing into a pile of the pans she threw, trying to put them away. So sorry this was long-winded and stupid. It was a lot to experience in probably 3 hours maximum. Friend of a friend had a party. I didn't know anyone there. A lot of them worked at the same restaurant. The place was this super shady apartment building. Only apartment I've ever been to with those cheap sheet metal screen doors. When we showed up, everyone was drunk, and it seemed like someone was always yelling about something. Half the people were smoking in the apartment. Everything was covered in a fine coast of ash. There were a handful of kids, 3 or 4 years old, wandering around in diapers. The guy throwing the party talked a lot about how he had been a Marine, but that must have been a while ago, because he was really overweight, kind of unwashed, and there was something a bit off about him. He also talked a lot about his girlfriend, how she wasn't being a very good girlfriend to him, and how he had about enough. She was drinking on the deck and all of his friends were riding him about how she was taking advantage of him. I talked with her, and she clearly didn't think there was a relationship. She was beautiful and kind of flirty. She said the guy was letting her stay with him because she was just out of an abusive relationship. Everyone is getting drunker, and one of the guys comes in and says the girl is making out with some guy on the deck. The boyfriend's apostrophe face just kind of went blank and he went back in his bedroom. He comes out a minute later walking straight towards the deck, and I notice he's got his right arm straight down by his side and he's holding a semi-automatic pistol. In the end, he just yelled a lot about how he loved her and how she was disrespecting him, while everyone out there tried to get him to give them the gun, while trying not to get between her and him. In the end, nothing happened. He ejected the magazine from the gun and gave it to a friend, and I left. Didn't go back there again. My mom's story, not mine. TLDR at the bottom. When she was in her early 20s, she visited her friend's house only for a freak snowstorm to trap her there, forcing her to sleep over. She didn't feel particularly comfortable around her friend's family to begin with, so this didn't sit well with her. The room she stayed in was right at the top of stairs on the second floor. For context, her friend was asleep in a separate room while these events began to occur. Even though it was cold outside, it had been warm in the house up until an inexplicable chill woke my mom up. She knew everybody in the house was asleep at this point in the night, but couldn't shake this off feeling. Then, with her bed in full view of the doorway, which was itself in full view of the top of the stairs, she heard these slow, loud, thunderous stomps on the first floor. She ain't stupid. She wasn't about to go investigate what was going on, and she was terrified of what it might be. Eventually the stomps begin happening at the base of the stairs, stop for a few minutes, and then stair by stair, the stomps got closer and closer. It was almost as if something had been waiting at the bottom of the stairs deciding whether or not to go up. All she'd ever tell my brothers, and I, was that she hid under the covers and kept praying as focused as possible for the rest of the night out of sheer terror. The stomps got louder as they approached, and the loudest one stopped right where the doorway would be according to her, and she felt ice cold. No matter what, she stayed beneath her covers praying, and eventually the house warmed up again. Morning came, she packed her bags and never came back. TLDR, mom stayed over at friend's house when she was early 20s. Loud, inexplicable stomps got closer and closer to her room in the night, and she prayed for whatever was there to leave all night. Morning came and she noped the F out of there. This one is a bonus ghost story, so buckle in. I was like 15 and had recently started babysitting. These particular parents stayed out really late every time I was there. Once the kids were in bed, I was on my iPod upstairs near their rooms when I heard noise in the kitchen downstairs. It sounded like some rustling, and I was about to shrug it off as the cat, but it was sleeping across the room from me. Then I started hearing more specific sounds like drawers and cabinets opening, papers moving around, footsteps, all the "oh my god someone is in the house" sounds. So I start cheating my pants because I realized I had to protect these kids if something happened. I had 911 a click away and some stickers a weapon as I went around the stairs. They spiraled, which sucked because to see anything in the kitchen I had to go all the way down. I really don't know what made me do this instead of hiding. When I think back on it, I feel like those horror movie idiots that walk towards the sound. I heard the sounds all the way down the stairs, and when I reached the bottom they stopped. Suddenly a lamp across the room turned off and made me jump. After that it was no secret that I was there, so I peeked around the corner. Nothing. Literally nothing. It was still how I'd left it after baking cookies. No drawers were opened, no doors unlocked, no one there. I ran up those stairs so faking quick and tried to pretend that nothing happened. Never really got an explanation for it. By the way, this was around 2 AM. I think it's pretty unlikely that the lamp would have a timer to turn off that late, but that's not out of the question. Stayed over at a friend's place for the first time in middle school. She introduced me to scary movies/TV shows that I could not watch because of my super conservative family. Prior to sleeping over at her place, she would always mention the creepy stuff that went on at night. Hearing someone typing on the keyboard in the living room. Thought it was neat, but never knew what to make of it. Fast forward to the sleepover. She's giving me and another friend a tour of the apartment and takes us upstairs to a bedroom. The apartment layout was odd. 2 stories, and her room was basically like a balcony room that looked over the living room and kitchen. It was an open room layout. Anyways, the room she took us to has what looks like a really small attic opening on the ceiling. She goes on to tell us she and her siblings are convinced it's an opening to another dimension because when they moved in there, they opened it up and that's when all the creepy stuff started. They didn't find anything in there, if I remember right. Naturally, to a kid who's been taught ghosts are bad and evil, I get excited that her home may be haunted. Somehow by the end of the night it's just us three at home, and we are all still up talking when we hear sounds of something setting their fingers on a computer keyboard. We all shut up and hear it again. It's not a consistent noise, like someone typing sentences, but it was a definite striking of keys, like someone typing very slowly. We all creep over toward the balcony and peer over the side. No one is downstairs. We see no one at the desktop downstairs and continued to hear the typing until it completely stopped. I began to freak out and wasn't able to sleep the entire night. It started up again once we all freaked together and laid on her bed. The noise either eventually drowned out or it stopped. Worst sleepover. I guess I was around 10 years old when this happened. I stayed with a friend of mine, and I always thought her parents were a bit weird. When we were in bed she told me we should go back downstairs when her parents are asleep. That way we would have the whole house for ourselves. I was a bit hesitant, scared that her parents might hear us. But she assured me that this wouldn't be the case. So we waited until her parents went to bed, and we snuck downstairs. She had this sack thing you have to put in the microwave, so it would be nice and warm, and you can put it in your bed while sleeping. She put the sack in the microwave and I guess it made too much noise, because we heard footsteps coming down the stairs, and they were very loud. I, as a shitty friend, ran straight to the toilet, to pretend I had to pee. While I was in the toilet her parents came into the living room, and started screaming at her. Then her dad took the sack thing, which was in a glass bowl in the microwave, and threw it across the kitchen. There was glass everywhere. The mom screamed at my friend, "Look what you made your dad do." My friend started crying, and her dad asked her very angrily where I was. She told them I had to pee, but her father didn't believe her, because I already went to the toilet before we went to bed. I was so scared when I was in that small room, I thought he was going to hit me or something. I don't know if the father hid my friend, because I couldn't see properly from the bathroom door, but it did sound like it. After that her mom sent her back upstairs and told me to come out the toilet and also go upstairs. I ran past the parents and we went back upstairs. We didn't say anything to each other, and I think I never went to sleep there again. I don't think I told my parents what happened, maybe because I thought I was partially to blame for what happened. TLDR, we snuck out of bed, parents got real angry, and threw a glass bowl across the kitchen. I was in 8th grade and my friend was out of town, so he asked me to watch his family's place, feed the cat, check his water, check the water for both his ball python and reticulated python. Sure, easy stuff, especially since he fed both snakes the day before he left. Well, I go over the second day and the worst possible thing has happened. The cat knocked the weights off the reticulated and ball python's cages and they were able to get out. Great. The ball python was about 4 feet long and very passive, but I knew the reticulated python was about 5 to 6 and particularly bitty, though undernourished due to neglectful previous owner. So I call him up, tell him the situation. I grab the cat and put him in the master bathroom after thoroughly inspecting it for either snake. Shut all the doors after a room-to-room sweep. Found nothing. Come back that night to feed the cat again and do his litter box. Sweep the house again and find the ball python next to the PC which was left on. Great. 1 down 1 to go. Come back following morning. His bedroom is open. Reticulated python got it open due to being handle as opposed to knob. I walk in and look to my left to see the ball python still in her cage. I then turn to my right and hanging partially off the wardrobe at my face level well within striking distance was the other python. Grab him and manage to wrestle him back into his cage. Got bit on the arm in the process, but that was a nightmare of 2 days. Went to the restroom during a house party because I suddenly broke out in sweat and had to take an avalanche sheet. It was a proper house with multiple bathrooms, and so I looked for one upstairs to ensure no one would disturb me mid-sheet. The bathroom was really nice, very good lighting, a stone floor shower and decoration everywhere. I took it all in while I let it all out. It was a true avalanche, like a dumpster truck unloading the not so precious cargo. When I finished and wanted to wipe, I came to the shocking realization that there wasn't any toilet paper on the holder. I waited a bit, hoping that the sheet on my eyes would dry or something, and walked like a retarded duck through the room and searched through all the drawers. No luck. I stood in this expensive room and really didn't know what to do. This was in 2004, so I couldn't WhatsApp my friends and there wasn't anyone on that floor of the house that I could ask for help. I'm sure I spent 10 minutes thinking about my options and then panicked and looked for anything that could help me. That's when I saw the towel rack with fresh and beautifully clean towels. Not just plain towels though. Silky smooth stuff. Long story short, I wiped my ass with a bunch of towels and then opened the window in the room and threw them out in panic mode. I returned to the party and acted totally cool like nothing ever happened. When leaving the house, I peeked around the corner and saw the towels covering their beautifully cut edges. I felt bad. New neighbor family had just moved in. Their kid, Ricardo, and I were both in about 6th grade. We are hanging out in one room and our parents in the next. Ricardo says, "Want to see something cool?" and runs out of the room. All of a sudden Ricardo bursts back into the room holding an actual grenade. He's being very secretive and protective. He says it's real and we are not supposed to even know about it, much less be messing around with it. He hands it to me and I'm immediately not enjoying it, so I give it back and tell him to put it back where it came from. He starts laughing hysterically. Everyone in the room is freaked out when Ricardo suddenly brings the grenade up to his face and pulls out the pin and tosses them both to me. I tried for a couple seconds to jam the pin back into the grenade when the fear took over me and I threw it into the next room. I watched, paralyzed, waiting for it to go off. Nothing happened. It's been a couple moments when I realize Ricardo is still laughing, only now his face is buried in his hand. He's laughing so hard it's more like wheezing. It wasn't a real grenade. He tricked us. And what's more is that if it had been a real grenade, it would have killed my dad, because that's the room I threw it into. It was the only place that wasn't here in the same room. I've always felt bad that I almost killed my dad by tossing a grenade near him. Ricardo is in school to become a lawyer now, and he seems like a good dude. I'm much less afraid of grenades. Dad still doesn't know any of this happened. I had this best friend in middle school and half of high school where I would go over to his house and spend the night a lot of the time. The whole family was extremely weird and at times scary. This was in our freshman year of high school and we were both 15. One night, we were in the kitchen around 2 AM. There was a bar you could sit at that split the kitchen and half the living room. I was sitting at the bar way down to the left, whereas he was in the kitchen way down to the right, away from me. We weren't really doing anything loud. I was just making something, and he was doing the dishes quietly. His dad comes down the stairs yelling at him, and only him, that he was being too loud. The dad had a glass in his hand, waving it around. I froze and looked at my friend, seeing he was frozen too. We were both panicking, which I guess made the dad angrier, because before I knew it, he threw the glass at my friend's face. It partially shattered, and when his dad left, I had to pull glass out of his face. Fast forward to his summer between our freshman and sophomore years. We are both 16. His dining room was openly connected to both the living room, the half that wasn't split by the bar, and the kitchen. I was sitting on top of the dining table, facing towards the opposite corner of the room in the living room. I was watching TV while he was making himself some food. He comes over and sets his plate down on the table and I ask him for some more ice in my cup. He takes it and tries to get some ice from his fridge dispenser, but it wouldn't work, even if he switched the modes or whatever. But in his fridge, the ice part was inaccessible, so I was sole. He sits on top of the table with me when all of a sudden the ice starts coming out of the machine. Real life lag. Okay, that's fine. We both stepped down from the table, but before we could get to the ice, every single cabinet swings open and several things fall out of each cabinet. We fled to the living room and hid behind the couch so we couldn't see what was happening. We never figured out what went wrong. This actually just happened last night. I dog sit often for a very wealthy family. They have a very large house and large, fenced-in, property on a secluded street, with two large Weimaraner's. One of them is still pretty young, and has to sleep in her crate. The older one sleeps on her bed, both in the guest room where I sleep. Around 3:30 am I was woken up by an extremely loud noise, like the volume of a transformer exploding or something huge being dropped. But I'm usually pretty groggy when I get woken up, so I didn't really register any details of what it sounded like, just that it was really loud. I opened my eyes and the older dog was on top of me, two legs on either side of my body, her face inches from mine, shaking and crying with her eyes wide. I've never seen her like that. I could see the white all around her eyes. She looked like a spooked horse. I tried to get up, but she wouldn't move. I put on my Papa Talk voice and said, "You wanna go outside?" thinking she would bolt downstairs towards the back door like she usually does, but she didn't move a muscle. She was crying in a way I'd never seen. I could also hear the younger dog crying in her crate. Finally I shimmied out from under her and opened the younger dog's crate. She always runs right out of her crate, but this time she stayed inside, shaking and crying. I opened the door to the guest room and tried to usher them out, but they wouldn't budge, as if they were scared of something outside of the room. When I stepped out of the room to show them it was okay, they started whining even louder until I came back. It really seemed like they knew something I didn't know, like something was in the house. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and did a quick check of the house, while the dogs stayed petrified in the guest room. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I've stayed overnight at this house maybe 35 times and have never experienced this. These are highly intelligent dogs who love running around. Being frozen in fear is not like them at all. I still don't know what the noise that woke me up was, or what the hell freaked them out so badly, but when I tried to take them out again around 6:30 am they went, no problem. It was just super eerie to see them behave so strangely in this huge, quiet house in the dead of night. I'm getting goosebumps just remembering it. TLDR, aunt found my uncle in a pond of blood after attempting suicide, and after getting him to the hospital I spent the whole evening being scared someone else in the family would commit suicide, and then spent my time checking in everyone else that came to support in the flat. Slept at my aunt's flat in holidays, so I could spend time with my cousin. We are both single childs. Anyway, her companion, they were not married, decided to commit suicide one afternoon when we were gone. Aunt find him a few minutes after we came back home. Come to the bedroom door. We were playing videos games. I think Street Fighter 2 on SNES. We were put to by it. Then she said, "Robert, my cousin, your dad is dead." We laughed hard cause we thought it was a joke. She would make that kind of jokes sometimes. She repeats, "Robert, your dad is dead." Harder laughs on our side. Third time she repeated. I laughed. My cousin started to worry. Then she explained he cut his veins in the bathroom, so I kept my taller cousin behind me and walked the hallway to the bathroom. I bent to see what's in the bathroom, and there he was, face down, in a red pond of blood on the white floor. You'd think this was the scary part. It wasn't, because I was a kid and my reaction after would create something worse for me. We call the urgencies, we get him saved. He is still alive, as far as I know. Half the family come to the flat this evening. Most of us lived in the same city. I spent the whole night turning around the flat to make sure nobody else would commit suicide. I was so scared someone else would jump from one of the balcony. Yeah, they had a big flat. The man was a doctor, or do something else stupid. That is one of the scariest thing that happened to me, and it lasted hours. If you follow me correctly, the doctor failed his suicide. He cut his veins in his arms and throat, but we must have arrived just after that, so we saved him. In 5th grade, a few friends and I were invited by a fellow classmate, named Ian, to come over to his house after school on an early day. It was like late morning/early afternoon. It was 6 of us total, myself, 3 other friends, Ian and his little brother. We walked the 10 to 15 minutes to his house with the assumption of hanging out and playing N64. It was a very bad call in hindsight, because it was very apparent that Ian was special. The kid obviously had some mental instability issues with a bad temperament, but being the young kids that were, of course playing video games, and checking out the kid's collection of Pokemon cards, while his parents were not home was a good idea. So we get to house, and we're all walking in and stuff, perusing, and to my surprise, it's a pretty damn nice house. Obviously, his parents were doing decent. Me and another friend are dicking around outside around the pool, and we hear some yelling and screaming, which caught our attention, and a few moments later our other friends are running and scrambling. And then Ian barges out of the faking house, and he has a faking shotgun. Apparently, his little brother pissed him off, and he went under his parents' bed, and pulled out a faking pump shotgun. While he was brandishing the faking thing, adrenaline kicks in and everyone is running around. We make it to the front door and get the fuck out. Hands down one of the most intense and dangerous situations in all of my 30 years of life. Quite a memorable one. So when I was in elementary school, so like 12 or 13 years old, I was friends with this girl, who we can call Rose. So me and our other friend Kelly were over at Rose's house. Her mum was going out to meet up with Rose's dad. They were divorced, but on good terms, and told us that she was in a fight with her boyfriend, and if he called to tell him she was out with some friends. So anyway, the mum went out, and sure enough the boyfriend calls the house. We let it ring, but he's determined, and eventually Rose answers and tells him we were listening to music and didn't hear the phone. A lie, but whatever. She tells him her mum is out with friends. She hangs up, and we get back to our shenanigans. Fast forward about 15 minutes and we hear pounding on the door. Obviously scared, the three of us hide in Rose's room. The boyfriend was screaming that he'll come in and find us, and we'd be in trouble. So Rose calls her mum, who starts making her way home. The boyfriend breaks down th door and starts slamming drawers and closets looking for us. Why he thought we would fit in a cutlery drawer is beyond me, but whatever. Her mum gets home and diffuses the situation. We all go downstairs to see her, and the mum is crying and so upset for us. The faking boyfriend then yells at us for playing music so loud in a townhouse and says that Kelly and I are so ignorant and spoiled because we live in detached houses. Lol, what the fuck. Okay. Doorbell rings and Rose's dad is there and notices boyfriend in he back. The boyfriend is some massive bodybuilder and her dad is a little Bob the Builder, so it's quite a difference. The dad gets spooked and jolts, dropping the bottles of wine he brought over. Finally the boyfriend half-heartedly apologizes to us and leaves. We get a call from a Chinese restaurant and it's poor Rose's dad asking if it's safe to come back. He comes back. The girls all bake cookies and have a bomber sleepover. The end. Once I was at my dad's ex-girlfriend's for the day while he was working what I believe was a 2 to 10 shift. His longtime buddy was over. Mind you, this man basically tried to murder my dad already once by sending his dogs after him, and also beat the shit out of him twice. This happened years ago, but obviously you get my drift, that this guy is violent. So, fast forward to the evening, and he is all up on my dad's girlfriend, and my 13-year-old self isn't dumb. I know what's going on. Soon enough, later that night my dad arrives home from work. A few minutes pass, and he walks into the living room and sits beside me on the couch. He's shaking, quiet, and extremely scared. I've never seen my dad show the slightest bit of fear or vulnerability before. He takes me outside and into his car, and we go to the convenience store to get a carton of milk. Once we come back, my dad's so-called buddy was gone. I never learned this until years later, but that night he threatened to stab my dad with a huge knife he had on him. Apparently it was due to jealousy over my dad's girlfriend at the time. It's not done yet, because around 2 years ago my mom's ex's son got stabbed in the face and neck by the same man literally a couple of years later, a half a centimeter away from his jugular. Small world. At least now he's in jail, like he should be. Stupid prick. Mid-20s. Witnessing a sporadic domestic dispute between several really big drunk people that I barely knew. I had just started dating this gal at the time and she sporadically invited me to her place where she was hosting a small gathering. At about 1 in the morning we are all sitting in her backyard, bonfire blazing. Everyone had a lot to drink. Suddenly a friend of hers randomly decides to get up, cross over to another dude, and just pimp slaps the guy as hard as he can, knocking him out of his chair. Pimp slapper then decided to cross the yard and pick up a faking log. He makes like he's about to go berserk on everyone with it. Several of the other people there start trying to talk him down. Gal I was dating ushers me inside and quietly calls the police. Cops took about 20 minutes to show up, during which the pimp slapper had knocked someone down with a log, dropped the log, and proceeded to pimp flail and swing at people. 3 squad cars show up. Takes 4 cops to wrestle him to the ground and get him the fuck out. Ambulance shows up and takes away the dude that was hit with the log. I end up freaking the fuck out and call it a night, heading home. Next day she's all like, oh yeah, that's not the first time that's happened with him. We are just used to it. I ended up calling it off with her a day later, because if that was what she considered normal, I didn't want to know what was out of the ordinary for her, or what other kind of crazy she included in her life. I was at a then boyfriend's house waiting for him to come back from an errand. I was laying down on his sofa, watching TV. Just when I was about to doze off, I see out of the corner of my eye that the door is opening a bit, and he starts to say hi, but he noticed that I was dozing off. So he immediately gets quieter as he comes in. I try to tell him it's fine, I'm awake. He doesn't have to be quiet, but find I can't move and can barely make any noise from my mouth. I have a history of sleep paralysis that pops up every couple of years, so I'm somewhat used to it, and I'm just a bit frustrated and annoyed with myself at that moment. In trying to snap myself out of the sleep paralysis, I alternate between relaxing and trying to move and make noise. Unless you can see my eyes are open, it must just look like I'm having a fitful sleep. So as I'm doing this, trying to alert him that I'm awake, making weak attempts to move around, I can see him quietly put his stuff down, put a couple things in the fridge, and quietly go to the bathroom with this little smile on his face. Must be 'cause I'm so cute when I sleep. Then I see him quietly tiptoe out of the bathroom toward me, who is still trapped in sleep paralysis. Then I see him put both his hands up in front with fingers out like he plans to tickle me awake, with this dopey grin on his face. I try to fuss more, but I still can't snap out of it. But I'm sure he must be able to see my eyes are open at this point, because I'm staring right at him, with what I'm guessing is a look of horror at the prospect of being tickled while paralyzed. Then out of nowhere he takes out a knife and immediately slices me open down my right side. He's still got that goofy, but now more excited, grin on his face, after I see his knife cut a 8 to 10 inch slit from my lower ribs to my hips, while I'm still paralyzed. I can see inside my body, and blood filling the slit and oozing out, but it doesn't hurt. I guess it's because I'm in shock. I try to scream, but I can only make quiet gag noises and wriggle a bit. Then, he disappears, the cut disappears, and the room is empty. I'm still paralyzed, but also confused, terrified. My heart is racing. What seems like about a minute later, I hear him opening the door. Lol, if this was a creepypasta, I guess it just ended there. When he came in I was still paralyzed, but before he made it a few feet and I was able to snap out of it. That whole prior sequence, apparently, was sleep paralysis with hallucination, which I was definitely not used to. In my life I've had that 4 times, but this was the only time I had it at someone else's house, and the only time it involved someone I knew. I told my then boyfriend about it later, and his feelings were hurt. He thought it meant on some subconscious level I thought he was a monster or horrible person. Has not, has actually great, and we're still friends. Not me but a friend. We are staying at my friend's cabin getting high, when he asks if we ever heard his story about the woman. None of us know what he is talking about, and a grim look appears on his face. He tells us about what happened to him a few months ago, while he had several people over one night after a party. They were in his room, all sleeping on the floor, like you do at a sleepover. We are all between 17 to 19. It was at his mom's house in a well-off white neighborhood, where crime is no big presence and no one locks their doors. It is just that type of place. We would always just walk into his house instead of knocking. He and his friends were asleep in his room upstairs after their long night, when my friend Semi woke up due to a creaking noise coming from the door to his room. He believes he sees a tall slender woman walk around the room and reach down to touch the forehead of one of the boys. He thinks maybe it was a fever dream. He had mono at the time, so he goes back to sleep not wanting to just lay awake. Later, when everyone is awake and eating some breakfast, they are talking about last night and one boy, who was supposedly touched on the forehead, says that he had the craziest dream that some woman in a white gown came into the room and looked around, then stood over him and touched his face. But he figured he had just been having a weird dream. Apparently each boy had seen her but none chose to get up. My friend called his mother, who had already gone to work, to ask if it could have been her, but she had stayed the night at her boyfriend's house that night. His sister was still away at college, over 3 hours away. From then on, they lock their doors every night. I had this friend I originally met in elementary school that I was really close to. She wasn't my best friend per day, but we hung out a lot well into high school. I'd spend the night at hers a lot, and she had an older brother that was 2 years older than us. He was always kind of a dick, but I somehow developed a crush on him. When we were freshmen in high school, I ended up spending the night at hers as per usual, and her brother was home. I was 15, and he was 17 going on 18 at the time. He ended up coming downstairs to watch Nightmare on Elm Street with us, and my friend fell asleep on the couch because she kept closing her eyes and plugging her ears, and it ended up just being me and him awake. Her parents were in Vegas for the weekend, and my mom had let me spend the night because it was something we always did from the time we were in 4th grade. Before I know it, he has his hand on my thigh and we are making out. We ended up upstairs in his bedroom, and I lost my virginity that night. As he's balls deep in me, we hear my friend from the living room calling for us, clearly panicked, and me and him both are freaking out because holy fuck, we're teenagers having sex and about to get caught by his sister and my friend. So what do we do? He pulls out of me with a quickness and shoves me out of bed, throwing me my bottoms. As he does that, I hit my head on his side table and get my nose and end up with a nosebleed. I run into the bathroom, stumbling with this nosebleed with my hand pressed against my face as she's heading up the stairs. She ended up finding me in the bathroom. I explained I was so disheveled because I had gotten a nosebleed, and a few minutes later, as she's helping me in their bathroom, her brother comes out acting super sleepy and like a dick, as if we had woken him up, and was being a massive dick to me. We went to bed, and her brother managed to wake me up in the middle of the night without waking her, and we made out again. For the next year, before he went to college, this ended up turning into a regular thing, where we'd be huging up / were secretly dating under her nose in our spare time. She still doesn't know we had sex, or if she suspected it, has never said a peep. One time I was spending the night, and my friend said both of his grandparents died in the house and weird stuff would happen. Seemed like he was trying to scare me. They had a game room I was sleeping in. I had the door shut and the TV on the video game component before I turned it off to go to sleep. If the console wasn't on, it would be a black screen. I woke up suddenly at like 3 AM startled because the TV was on static, making loud noise, and the room door was open, but I was the last to go to sleep, and when I got up to check, everyone else was sleeping. It woke me up immediately, and I think it had just been turned on when I woke up. Unnerving. I ended up sleeping in my friend's brother's bed, who wasn't home, because I couldn't go to sleep in that room. I was at another friend's house that I stayed at a lot, sleeping on his couch by his porch window. It's a big window, and it was like 5 or 6 AM. Day is just breaking, but it's really dark and cloudy, and it's lightning and thundering really hard out. He lives across the street from a park with a bunch of pine trees, and in a period of 5 minutes there must have been a dozen strikes hitting those pine trees or the area right around his house. A gust of wind blew his back door open, which we all usually locked when we went to sleep. You could audibly hear the wind coming in. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Was at a historic house downtown, and we were doing a haunted tour of the city, and that was the meetup place. Was with my fam, and the place is a museum also. Kept going into this Native American room by myself and felt like I was being watched / followed, and it creeped me out to be in there, and I told my fam. We walk outside to meet the tour guide when he arrives, and he says, our first stop is this house you just came out of. I tell him I felt weird in there, specifically in that one room. He tells us that that was the former owner's room, who was a barber and killed his wife and buried her in the backyard. My fam turned to me like maybe the kid is not full of shit.
Had one friend put an unloaded gun to me and my brother's head right as we walked in as some sort of joke. Had another kid dry fire an unloaded .22 rifle at my bro in his house mid conversation, like it was nothing, and he didn't know if it was loaded or not. So pretty mild I guess. Edit, I forgot one. Me and my friend used to hang out with this guy we did lawn work for who was a family friend. We would talk about weird shit and play ping pong, but we never got any weird pedo vibes from him, although he said some suspect shit. We were like 14 or 15. We would spend hours in his garage playing ping pong and talking with him. Friend told me years later that he committed suicide because apparently he did something with a kid and either couldn't live with himself or didn't want to go to jail. But I don't know if it's true or not. Not me but almost. Freshman year a bunch of us, about 5 of us, went clubbing and drinking. Got pretty wasted and we slunk back to the house belonging to one of them, Ray. As we were sloshed, we just pretty much laid down anywhere in his room and fell asleep. There was a fluorescent tube switched on, a recessed type underneath the overhang cabinets. That was a study table lamp of sorts. Funny how my mind remembers these details. For some unknown reason I stirred after some time had passed and groggily opened an eye. I watched Ray pull down the pants from one, his dick in his hand, as he slowly beat his meat and groped around. He went on to the next. And the next. He came on the third friend and looked around to wipe up the mess. I recall not being shocked at the time, the haze of alcohol probably still inhibiting whatever fight or flight response I had. I simply watched, through slit eyes, everything that transpired, without any emotion. I know I closed my eyes when he turned around and couldn't open them back up again. When it was morning, it didn't seem like anything was amiss. I've never told anyone else in that group what happened that night. The 4 of them were tight. I was mostly an acquaintance that made up the numbers for a night out in town. From time to time, I just stopped going with them and have never drank myself to that levels ever again. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if it came to my turn, or if anything did happen. I still feel like a dirty spectator. Ray's a high-flying corporate guy now the last I've heard. Shrug, he walks his path, I walk mine. My fiance's house is haunted, and I have a few creepy stories. When I first started staying at his house a couple of months after we got together, he told me about how his house is haunted. He told me a few stories of things that happened to him and his family, even weirder than anything that's happened to me there. If anyone's interested, I'll follow up with a couple. Anyway, as we were talking about these things that had happened, a huge, thick hardback book fell over on his shelf. The hardback book stood by the wall and 2 or 3 other books were stacked against it on the other side. The book was thick enough to stand alone and there were no windows or doors open that cold let wind in to blow it over. A couple of weeks later, I stayed at his again. He has a PC in his room and, connected to the PC, a radio/speaker. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the radio turning on. At first I thought it was probably on a timer or something to come on at maybe 8 AM to wake him up as an alarm, and since I was awake I fumbled about for my phone to check the time. It was 3:00 AM. All I remember was the radio presenter talking with another man between 2 songs. The next morning, after I must have fallen back asleep with the radio on, I mentioned it to him. I told him the radio came on in the night around 3 AM, to which he replied, "What radio?" I told him it was the radio connected to his PC, the one he used as a speaker, and he then told me it had only ever been used as a speaker. It had never been connected to any radio station or used as a radio before. I'm not great when it comes to radios, but I'm fairly sure they don't just tune themselves into stations. You have to do it yourself. A few more stories include his PC turning itself on and off again. Also around 3 AM, 10 fridge magnets moving themselves down the fridge and over a lip at the bottom onto the freezer compartment, and a stair creaking literally inches from where I was stood at the bottom. I was seeing this girl back in high school. I had a habit of sneaking into the apartments of girls I was seeing/interested in back then, with their consent of course, in the middle of the night. One night around 1 AM I text this girl and ask her if I can come around. She says that it's okay, but we have to be quiet because her mom's boyfriend, practically her stepdad, is over.
Neither of them are okay with visitors just popping by in the middle of the night. I really want to see her, so I'm just like, no problem, I'm coming over. So, as expected, we weren't maybe as quiet as we thought we would be. At some point, while we are in her room, we hear a noise coming from the mom's bedroom and a man's voice saying, "What the fuck?" She tells me to quickly hide behind the door, and she says she'll go out to distract them. She leaves the room, and I'm hiding behind the door. Then I hear heavy footsteps approaching. It takes him less than 2 seconds to walk in the room and close the door to find me there. He is a massive built 6'5" plus figure man wearing just his boxers, and he is holding a long ass knife in his hand. Keep in mind this is the first time we are seeing each other. We both just freeze there for a moment as I probably look terrified. Then he comes over and grabs me by the shirt and in a deep cold voice just says, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" And I don't manage to get a word out. At least in that moment the girl comes running in again explaining away that I'm a friend and to let me go. Basically I got off with a scare. I apologize to both them and flee the hell out of there. It was a real relief after I left, as someone could have easily reacted violently to finding a stranger in the house in the middle of the night. When I was like 13, I made friends with this girl in school who was kinda ignored by everyone because her family was poor and she lived in a caravan park. I didn't really have any friends and I felt sad for her, so I befriended her and eventually she invited me over. My mum was pretty skeptical about it, but I promised her it would be okay and that if anything happened, I would ask to borrow a phone and call her to get me. We drove to the caravan park. My mum and her mum said polite hellos and did their mum introductions, and then my mum drove off. This girl and I had a fun time wandering around the caravan park, even though she talked about a lot of sexual things and a lot about boys, which I thought was weird, but also kinda exciting, because I'd never really been exposed to that. It got dark. We made our way back to her caravan, and that's when I met her dad and siblings. We ate some microwave dinner, and then it was decided that we would watch a movie. It was Hollow Man, at least I think that's what it was called, and because they didn't have like furniture, apart from 2 armchairs taken by the parents, me being a guest and all, I was offered the best seat in the house, which happened to be the dad's lap. I really didn't want to, but they said it was rude to turn it down, since the others had to sit on the floor, so I did. I'm pretty sure there was a rap scene in the movie, and the dad put his arms around me, like he was cuddling me. It freaked me the fuck out. I hardly slept, and then when mum got me the next day, I made the decision to never go back there. Her family ended up moving away soon after, and I always wonder if she's okay. Home invasion. I was about 18. Me and 4 others were sat in my friend's flat just chilling. There was a knock at the door. One of my friends answered the door and 6 men burst in the door, some with hammers in hand, some with metal police truncheons. They were all screaming and shouting at us. They wanted money. There was no money. The more they were told there was no money, the angrier they got. One in particular, clearly the leader, started going at the knees of the flat owner with his hammer, pleading and swearing on his children's life there was no money in the house. This didn't help. He ended up with 3 hammer blows to the head. He lay in a pool of blood at my feet. I was doing my best to calm the 2 girls that were in the flat, both of whom were screaming/sobbing. Fortunately nobody else in the flat was assaulted, and after around 20 minutes, it felt like forever, realizing there really was no money in the flat, the men left. Not before smashing the place to pieces, taking all of our phones and wallets and anything of value in the flat, the TV and PC. My friend the flat owner somehow got up from the hammer attack. To this day I don't understand how he didn't sustain lasting damage. Maybe he did. Or die. Police and ambulance were called, and a long night of police interviews ensued. The men had got a tip-off that my friend whose flat we were in had received a good chunk of compensation money after an accident at work. Although the tip was correct, my friend had not yet received the money. He did 3 days later. That night he threw a big party and there was probably around 30 people in his flat. I always wonder what might have happened if they had shown up on the right day and had entered the flat, only to find all those people, many of which you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of. TLDR, sat in my friend's flat. 6 men bust in, demand money, smash flat up, smash flat owner up, leave. A couple of years ago, aged 23, I was with my girlfriend at her best friend's house. She was having kind of a couples get together. Her best friend lived with her boyfriend in a semi-detached house in a neighborhood known to be somewhat dangerous. Not extremely so, but you would be right to get nervous while walking alone on the streets there at night. So, us three couples were there, eating, drinking, and smoking some weed. We were talking and playing music. We weren't really loud. Nothing especially out of the ordinary. We knew ahead of time that their neighbor is a somewhat weird dude, but more in an autistic way. At one moment during the evening we hear a knocking at the door. Our host goes and opens it. And there he stands. A 6', 40-ish bald guy, pale beyond comprehension, mumbling and pleading that we quiet down. We could barely understand him. I did catch that he was talking about having to go to work, which was weird because it was a Sunday, and before he came down we could hear him talking to someone upstairs rather loudly. He left, we were creeped out, and I left with my girlfriend rather quickly. A couple of days later, I look at the news on my cell phone in the morning and see a gruesome report. The guy that came downstairs killed his girlfriend and himself. They moved out of there to another town, and I broke up with my girlfriend later. I never found out why did he do it. Poor people. I remember this story, and all I do is miss my girlfriend. God damn it. I was spending the night at my neighbor's house when I was 7. He was 9. We lived on a somewhat rural road that came off a small highway. We did all kinds of the usual dumb shit like shoot BB guns at cars, have BB gun wars, where one time I lost a piece of my right ear, whole other story lol, and a bunch of other idiotic kid shit. To claim we were good kids would be less than accurate lol. We get the idea to egg houses. We wait till midnight and raid his fridge, but alas, only one egg. Which looking back is odd as there were like 3 farms on our street as well, but anyway, we head to my house, sneak in, steal 3 more eggs, so we each have 2, and sneak back out. My direct next door neighbor is a small time farmer, county sheriff, and a gigantic prick. So we decide he shall be our unsuspecting victim. We carefully sneak into the front yard of his property like proper G.I. Joes on a night mission. After reaching our position, being pussies for 5 minutes, and building up the courage to carry out our final assault, my buddy launches his 2 eggs. One hits a bush and the other hits near the front door. Success. I wind up and begin to chuck my first egg, but just as I'm releasing the egg the front porch light kicks on. Just as my buddy is about to scream holy shit, the egg hits the gigantic front bay window and makes the most horrifying breaking glass sound some little kids have ever heard. The combination of the porch light and the breaking glass sent us sprinting and screaming for the street like Satan himself was gonna burst put the door with a shotgun and hordes of flying monkeys. We finally made it to the street, crossed, and dove into the ditch. Which of course broke my second egg while landing, and covered my entire left arm in yolk. So here we are, hiding in a sewage ditch at 1 AM between a raving madman and field freshly sprayed with manure, hearts racing, covered in yolk, 2 young boys with no balls yet dropped lol. After what seemed like hours, we army crawl about 400 yards in the ditch and sneak back in his house, change clothes, and obviously never go to sleep that night lol. The next morning after breakfast we go outside and pretend to play football in the lot between our houses for a while to inspect for the police. No commotion at all. We decide to go for a walk down the street and see how bad it is. To our surprise, as we get close, the window hadn't even cracked. It was just the sound of the egg. We also found out later that he had a motion sensor porch light when we got brave enough, 0.3 years later, to go there trick or treating. As it turned out, we both almost had heart attacks and crawled through sheet and piss over absolutely nothing at all. LMAO. I was maybe 14 or 15 at the time. Stayed over at a friend's house for the night. We were, both a bit socially awkward and nerdy, so we had a small, but close group of friends. He lived out in the middle of nowhere, so we had fun looking at deer in his backyard and walking to / from the nearby town to hang out with our other mutual friends. The sun set, and it came time to go inside and go to sleep. I had been to his house before, but had never gone inside. Their house was a bit cluttered but nothing unhealthy or anything. I'm fully expecting to sleep in a sleeping bag on the floor, like he did staying at my place. I get into my friend's room and it's filled with horror movie stuff that was all pretty cool, but then I notice he's got a second bed. It looks unused compared to the rest of the room. He says here, let me move some stuff. You can sleep here tonight. I'm thinking okay cool, no hard floor. I then ask why he had a second bed in his room. And it hits me. I remember mid-question. He had told me before that he had a brother that died in his sleep when he was younger. My friend was the one who found him, I think. It seems they kept his bed clean, and the things he had to move were some of his old toys they kept out on the bed in remembrance. Coincidentally, I have the same first name as his late brother, and I seem to remember seeing some childhood signs or something with my name on them. Despite my friend trying to be hospitable and insisting that I sleep in the bed, I decided to attempt to sleep on the floor instead. I didn't sleep at all that night, and it was the only time I stayed the night at his place. That was damn near 20 years ago, and we are still really good friends, but damn that night creeped me right the fuck out. I found out that I was black at a friend's house. So I'm 15 or so at the time, and I attended a pretty nice private Catholic school. Obviously being that young you're aware of your racial background, but I wasn't thoroughly schooled to the weight it carries in society. Growing up, attending private schools my entire life, had friends of all races, and I also have cousins of every shade, so it honestly isn't something I find that different. Someone who doesn't look like me has been around me basically every day for years. Moving forward. Visit one of my friend's houses. I've been there before and definitely met every member of his immediate family. It's about 8 PM in October, so it's dark outside in Ohio. I'm wearing an all black Nike hoodie with the matching black sweatpants and the black beanie. I casually walk to their side door down the driveway, just as my friend instructed me through text moments ago. The door was fixed towards the back of the house, so you rounded one corner and boom, door's right there. Not as soon as I took one step around the corner, his mother was simultaneously exiting and shutting the door. I stopped in my tracks with a charming smile, eager and ready to greet her with a warm hello Mrs. Zucker. The moment she made eye contact with me, a look of movie-worthy terror contorted her face to the most terrified, crazed gaze I have ever seen in my earthly life. Then in an instant a scream so powerful and full of fear came bellowing out of her lungs that my ears rang. All of her kids ran downstairs, including my friend, who's just like oh fuck didn't see this coming. The neighbors came out back. I'm borderline in tears. Like please calm down, I'm sorry I scared you. I didn't mean to. Then I realized damn. That black skin is a MF. Lol, wouldn't trade it for the world. But it was nuts realizing I can scare someone that bad with a smile. When I was 8, I was friends with a girl down the street from me who had a faked up mom. Her mom was like 400 plus lbs, clear self-esteem issues. She would always be yelling at us and walking around the house in dirty underwear. Well, the mom had a gross boyfriend who was stupid, abusive, in jail a lot, drunk, mean and stuff. I never met him because he was always in jail, but my friend would tell me about him. We were both girls, but my dad was into mixed martial arts and trained us. We both would practice in her backyard and joke about kicking his, as if he ever came back. One day I came over, and she said boyfriend got out of jail and she looked stressed. She said that she was afraid he would molest her, and that her older adult brother was coming to pick her up, so she could stay with him. I was scared, and went to go home, and suddenly I heard my name being called. Provocative, a skeleton, come in here. I was being called to my friend's mom's bedroom. My friend's mom had a habit of being gross. She was very fat, and would walk around in her underwear a lot. But when I came in her room she was naked, and I saw a man naked in the bed. She was looking at me, and said I didn't know you were here. Yeah, I just came over. Hi. Well, come over here, and say hi to boyfriend. I said hi. I don't want to come closer, that is rude. I said to come over here. I don't want to. I started crying. I remember being super scared and thinking I was going to be molested or something. My friend's mom was yelling at me, demanding me to come over, and I just ended up running out the room and coming home. My parents saw me crying and freaked out. When I told them what happened, they were outraged. My uncle and dad went there, and they basically kicked the boyfriend's ass and called the cops. Scariest moment I remember at my friend's house. I didn't see my friend after that. She moved in with her brother. I was 8, slept over at my dad's youngest sister's house, and woke up to the sound of people fighting. I thought there were burglars arguing in the living room. I was in my cousin's room, 10 steps away, and he owned a pair of bastons, so I grabbed one of them. I opened the door and screamed at the sight of my uncle rearranging my then 15-year-old cousin's face for returning home drunk late at night. Uncle stopped punching when he heard me, and the face he looked at me made me freeze in fear. Cousin kicked him hard in the stomach, enough to free himself, and took me back into his room. He locked his bedroom door, we blocked it with a cabinet, and we both collapsed on the floor in tears as my uncle was screaming at the other side. We passed out on the floor with him cradling me in his arms, as if I were a baby again, promising me that he'll never let me be in harm's way again. I never spent the night there again, and uncle does not seem to have remembered that event. Dad, who never really liked this brother-in-law, didn't question me why I avoid him like the plague. Cousin is like an older brother to me. He sees me as his own sister, and he drank less since then. That incident didn't stop him being gone for hours though. Turns out that uncle is a verbally and physically abusive drunk, which lead to cousin to ironically drink his problems away too. The difference is that cousin is a sad weepy drunk who would lock himself in his room to sleep it off, not like his father who would hurt anyone for a reason. Bastons, look up Filipino martial arts, Ana/Kali/Eskrima, and the weapons. They look like giant chopsticks. One night I was at my friend Bradley's house when I was 18. Bradley had one of the cool parents, so he would often drink when everyone came over. Well, one night me and a few friends were at his house in the game room watching Marble Hornets, Slenderman series, when he started getting a little too drunk to be awake. After about 30 minutes he sat up like an Nosferatu, looked at all of us one by one, like he was about to murder us, then went back to sleep. 20 more minutes go by, and he wakes up again, but this time he just gets up and leaves without saying a word despite all of us asking if he was okay. We just assumed he went to his own room to go lie down. About 20 minutes later we go to check on him and can't find him in the house. Then we get a text from him that is just a black picture. It's about 4 AM, so we go outside to go look for him, and we see handprints all over the side of our cars, and after 15 minutes of searching we go back inside and up to the game room to find out if we should tell his dad what was going on. While we are upstairs we hear what sounds like a gun being loaded. Bradley's family is full of gun nuts, so at this point all of us are freaking the fuck out, because this is also out of character for him. 30 minutes go by, and we hear nothing. We eventually all got the courage to run downstairs and leave the house. As we are passing the stairs we see him cuddling a rifle, crying and saying he's not real, he's not real. We hopped in the car, drove away, and called his dad. Turns out he was drinking from a bottle with 4 different types of alcohol in it, and he had forgotten he was on medication. The combination had him hallucinating and thinking Slenderman was after him all night. Probably too late to comment, but I will anyways. I had a big group of friends in high school, and one of the kids in the group lived in a house with just a single mom. She was never home, so we had free reign of the place. It was the party house. We would be over there every weekend, 15 to 20 people all playing 16-person LAN Halo 2 parties till the break of dawn. Sounds great, right? Only catch was his house, especially the basement, creeped everyone out. It was the biggest area of the house, and where we all had to play, but no one would be down there by themselves. You would have the feeling you were being watched. Get the chills when it is hot as hell in there. There were 16 kids in a basement, lol. At the bottom of the stairs to the basement there was a door to go into the actual basement room. If all of us who were home were down there, you would hear footsteps running up and down the stairs, and when you opened the door, no one was there and no one else in the house. At night, you could randomly hear kids laughing, weird sounds, always very cold in the basement even during summer. Right in front of the entrance to his house, his main door was the staircase to go upstairs. A few times I would come over and knock on his door to see if he was home, before texting was a thing, and a few times heard running up and down the staircase from inside and kids laughing. All those times no one was home. But one night was super weird. They had a piano in the room above where we all played. One night I was there with a few friends. It was about 1 AM, and it was just us 6 in the house when we started hearing the sound of a piano playing. We stopped playing and noticed it was coming from upstairs. Of course I was the one who went to look first. We went upstairs and the piano was playing by itself. Not an actual song, just random keys being pressed. It didn't stop when we walked in the room. It kept playing. I physically watched the keys being pressed down without anyone touching them. Then after what seemed like forever, in a state of shock, came the kids' laughter. That is the last few minutes I have ever spent in that kid's house. Years passed and we drifted apart, but I really want to know what the fuck that was. That was some creepy shit. And no, the piano was no electric or whatever. It was just a classic standalone old piano. 2 stories. Both with the same friend, but only one was actually his family. So I will start with that one. His older brother was a heroin addict and was kicked out of the apartment my friend, the brother and dad lived at. We were around 12 to 13. His brother was in his 20s. I spent the night with him, and the next morning before his dad left for work he said, whatever you do, don't let anonymous in the house. So few hours pass, and we hear a banging on the door. Hey little bro, I got to get some of my things. Let me in. He had already gotten all of his stuff in the night, before he was begging for money from the dad. He probably wanted to steal stuff to pawn. My friend told him he couldn't let him in cause dad said. He became enraged and started beating on the door, kicking the door. He was screaming and crying and threatening to kill my friend and himself. This went on for what seemed to be an hour, progressively getting more extreme. We were both actually very scared. Then, extremely calm, he said, I already read it 420. Your dad is here to pick you up. I looked out the window and lo and behold, my father was outside talking to the brother. I gathered my things and left. I was scared, but also relieved my dad was there to take me home and away from that. I never really asked my friend what had happened afterwards. The next story, I was around the same age. The same friend as previously spoken of, another friend and I all went to a kid's house to stay the night and go to a playland the next day for his birthday and play laser tag. We show up and the birthday kid's apartment is horrendous. It was messy and stinky. Dishes everywhere. Drug paraphernalia, a bong, on the living room coffee table. His family is what gets me. It was his mom and his dad's girlfriend. The dad and girlfriend were drug addicts. They fought with each other like crazy the entire time. The mother seems totally normal, was nice and kind and probably embarrassed. That night the mom comes into the boys' bedroom that we were all in playing video games and told us that she was going to bed and to lock the bedroom door. Red flag right there. Maybe my first red flag I've ever had. Couple hours later the dad started banging on the door, wanting our help in finding a little blue pill. The boy told us to ignore him. He ended up kicking in the door and ripping the game console out of its electrical connect and taking it until we found the pill. Telling the boy that if we woke up the mom he would best him. While we searched for the pill, which we never found, and was still returned the game console, the dad's girlfriend had locked herself inside the bathroom with a knife threatening to kill herself. I don't think any of us, other than the boy, slept that night. After all that, I will say the pizza and laser tag was definitely worth it. I was in high school helping my best friend babysit a nephew. All of a sudden someone is banging on the door, so she checks and sees it's her brother's friend. He starts asking for her brother and she says he's not there. The friend was super aggravated and acting weird, so she just said he wasn't home. He started yelling at her and telling her she better go get him or there will be consequences. She said she's gonna call the cops, slams the door, locks it and runs to her brother's room. Well, her brother Ray is gone. He was there, but he must have snuck out of the house out of the window. The friend won't leave, the dogs are going crazy, and we have no idea where the brother went. Fortunately her other brother B gets home to get the nephew and tells a dude to leave or he's gonna call the cops. The guy leaves and her other brother B looks in the backyard. Brother A was hiding in a tree. Apparently he owed the guy money for drugs and he was coming to collect. Brother B freaks out and calls their oldest brother C, who comes to figure out what to do. Brother C gets there. Apparently brother A had just taken a bunch of drugs and freaked out when brother C got there. So brother A starts smashing his car to pieces. Then his friend comes back with other friends to mess shit up. When the friend sees that the two brothers are there, he nopes out. One of the brothers has a gun just in case. So finally after a few hours they get brother A to calm down. The police come because of the noise complaints, but brothers because we're able to get the cop to leave. Seriously thought I was gonna die. I was like 16 in my friend's house watching this sheet go down in the front yard all while we are watching a 2-year-old and trying to keep him safe. Okay, so this was not at someone else's house, but is a scary thing. I was 14 or 15 and my dad was putting up new shingles on our house and patch up a part that was leaking. Our deck is a bit odd. We have a double deck with the top screened in and a little walkway going the length of the house not screened in. Then an open deck below it. They put the ladder on the unscreened walkway to get up to the roof of the house to begin working. I started to go up the ladder after a few hours to hand my dad a tool he forgot to bring up with him. I get up and noticed a big wooden board they have laying on another board. I get nervous as nothing seems to be keeping these boards from sliding right towards me and send me flying off the roof. As soon as the thought left my head, the stupidest course of mousetrap-like events happen. My grandpa, helping my dad, dropped his hammer. The hammer fell on a box of nails, tipping the nails over and sending them spilling onto the top wooden board. Apparently that was all it needed to decide it was now sliding and headed straight towards me. I freeze for a second as this all unfolds, thinking I'm gonna die right here. Finally I snap out of it and did the only thing I could think of. I jump from 15 to 20 feet on a ladder onto the top back porch walkway thing the ladder is on. As soon as I jump, the huge wooden board hits the ladder, sending it flying backwards and over the railing of the walkway with a shower of nails behind it. After finding out I wasn't dead, I just laid on the porch for a bit to think about life. Dad freaked out until I gave him the thumbs up that I was okay, and my mom never wanted me to climb a ladder or even step stool again. I was at a New Year's Eve party a couple years ago with a coworker. We went to a house where I knew no one and she only knew one girl. First mistake, but we were bored, so we decided, hey, why not? The party started off fine. Drinks, jello shots, beer pong, the usual. After a while though, we noticed that one of the girls was missing, and so we started looking around for her and calling her name. A few minutes later, a door slams open and she comes running out of a bedroom with her boyfriend chasing after her. She has red marks on her arms and legs. Her boyfriend's eyes were wide with anger. He had seen her chatting with another guy and apparently he's quite the jealous type, and the alcohol only made it worse. We were stunned, but needed to act quickly. Me and my coworker held the girl and took her to the bathroom to calm her down and comfort her, while some of the bigger guys at the house held her boyfriend's arms and yelled for him to calm down. Thankfully these guys were ex-army, so they were pretty big and bulky. When we came out of the bathroom we were ushered into the living room and all the lights were off. Somehow they had thrown the boyfriend out of the house, but now he was banging on all the windows and doors with a knife, demanding to be let back in, saying he was gonna make us all pay. The cops were called, and after everyone calmed down we got the hell out of there. I'm much more wary of whose party I go to, and make sure I know most of the people attending. I went with a buddy of mine to a kickback in the ghetto of Harbor City when we were about 16 or 17. When we got there everything seemed cool. Right away we were offered beer by some young woman and I noticed there was about 10 chicks to maybe 6 guys including me and my friend. Anyway, we were there for about 30 minutes when these 3 bald-headed Chicanos roll in. One of them acknowledges all of us. One of them goes to the center of the room to clear the table and the other, we'll call him lil homie, helps clear the table. The one that initially started clearing the table seemed on edge and he seemed pissed off about the fact that he was cleaning up our mess, mostly beer bottles. I'm not sure when I noticed, but one of the chicks at the party was noticeably uncomfortable. Somehow the man at the table stole the spotlight and completely changed the vibe of the party. When the man finished clearing the table he began pulling things from out of his pockets. First a large ziploc with what seemed like individual baggies. Then he started pulling out money from his shorts under his pants. He actually pulled his pants down. Once he had pulled out all the money he began to organize and count his money. Once the money came out I made a gesture to my friend to GTFO of here, who proceeded to say goodbye to the young lady whom had invited him. While my friend was saying goodbye, lil homie started talking to my friend. As we got closer to the door, we noticed lil homie following us, and that caught the attention of the man at the table. The man then asked the question where we were from and my friend began to answer when lil homie interrupted. Out of nowhere the man starts swinging and catches lil homie 3 or 4 times with fist. Lil homie then collapses and the man drags him down the stairs smacking his head on every step. The man then comes up the stairs, doesn't even look at us, and goes straight back to counting his money. Needless to say we bounced fast and without a word. When I was a kid I would stay with a really good friend for the summer. His dad was a drunk, but was never home, so my mom felt it was okay for me to stay for long periods of time. His dad became extremely drunk and irritable one day and almost killed his mom. They got into a fight and he became violent. She hid us in her closet, and when he came into the room he hit her. She had a plate next to her, because she was eating, and took her fork, and stabbed him in the shoulder. He took it out, and was ever more angry, and punched her right in the face. She went limp and fell over, her nose bloody. Luckily he left after that. Got in his car and drove away. We called my friend's grandpa who lived down the road. He took her to the and we stayed at his house with his grandma. His dad had gotten into an accident and was arrested for DUI, driving with a suspended license, and domestic violence. He supposedly hit the EMTs that were trying to help him, and officers as well. He had hit a telephone pole and passed out in his car. He went to jail because of several violations. He had a opioid addiction after he had a work-related accident and had a bunch of pills in his truck. My friend's mom divorced him and put a restraining order on him. We never heard from him again. My mom said after he got out he went to a bar, got drunk again, stole a car and wrecked it, and went back to jail. I found everything out when I was old enough to understand. I was maybe 8/9 when it happened, and I was terrified his mom might have died. She was in the hospital for a few days because her eye socket was fractured and needed surgery. When I was about 12 years old, me and my cousin who was the same age were staying over at an older cousin's house. This older cousin was a grown adult around 30 years old along with his wife. I'm sitting at the head of the table while we all play cards at the kitchen table when someone knocks on the door. My older cousin opens the door. The person says their car broke down and asks to use our phone. My cousin proceeds to let them in. As they come in, the guy instantly points a gun right at me. He tells all to get down, drags me and my younger cousin to the bathroom, while his partner ties us up, my older cousin and his wife. While in the bathroom he tells us that we aren't going to get hurt if we just follow instructions. He wants everything of value. I offer to give him my Dragon Ball Z figures that I brought with me as I had no money. After a grueling 10-ish minutes he lets us come out of the bathroom and we go into the living room to see my older cousin handcuffed to the ceiling fan and looking unconscious. We get interrogated some more and they continue looking through my stuff. I also had my Gamma Cube with me which I offered to give them. After some more time my older cousin came to and got free of his handcuffs somehow. He tackled one of the guys and told us to run. Me and my cousin run out of the house screaming the pitch black night. We hear laughing behind us and my cousin is yelling for us to come back. Turns out the whole thing was a prank put together by my older cousin and his friends. We had the best sleepovers. What may or may not have been a supernatural experience with a ghost. It was a series of repetitive events in the back room of my grandparents' house. I come to stay with my grandparents for the summer because I was taking part in an academic program that was easier for them to get me to on a daily basis than my mother. While staying there my room was stationed in the back room. No, my grandmother remarried to a man who is very kind, very good. I definitely consider him my grandfather, even though I'm not related to him. I was a kid about maybe 8 years old or maybe 10. He'd had this house since before he married my grandmother and he's a widower. That's very relevant to the story anyways. In the back room of the house there was little twin bed that I'd sleep on. It was pretty much made up all for me. I had a shelf of videotapes, a little TV and a VHS player, and his bedside table lamp that would turn on when you tap the base. All pretty charming. One night while I was laying down in bed, not really asleep, but kind of just waiting to go to sleep, when I feel a full depression at the end of my bed, as if somebody had been sitting there. At first I wonder if my grandmother had come in, and I didn't hear the door open, but it didn't feel like my grandmother's presence, and it also isn't her, because she would have said something. I felt a kind of light touch on my back, more of a warmth than an actual pressure, like somebody was stroking my back or patting it lightly. Needless to say, this kind of freaking me out a little bit. So would touch the lamp and I look around and the door is closed and there's nobody there. I'm a little freaked out, but I write it off and I try to go back to sleep. This happened 2 more times. The second time it happened I was pretty much paralyzed because I realized that yes, this was something that was happening. I couldn't decide if it was good or bad. I was just a kid. I was scared that there was a ghost in my room. The third time it happened I was utterly freaked out and I didn't know what to do. So I did the only thing I could think of and I shouted at it to go away. The presence in the room vanished immediately. I thought it was over after that because for a long time it didn't come back. Then one day I was at my grandparents' house and I decided to take a late afternoon lie down. The door was closed completely on the room. It was dark outside because it was also overcast. That's when I felt a presence that was different than the one before. There was no contact, no pressure, no sitting on the bed. They felt like that feeling you get when somebody's really angry at you in the same room, but you're not looking at them, they're looking at you. The kind of gut sense you get in your belly when you think a dog is about to bite you. I also heard a light rustle. Now this one genuinely scared me from the get-go, so I slammed my hand onto the lamp and nearly knocked it right off the table. Once more I tell it to go away, and the presence left. The freakiest part of it was, when I looked on the floor there were a bunch of dead leaves, and I had not dragged them in and nobody had opened my door. There were also no dead leaves in the hallway outside. I told the story later on to my mother, actually not a few months ago, now that I'm 26, and it's kind of something you can laugh about. My mom's not really a spiritual woman and doesn't particularly believe in ghosts, but she seemed actually rather disturbed by the details of it. She kept asking me questions like, what did the leaves look like? Identify them from memory as being the leaves on the rosebush plants outside of my grandmother's house. That made my mom go quiet. I asked what was up about it, because really I've never seen her act that way to anything so out there. So she decided to tell me about somebody I had never heard about before, never asked about. She told me if I was in your situation, and I believed I would be absolutely convinced it was Lee. Who the fuck Lee was I had no idea. Turns out Lee was the late wife of my step-grandfather. She was not a very nice person, but she did dote on her daughter Sharon. Towards the end of her life she spent all of her time in that house very ill. She died in hospice, actually in the same hospice my grandfather ended up dying, and later, and just like her, he was sick in the house up until the end. But she didn't go as peacefully from what I heard. The reason she speculated it was Lee was because the rose bushes outside my grandmother's house weren't actually my grandmother's rose bushes. They belonged to Lee. My mother developed the theory that maybe her spirit is still in the house and that she had mistaken my childish form for her daughter Sharon. The reason she thinks that maybe Lee got angry if she's there is because I rejected her and she realized I wasn't Sharon. Since that time I have not spent enough nights in that house to say whether or not she's still there, but I will say that my grandmother has been getting injured an awful lot in her own home since her husband died. I've had incredibly vivid dreams after the passing of loved ones. Ones where I can see everything down to the lines on their faces. The dreams always tell me that either they're okay or that nothing is severely wrong. The most vivid and sticking of dreams for me of this was of my father not long after he passed, where we spent the whole day together doing all the things we loved with absolute vivid clarity. At the end of the dream I hugged him and I asked him, wait, aren't you dead? He told me yes, but we don't talk about that. And then I woke up. I had a dream like that just about my grandfather not long after he died. One of absolute clarity just like before, and there was even some vague form, perhaps family, in the background waiting for him. He told me that everything was okay. He looked old, but like he did before he got really sick. It has been the same case with my father. I dreamt him as his actual age, just not sick. Part of me wonders if Lee isn't hurting my grandmother and she might be pissed that he's moved on and she hasn't. That the only persons left in the house are the new wife of her former husband and his stepdaughter, my aunt. To be truthful and honest, I have no idea what I believe. I can't say for sure what's on the other side, or if there even is another side. It could be that this whole thing was in my head. It could be a series of strange faking coincidences. I won't deny that. We've only made a theory because sometimes you just got to put a name to a face. I can only say that this experience was very strange and very vivid, and it definitely makes me question what weird shit is out there. This isn't exactly scary but just creepy. I was friends with this girl when I was little, like between ages 8 to 10. She lived in a bad neighborhood, and looking back, I'm not sure why my parents so willingly brought me to her house. Although she was a very sweet little girl, she lived in a home that used to be a duplex. Her bedroom used to be a kitchen, and there were wires coming out of the wall that she told me that her mom told her to never touch them. Her house was old and had large vents that allowed you to see in the next room. One day she was looking through to her parents' room and laughed and told me to come look. I looked and saw her parents having sex on a waterbed with 2 large snakes slithering around with them. I didn't even realize what I was seeing until I was much older. We just laughed because we saw a butt. Her parents would also always have loud shower sex with her mom screaming "oh god," etc. One time her parents got in a fight while I was there. They were screaming at each other, and her dad picked up her mom's purse and cut through it with a large kitchen knife right in front of us. Finally, I was at her house once for her birthday party. Her mom put fake nails on all of us, and we thought it was so cool. We ran around showing each other our nails and felt like big kids. Before the party ended, she had to take each nail off. There was no acetone involved. This woman plucked each superglued nail off with a stick. We were all crying from the pain. I told my parents all of these stories one day, and they couldn't believe they let me go there so often. Her mom was a nice lady, but man was that an effed up household. When I was about 15, I used to hang out with this one friend a lot, usually at his semi-sketchy apartment complex. We were both huge stoners and both got very high before passing out in his apartment late one evening. I suspect that was a contributing factor to the way I reacted to circumstances that evening. I next remember hearing what I thought was my cell phone alarm going off and semi-waking up in a dazed confusion before drifting off once more despite the persistent noise of the ringing. I didn't realize it was actually the building's fire alarm until my friend's mom shook me awake, panicking and yelling that we needed to get out immediately. The smoke was already thick in the air in the halls as we stumbled outside and huddled together with the rest of the building's residents. As it turned out, the building had not caught fire at all. Summer's hole on the ground floor had apparently been barbecuing in his apartment when something must have gone drastically wrong. I assume there was more to the story, and probably some use of heavy drugs or a lot of alcohol, because first off, who TF thinks it is a good idea to BBQ in your apartment to begin with, and secondly, this dude was still just chilling in his smoke-engulfed apartment when the cops and the fire department showed up and dragged him out before arresting him. Needless to say, it was a little scary, because I experienced how easy it would have been to sleep through the whole ordeal and die if it was a real fire. However, the circumstances behind what caused this ended up being so ridiculous that it ended up being a funny memory more than anything. It was like something out of Trailer Park Boys. Stayed at a friend's house for the weekend when I was like 13 or 14. The dude had serious behavioral issues, but he was usually a lot of fun to hang out with. His mom went out for the evening and we were left on our own for several hours. I used the restroom, and when I came out I was greeted by a hunting rifle being pointed at my face and him loudly screaming "bang" at the top of his lungs. I literally pissed myself a little. Apparently I didn't completely empty the tank before I walked out and started crying. He thought it was the funniest thing ever. The gun was his dad's, and he swears it wasn't loaded. In retrospect, it's hard to say if he was telling the truth. After he stopped laughing, he actually called another one of his friends and laughed about it some more over the phone. I was terrified to be there. Ended up locking myself in the bathroom and hiding in the bathtub until his mom came home, drunk. I tried telling her what happened, but she was so hammered she just laughed about it. I stayed awake the rest of the night and sat on the couch until morning. It was horrifying. I never went back there again. On the plus side, his mom was super hot and took a shower before she went to bed. She apparently forgot I was even there and drunkenly walked back to her bedroom naked. So there's that. This isn't really scary compared to some of the ones I've read, but of course I was scared shitless for about a month afterwards. while sleeping over at a friend's house after a middle school party. Myself, the friend and another guy, all guys 12 to 13, were up late talking in the dark trying to go to sleep. The house was silent except for us and our squeaky voices. My buddy's parents had been asleep for hours as it was about 3 AM, so we were laying in our respective sleeping bags talking about whatever came to our minds. Of course, you can imagine the conversation between three 12-year-old boys ventured toward sexual stuff, our bodies, our girlfriends at the time, experiences, etc. Locker room discussion if you will. We discussed some pretty personal stuff that we definitely wouldn't want our parents hearing about at the time. It was a good time until this happened. After about an hour of discussion, my eyes were completely adjusted to the dark house. Where I was laying on the couch, I could see where the main staircase of the house emptied into the foyer, and I started to see the silhouette of a man on the stair, and caught the gleam of his eyes once, and I immediately stopped participating in the conversation. It was my buddy's dad. I had no idea how long he'd been there, or what he'd heard. My heart sank, and I rolled over, praying that he couldn't make out the different voices, that maybe he would go back to bed, and we'd pretend it never happened. About 10 more minutes went by, and my friends were asking if I'd fallen asleep, to which I didn't reply. I didn't have a cell phone or anything at the time, so I couldn't text them to shut up or anything, and their conversation got more and more personal, especially after I fell asleep. After about another 15 minutes, the dad cleared his throat preparing to call down the staircase. My two friends immediately went silent, and we heard the dad say in his big booming voice, "You boys sure chose the wrong house to have this kind of chat in. Go to sleep, and we'll discuss this in the morning." None of us went to sleep. He surprisingly didn't speak a word of it in the morning. It was a very religious household, and my buddy, the host, even became a minister I think. I never was able to look the dad in the eye or feel comfortable around him because I was so ashamed of what he cold heard. Now, as an adult, I realized that what we discussed was pretty normal for pubescent boys our age, but we probably should have taken a bit more care to make sure our audience was controlled. Haha. I was scared to death for about a month that he was going to call my parents. Sometimes the best punishment or discipline is the anticipation of such. TLDR had teenage locker room discussion with buddies late at night during a sleepover. Buddy's dad was listening to a lot of the conversation without our knowledge and we were super scared and embarrassed as a result. I laughed. I have a twisted view of mortality, but I was at this dude's house and a crackhead was chasing him and another dude around their house. While this was happening she just kept yelling, "I just wanna suck your dick mom, just lem do it again." So eventually, as this wasn't actually all that uncommon, dude's upstairs beach rushes up the stairs, and you hear a loud thud followed by many quick thuds and a loud pop pop pop. This chick literally tried to break down dude's door to suck his dick, and he was asleep or smoking trees by himself. So when she shoulder checks the door, it opens outward. He straight up Sparta kicks it. She proceeds to fall down the stairs, and he fires off a few rounds thinking someone's trying to rob him. I'm still sitting downstairs in the living room on the couch with my back to the stairs when said crackhead comes tumbling down the stairs. So I bolt up as I hear gunshots and commotion. At first I think my dude's been shot by this crackhead, and I look upstairs to the most infuriated person I've ever seen waving around a .9mm Taurus screaming "beat him, I faking kill you." So fast forward 15 seconds, which felt like 10 years, I'm holding his empty pistol with the clip, -3 rounds. During said time I blacked out, and turned into a hood kissing her and somehow talked him out to shooting her, and to give up his gun to me, until he chilled out. So almost a witness to a murder, but I laughed about it after. I might be a horrible person, but no one died, and the cops never showed up. No surprise there though, to send people to prison. My ex-boyfriend's sister was over at their father's house for a small bit of her school break. It was either Thanksgiving or Christmas, I don't remember. My ex and I were still in school for a few more days, and I had came home with him that evening to spend time with him before he went to spend time with his mom and stepdad. Meeting the sister went well. We enjoyed our evening cuddling and napping upstairs in his room. Then comes time to leave, so we get dressed and head down, and his psycho-alcoholic father was attempting to instigate an argument with his sister, which she kept telling him to knock it off as she was feeling sick and didn't want to argue. The minute we made it to the kitchen, his dad ropes him into the argument, and I'm just standing as close to the door to leave as I can, petting the cat and trying to explain that I need to leave so that I can make curfew. Which didn't help as his father was trying to argue that we were faking the whole time I was there and everything else under the sun that we weren't doing to get a rise out of my ex. After we get out of the house, rather pissed, and I get home, he had to turn around and take his sister back to their moms because it was so faking bad there. TLDR, ex's psycho-alcoholic father starts a horribly explosive argument with his children, which nearly made me miss curfew, but earned me quality time with the cat. Ex had to take his sister home that night. I was over at a friend's house with her live-in boyfriend. We had gotten into some shenanigans earlier in the night and my friend passed out in the bedroom. I took out my contacts and laid on the couch to go to sleep. I had forgotten my glasses and my prescription is like -6.5, so I can't see shit without correction. The boyfriend, who I had just met that night, was sitting in a side chair near the couch. I don't know if it was the result of some drug he took or if he was just crazy, but he started talking a bunch of weird rambling that I couldn't really understand. The parts I could understand were about him trying to get me to leave the house and go somewhere with him in his truck. I kept saying that I just wanted to go to sleep, but he kept rambling and getting more and more agitated. I would have just ran out the door, but I couldn't see crap and my lenses were in the bathroom. He got up and started rummaging around in the kitchen drawers making a lot of noise. I was worried he was searching for a weapon. I told him I had to go to the bathroom and put my contacts in as quickly as I could. Then I ran. Even though my car was parked outside, I was worried the amount of time it would take me to get into the car would be too long. This was an old car with no key fob. I ran as fast as I could several blocks away to a friend's house whose roommate thankfully let me in, even though she don't know me, and it was pretty much the middle of the night. Picked up my car the next day and never talked to that friend ever again. Moral of the story: don't do stupid shit with or stay the night with people you don't know. I was a dumb college kid at the time. Story 1. Funny. It's been years now. I'm 23 and was probably 14 at the time. Best friend had asked me to stay over at his house for the night. We stayed up super late playing Halo, and it was my first time over. I had to use the bathroom at about 4 AM. His room led to a hallway and straight down the hallway was the bathroom, and to the left as you entered the bathroom was his grandpa's room. I'm busting and about to piss myself as I get to the bathroom door and turn the handle. Just then I hear a creak. I paid no mind until his grandpa spoke up and said, "Who the fuck are you?" Somehow I managed to open the door and hide inside the bathroom quickly and carefully as I heard him leap from his bed and bolt down the hallway and to the door that led outside to the front porch, all the while screaming, "I will kill you, you son of a bitch." Scared the hell out of me. When I worked up the courage, I bolted it back to my friend's room, who knew instantly what he had heard was related to me. Apparently, his grandpa had Alzheimer's and dementia and he neglected to tell me on accident. Story 2. Weird. I was in elementary school and ended up staying with my friend. I was maybe 10 or 9 at the time. It was again my first time over to this particular friend's house. When I arrived I felt overwhelmed. I don't believe in the paranormal, but I felt sick almost or tired. I didn't pay any mind because minutes later we went outside to play. I felt fine as we played, but hours later my friend had to pee. So then things got odd. It wasn't a normal please. He begged me to go upstairs with him while he peed and to guard the front door. So I played along thinking it's a big house and scary. As he finished peeing I suddenly had the urge to pee. So I kindly asked him to watch the door, but he refused. He didn't want to return the favor at all. Confused I said, "Why didn't you just use the downstairs bathroom?" I remember he paused and said, "No one uses that bathroom and you shouldn't either." Reluctant and in need of using the bathroom and having a friend refuse to return the favor, I said, "I'm going to use it anyways." I walked downstairs, opened the bathroom door, asked him to stand outside of it, back turned to me, turned on the light. I get chills thinking about this story every time. get my pants about halfway down asking him not to look, and I'm about to turn my head to see where I'm aiming. When boom, the door slams shut and the lights go off. Dylan starts pounding on the door and asking if I'm okay. He starts pulling on the door with all his might and it slams shut every time. At this point I start freaking out because I can't see and he can't open the door. So I run over to grab the knob and I swear to faking Christ the lights started flickering in and off rapidly and randomly. The flashing just got faster. I gave the door one final thrust and it busted open and my friend Dylan just looked at me in tears and said something does that to me every time, that's why I wanted you to watch upstairs. Needless to say, I never went back to Dylan's house. I have only ever had 2 experiences like that in my entire life and I have never been able to explain them. When I was 15 or 16 I had a sleepover at my best friend's house with most of the people we played paintball and airsoft with. We did this a couple times a month or so, and on this occasion his folks were on a trip, so we were off our rockers. In the wee morning hours we decided to do some prank phone calls like we often did, and were having a heyday with it. Eventually, we got this one guy on the line, who was not happy at all with our BS. He was talking smack, but we were just cracking up. Well, like 2 hours later my friend's dog was going crazy outside and so I went to let him in, but he kept running back and forth between the back gate and the door. I didn't see anyone or anything out there, but I did hear the sound of a person landing on the gravel. I alerted my friends, and we spent about a half hour going through every inch of the house and both yards, but found nothing. I assumed it might have been the angry guy we pranked, as it would have been enough time for him to get to our house if he drove. The area code of the guy was that of a neighboring town. Not super scary I guess, but we all thought it was the guy we were harassing, and we were all kinda scared of being murdered or something XD. When I was about 13 I went to a friend's house with another friend to watch a film we had rented. Her mum was out shopping, so we were home alone for a while. Before sitting down to watch the film one of my friends suggests making popcorn. I had been staying home alone for a couple of years quite regularly as both my parents worked long hours, so when one of my friends decides to take out the popcorn, what I know from plenty of experience to be prematurely, I obviously try to stop her. I'm also not listened to, so the popcorn comes out, and about 5 kernels have actually gone off, and we are left with a bag of nothingness. I'm awkward and introverted in comparison to these friends, so I just shrug and keep my "I told you so" to myself. Friend suggests putting the open bag back in, and I half-heartedly argue that it's not going to work, knowing I will again not be listened to. She then suggests using a metal hairpin to close the bag and put the bag back in. I know you should never put metal in a microwave. I know this 100% for sure, but my teenage self-doubt stops me from putting my foot down hard enough, and I sort of nervously argue, guys, I'm like 99% sure you shouldn't put metal in microwaves. Let's just leave it. They obviously don't leave it. The microwave immediately goes up in flames. We freak out and start throwing water at the microwave. We put it out and spend the rest of the afternoon cleaning up and trying to calm my friend down who is having a meltdown because she knows she's getting the ball locking of her life when her mum gets home. I just want to get the fuck out of there. I knew 100% FFS. Her mum can obviously smell burning as soon as she walks in the house. We were immediately thrown out. Hers was immediately beat. We broke not only her microwave, but also the new oven which was underneath it. Good times. When I was in 3rd grade, I didn't have many friends. In fact, throughout my childhood I had a tough time making friends. But I would usually have one kid to hang around with at any given time. During this particular time there was Manny. He was a cool kid in my eyes. We hung out regularly and wandered the neighborhood and surrounding forest, but we never went to each other's homes. One afternoon, during lunch at school, we somehow got into a fight over a Tootsie Pop. It escalated and we got very heated. We are 9 years old. We both stood up at the lunch table and started exchanging punches. I don't remember who struck the first blow, but we traded jabs until the gym teacher ran up and grabbed us. He led us down to the principal's office. The whole thing was very surreal, being my first physical fight. Along the way to the office, even though it had been a serious fight, we started laughing with each other. Even the teacher was laughing. Everything seemed fine. There was no real punishment handed down, and the rest of the day was pretty normal. A few days later, he invited me to his house after school. His mom wasn't home, so he said we could play there. I rode my bike over, which was only about 5 blocks away, and I went inside. His furniture was all covered in plastic, and I had never seen that before. I immediately felt uncomfortable. We stood in his living room/kitchen and talked about what we were going to do. The conversation got weird, and he became verbally aggressive. I was a little uncomfortable, but I assumed he was joking. I may have unwittingly escalated the situation by playing along. Before I knew it, he had a large knife in his hand. He started swinging it and stabbing the air around him. I still didn't think anything was terribly wrong, because we would occasionally play with knives while out in the woods. All of a sudden he started eyeing me while stabbing the air, and his knife thrusts got closer to me. I started getting a little worried. I felt trapped. Then he got between me and the front door and told me he was not going to let me leave. What? I laughed at him because I thought, there's no way he is serious. But at the same time I felt sick to my stomach. I said something like, okay Manny, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm just gonna go home now. That got him super pissed. He did not want me to leave. He said if I made a move for the door he would stab me. Stab me? Jesus. I was all of a sudden petrified. His whole face changed, and he looked like a different person. I didn't know what to do. I sat down on the edge of a plastic covered chair, while never taking my eyes off him. He paced back and forth, his stabbing motions becoming more intense. He was repeatedly telling me how I would never see my mom again. He would not let me leave this room. Holy fuck, man. I was pissing myself. I dug deep and started looking for a way out of this. While he was ranting and stabbing, I was plotting my escape. I jumped up and tried to run around him suddenly, but he saw me and swiped at me with the knife. It was a near miss. I backed up and kept my distance, but stayed on my feet. He wasn't letting up. From what I remember, I waited about 30 minutes like that. Then the phone rang. Back then, you kinda had to answer the phone. There was no caller ID, and being 9 years old he had to answer, because his mom would worry otherwise, if it was her calling. As he took a few steps to the phone, I ran to the door, unlocked it, and dashed to my bike. He came after me, so I couldn't get to my bike right away. We danced around my bike a little, before I was finally able to get the upper hand, and get on and ride away. I pedaled like never before. We didn't hang out after that. Invites some good friends to a party with me. Was invited by a friend who I hung out with a few times before, but didn't know that well. Turns out this friend did sketchy things at party, and the party was hosted by sketchy very large people. Sketchy friend told me we needed to get out to drunk me and friend who were playing BP with some attractive girls. He booked it out of there without further explanation. Said sketchy hosts turned the lights on, stood in front of the only exit, and tried to find our said sketchy friend sans anyone leaving. People ran past, dudes were in the stairwell and grabbing people. They grabbed me for 2 seconds and got distracted by my friend. He got out of there after being questioned and denying knowing sketchy instigating acquaintance. Got out of the building. Dudes were punching people's mirrors off that were leaving the apartment lot. Ooled a snow ramp over the curb dividing the lot from a bar parking lot and hopped the curb on my car, drove back to pick up the rest of my friends and bag person. I remember before I left we could see someone getting their face punched against a window in the app we were in. Management eventually renamed the app after some people got into an argument and someone got shot in the ass by a dumpster. Sketchy friend finger banged someone with a glow stick at an 80s party I threw and hid the glow stick in my roommate's pizza rolls. Fuck. That guy. Not someone else's house, but I was in a hotel on a road trip with my family, probably about 8 to 10. Think it was Tennessee. I had been laying in bed for about 15 minutes in our hotel room, about 11 PM, facing the wall with my brother facing opposite of me facing the middle of the room, back to back. Keep in mind the beds in hotels usually have about 6 to 10 inches of space in between them and the wall, and this was no different. I was having a horrible time of sleeping, and felt as though I had been being watched. I opened my eyes, and saw a shadowy figure crouched directly next to me. It was really weird, because he felt whole and tangible, even kind of like oozed out an acrid fog. I could feel his eyes on me, even though all I could see was a deeper black than what the darkness provided. After staring at him praying for him to go away, I closed my eyes. In my head I heard his voice say they're hanging, and I had a series of flashing images forced into my mind's eye of my family with burlap sacks on their heads, bloodied and hanging from nooses somehow secured in the ceiling of our hotel room. Now this last part is going to make it sound cliche and corny, and I only tell this story to my closest friends out of fear that they'll not believe me, but I swear to God it's the truth. I start screaming absolute bloody faking murder. My mom jumps on top of me, and I distinctly remember her saying, "Bazoobs, stop, it's 4 AM. I'm certain I hadn't fallen asleep that night, and I was awake for just mere minutes. I was in my friend's house, sitting in her bedroom, while she was grabbing us snacks. Some background first, she lived in a trailer with her dad and stepmom. The trailer always had a cloud of smoke everywhere. Her parents chain smoked like it was no one's business. Drank beer constantly. Her dad at one point was a meth head, and in a biker gang. Don't wanna say which cause they were constantly pretty spooky. Anyway, she started getting into a heated argument with her dad. He's known to be a bit temperamental, so this wasn't a surprise. But then suddenly I hear a thud and more yelling. She then comes in, slams the door. She's gasping for air and her eyes are red. She tells me her dad picked her up by her neck and pinned her up against the wall, screaming at her as he's choking her. She was a really tough bitch. She had an awful childhood, and as we continued to get older it's like that tough attitude was fading. One night, years after us no longer being friends, she comes to me about how her dad the other day pinned her down on the floor and started choking her again. Lucky her boyfriend was there, and also lucky her boyfriend didn't get charged or something cause he beat the shit out of her dad. It's too bad she's not with him anymore cause he was a great guy and his family was great. They let her live with them to get away from her father. I haven't talked to her since high school, but I hope she's doing alright. Someone else's story reminded me of two pretty freaky stories. So, I grew up kinda near where I was told the well in the movie The Ring was filmed. I was in 8th grade, probably 3 to 4 years after it came out, and I had never seen it, so my friend and I set up to watch it in her brother's room. He was away for some reason and had a VCR in his room. This house was old as hell, probably working on 120. All of the light fixtures were floor lamps that needed to be plugged in. It was winter, so it got dark early, and we were out in the sticks at a higher elevation, so storms and power outages happened quite often. We hunkered down in that room, clicked off the lamp, and started watching it. I was more of a weenie back then, so the movie kinda freaked me out, but my friend was falling asleep, and I didn't want to chicken out. I think I got about half to 3/4 of the way through it, literally right after a clip of the deadly film. I'll never forget it, before the TV suddenly went black, which woke my friend up. The TV came back on, all static like the scene in the beginning, but the rest of the room was dark because the lamp was off. To make matters worse, the phone rang, and it turned out it was our friend from even closer to the supposed well asking if our power had gone out. We laughed it off, but there's more. My friend didn't really like having anyone sleep in her room, so I tried to sleep on a couch in the next room, but I was so anxious I was having a tough time. I ended up asking her if I could sleep in her room anyway, and she threw me a pillow, so I happily laid on the floor just glad to have company. I eventually fell asleep, but I woke up a little while later, and my face felt wet. Totally normal, I drool in my sleep sometimes. But I kept wiping my face, and it wouldn't dry. My eyes adjusted to the darkness in the room as I was waking up a bit more, and I noticed a dark spot on the pillow. I quietly took the pillow out of the room, and into some more light, and I was shocked to see a literal puddle of blood. My nose was absolutely gushing blood out of both nostrils. Well, you know that part, when they're investigating the killer VHS, looking through files, the one character pulls the fly off the screen, and their noses start bleeding? Yeah, not cool to experience when I'm already a bit stressed. But, story number 2 is about the overall creep factor of this house. There was a nice guest room I didn't tend to take, because even just walking by it to go to the bathroom felt weird. Comfy as bed, though. So as I got older, I decided to just man up and start sleeping in there. Now, every now and then, her aunt would bring her Jack Russell Terrier, Ozzy, over so she could go on a business trip and her family would dog sit. He was a good boy, and he liked sleeping on me, so when we decided to turn in for the night, he came to bed with me in the spare room. This room had no door, just an archway, and all things considered, I really liked the design of the room, but it always felt like someone was in the corner, or by the archway, like literally someone. I always got the female vibe off it, but it didn't always feel too nice, like that feeling in the air when someone is sitting next to you just pissed off as all hell. It had to have been about 2 to 3 AM when I was startled awake by Ozzy growling real low with his ears back. I remember his nails kinda digging into my belly a bit, like he was super tensed, and the hair on his scruff was standing on end. His whole body was pointed toward the archway, our only exit. He growled for a while, and I remember mentally saying I didn't want whatever was bothering him there anymore. Few more seconds and he stopped and relaxed. Holy Jesus, long. TLDR, I watched The Ring for the first time with a friend in a pretty creepy old house. Power went out, TV came back on all staticky like in the one scene, then the phone rang, but it was our friend. Then I had a rough time falling asleep, and when I did, I woke up to a raging nosebleed, like in that other scene in the movie. Another story about staying in the same house in the guest room with a family dog, and he woke me up in the middle of the night growling toward the door with his hackles up, but there was absolutely nothing there. Had a guy moved to my high school from across the country. Became fast friends. Like, spending days at a time with one another after 2 weeks of meeting. Go to his place for a week and a half, and fall asleep on the floor one night. Now I don't know about you guys, but I can't sleep in total silence. Thank God for wireless earbuds and YouTube's never-ending supply of creepypasta/ambient noise. So I pass out with my headphones in. Now my musical taste has varied drastically over the years, but high school was really my golden age. Anything went, and I meant anything. Eminem, Metallica, Skrillex, classic jazz, Talking Herbie Hancock, you name it. I'd listen to anything. But I had a particular soft spot for Justice. You know, the band that was featured in the Assassin's Creed 2 trailers with a cross as their album art. To me, they're the purest form of techno-punk. Honestly, answering this question has really restored my love of them. But I digress. So I'm playing my playlist. Dozing. Laying on a stack of blankets about 6 inches thick. In a massive house that they had just moved into. And I finally conk out. Every single faking detail of this story comes into play here. I'm so used to being awake from hanging out with this guy that I pass out from pure exhaustion. I have headphones in, so I'm completely separated from reality. I'm just high enough off the floor that I don't touch it. I completely forget where I'm the moment the monster and video games wears off. Here's the icing on the cake though. I woke up with only half an earbud in. With this song playing full blast into my outer ear, at about the 2 o'clock mark, I wake up, immediately panic because it's pitch black and all I know is that I'm not in my room. Fun fact, when you play Let There Be Light by Justice through cheap earbuds at full volume, it literally sounds like the souls of hell being tortured all around you for their innumerable sins. I can't feel carpet and the blanket have been compacted by my juthy sophomore body to the point that they feel like solid rock. So I think I'm laying off the edge of a cliff about to tumble into the deepest darkest pits of hell to be punished for not having a big enough Jesus boner, and my first response is to tense up as hard as I can to avoid falling for what I imagine is an eternity. Kicker, I laid like that for almost 10 faking minutes. Because the 2 songs that played next were Phantom Parts 1 and 2 by Justice that I spliced together so I could listen to the song as a whole. About 5 minutes into what is a 10-minute cut of these songs, I muster all my might to throw myself up and hurl the whirling dervish of death that was a junior varsity wrestler at the foulest demons imaginable. Certain that if I was gonna die, I was gonna die fighting. Instead my earbud fell out as I snapped up to my feet. I scared my friend awake, and I immediately recognized the error of my ways. I did not explain myself. I just said I needed to take a sheet. To this day he has no idea this occurred. John, if you're out there, that's what happened that night. I didn't need to sheet. I just embarrassed myself. Oh boy. This is my first time being able to tell this one outside of my friends group. It's kind of a long one, but here goes. When I was 16 I had one buddy. His parents were all super cool with smoking weed, so I used to go over to his house to party and get stoned. But my second time ever staying over, we were all sitting in his living room and playing WoW. His whole family played, but they all mained Alliance where I main Horde. Locktaroga. During the gaming session the dad's friend comes in and overheard the conversation and mumbles Horde scum after talking to my buddy's dad and heads out. A couple of hours later I crash on their huge couch and doze off into the emerald dream. Around 5 in the morning I'm woken up by this frantic tapping on my forehead and shoulders. I wake up and shit you not, the dad's friend had come back to pick the dad up to carpool to work, and he is about 6 inches from my face and he berates me through clenched teeth. So I hear you like to fucking ally yourself with the filthy Horde. I'm a noble night elf hunter. And I promise you, if I ever see you, I will string my bow and fill you full of arrows. At this sentence he steps up on the coffee table behind him, crouches down and mimics stringing a bow. And as you attempt to run I'll fill your back full of arrows happily. At this point I think I'm going to be murdered by an insane stranger in my friend's house over a imaginary faction in an imaginary world, so all I could mutter out was okay. And I don't even like the Horde that much anyway. Lie. The dude tells me to delete my character and reroll before walking out with the dad. I was absolutely rattled and walked home in the middle of winter. Took me weeks before I went back again. Sorry for the format, I'm on mobile. I was around 17 over 18. Told my parents I was staying over a friend's house, specifically so I could go to a party. Went to party, passed out in one of the rooms. Woke up to look for my still drunk friend, so I can drive back to her house before my parents arrive. My friend is still drunk, and it takes me almost an hour to get her into the car as she doesn't want to leave. I remember she doesn't have a curfew, or her curfew is just a super late one, and finally get her in my car. She is still yelling incoherently. I arrive at her house. I'm met by her imposing grandmother. This was around 7 AM, with a faking wooden stick, as if ready to beat us. This lady wasn't some sweet bent over old lady, okay? She was a faking old school matriarch. She had a lot of influence in the community and was very sharp and had a booming voice with an air of noon facts with me. She owned the house, barks at people who wrong her, donated money, backed politicians, that sort of thing. A really imposing figure. Anyway, my friend stumbles into house, barely registers anything, and retreats to her room to sleep. I'm left in the living room to face her grandmother's wrath, which she lays on me for a good 20 minutes. She is yelling at me, waving this wooden thing in her hand, giving me choice lines of, at my age do you want me to have a heart attack, not answering calls, at least have the courtesy. I almost called all the police. She is of course pointedly wanting to yell at her granddaughter, who was already snoring, so she could only yell at me, who was at this point very much wide awake. You could be dead. Is it hard to send a text and phone call, you disrespectful little sheets? How dare you do this? And stumbling in drunk in my head I'm thinking I brought your granddaughter home safe. I definitely didn't think I should be getting yelled at, but I'm so scared and so shocked I just start crying and apologizing. I blubber I tried to get her home earlier, I swear, but she's having none of it. Anyway, I leave and 12 hours later my friend calls me to apologize, and I faking start crying again, and she says don't worry, when you get yelled at by my grandma then you know you're part of the family. Sure enough I've been invited to every single family party since. Lol. I was in middle school having a sleepover with my best friend. Earlier in the night we walked to the gas station to buy donuts, and it was nice outside. Probably no more than 2 hours later we are in her room on the 3rd and top floor of her house. The top floor is just one small room, and this storm is going on. Nothing crazy, but it was raining pretty good and there was thunder and lightning. Then all of a sudden it gets loud, like really loud, and the house is shaking. It gets so loud and scary we rush to head down the stairs, but I trip and fall down the stairs, tumbling down the flight and hitting my back so hard on the doorknob at the end of the stairs that it cuts my back and I'm bleeding. This all happens in a blur as I then quickly jump up as my friend and I scramble to make it down 2 more sets of stairs to the basement. The power goes out as soon as we reach the basement. After maybe an hour of waiting as a storm passes, power is still out, my back is hurting, and I just wanted to go. The house was quiet, and we went upstairs to look outside as trees and power lines are down everywhere. I call my dad to pick me up, because I don't want to be in her house in that situation. I went back up to the 3rd floor, where my bag is, and there is a tree fallen through the roof in the room, where we were sitting before. Turns out there was a tornado, and it appeared so quick they didn't have time to ring the sirens before it came. I think my friend and her family had to stay somewhere else for a while, because the cut power lines weren't safe and there was a hole in the roof of their house. My back ended up healing quickly, and I don't think I have a scar either. I didn't really return much to that friend's house because it scared me. Part of me also feels like she pushed me down the stairs, but it happened so fast I didn't remember. When I was about 18, my friends and I were trying to score some weed. There was none around. All our usual contacts came up short. Finally, one of them gave us an address. Watch it though. They ain't right. Worried, but desperate, we followed the directions and found the address down a back lane in town, up a narrow set of metal steps. I rang the bell, and a wide-eyed woman opened the door. "You after Kev?" Yeah. We're looking to pick up." "Come in then." The flat was gloomy and hadn't been cleaned for a while. Dusty, but not disgusting. We were led to the living room, also gloomy with the curtains drawn. Takeaway wrappers and empty cans here and there. Something of an after-party aftermath vibe to it. The woman sat beside us and was very talkative. "So what do you lads do then? For work like?" "We're in college." "You?" "I always wanted, be a tree surgeon." "What?" "Cutting trees like. Tree surgeon. Shall I put some tunes on?" Sure." She was constantly bobbing her head like a bird. She pressed some buttons on the stereo and some housey trance music came on. "Is Kev coming then?" "He'll be here soon. We've had a fac of a few weeks." "Yeah?" "Yeah, trying to kick heroin aren't we? Been on ecstasy now for 2 weeks to make it easier. Haven't slept in about 4 days. I had never done anything stronger than weed. Heroin was train-spotting for me. And ecstasy I had no idea about, but I knew that taking it every day for 2 weeks was extreme. Who the hell were these people? Suddenly the living room door exploded open and a man jumped into the room, landed on both feet, and with both arms overhead slashed a samurai sword down in front of him. "Hi-ya," he shrieked, the blade quivering before him. Me and my mates sat dead still for a second, staring at the sword, completely terrified. This was after all a drug house with heroin and a fortnight's worth of pills. I guess this is how people become samurai sword wielding maniacs. I guess this is how dumb as kids get themselves killed by psychos trying to score pot from them. Mr. Samurai straightened up and put the sword down, laughing. "Haha. Sorry, you guys want some weed then? Do you fancy a beer too? On the house." It was Kev. He was just faking with us. And he was actually alright. I don't know how much he knew about his reputation, or how nervous we all were to begin with, but I have to hand it to him, that entrance, given the circumstances, was pitch perfect. I'm going to die terrifying for a few seconds, but perfect. I'm pretty sure I'm too late for this, but here it goes. We were 15 or 16. All my friend and I knew something was wrong in my friend's house. Here's the thing, he had 2 houses, right next to each other. In the first house we always joked about how the devil lived there, cause weird shit happened there all the time. Sounds, doors opening by themselves, even though they were completely closed, things out of place. Anyway, no one cares for these shit, we were used to it. One night, we had a party. It ended around 2 AM. My friend and I stayed to clean. My friend lived there. I asked my mom for permission to stay the night. She said yes, so I had to clean with him. After an hour or 2, we finished cleaning. We even cleaned someone's pup on the sink. We were like, what the fuck lol, but it was a party, so fuck it, let's do it. My friend's house was huge and also empty. There was nothing in it cause everyone lived in the other house. So we only had a bed we slept on every time we had a party. We went to sleep. None of us were drunk or anything. After 30 minutes we heard the garage door opening. I was like, dude, what the fuck? and my friend who lived there was like, forget it, it's the neighbor, go to sleep. I was like, okay cool, so I went back to do my sheet. I was messaging some girls on my phone. This was way before smartphones. The messages were SMS, so I would wait a bit for them to arrive. No biggie, I was just trying my luck. My friend was laying down staring at the ceiling. Next thing I hear is the door of our house open, like one of those sounds from Resident Evil 2 where you see the animation and the cracking sound, like that. I was like, dude, that wasn't the neighbor, what the faking fuck? He didn't answer. This happened 5 minutes after the garage door sound. Okay. We waited for about 10 minutes without talking, both of us staring at the door in front of us. This is important. The door in front of us was a mirror. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but you could see your reflection from the inside. After about 20 minutes we hear someone coming up the stairs. But the steps weren't from someone wearing shoes. It was like an animal. Dude, I was sweating cold. I couldn't even look at my friend. The steps were getting closer and closer and closer until they stopped right outside our faking door. Dude, I was looking at the floor cause fuck everything. My friend, shaking and everything, stepped out of bed. Looking at the floor, he went straight to the door, grabbed it and slammed it closed. He then said, go to sleep, man. For some faking reason I said 8, like it was the most normal thing in the world, and we didn't talk about it at all. Until we woke up. We lost our sheet. We woke up almost at the same time and we both were like, dude, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck. We went downstairs, both doors open. We went to the other house, empty. All his family was in a different state. No one had a key, and dude, we locked the doors, and were sure we locked precisely for this reason. His sisters told us to do this cause weird shit was happening again. We never found out what the fuck was that. I came back several times to hang, but never stayed the night. Fuck that place. Old fashioned, western style shootout. Long story short, my in-laws live in quite the terrible neighborhood. It's an old suburb of mostly older folks. However, a lot of them have children who either come to stay or visit who aren't the most reputable folks. Twice now have my wife and I taken my mother-in-law home and found a dead body in the street or front yard. Great area to say the least, but the rent's cheap and so are the utilities. Well, New Year's last year, my family decides to stay in for the first time since moving to this house. Almost 5 years. Wife and I don't have anything planned. I work at 5 AM, so we decided not to go out, but rather visit our families and be home in time for midnight. Well, everything was normal at first. We showed up, had some dinner, got up to leave, then the first shot rang out. I was a security guard and a bunch of other stuff in a similar sheet neighborhood for years. This isn't new, but this one was extremely close, like out front. Well, family and I all hit the deck. Father-in-law and I go to see what's going on just in time for someone to shoot back. Cue 5 hours of madness. The neighbor across the street heard the first shot and thought it was the person next to us and decided to fire back. To which the house 4 doors down thinks it's toward them and promptly come out firing. Next thing you know, the whole neighborhood is alive with the sounds of gunfire. We promptly called the cops after the second shot, and every single time they would drive down the street, everyone would stop. Just straight stop shooting. Second the cop car rounded the corner, it would start right back up. The dispatcher kept saying the officers on site have no reports of gunfire, yet rounds are starting to come in the damn window. My wife and myself attempted to escape with mother-in-law in tow a couple of times. The first time I went out alone just in time to catch someone running down the street toward me with a rifle in hand. I said fuck that and ran back to the house. This went on for 5 straight hours. The cops would never stop on the street long enough for us to escape. They'd just drive through doing about 40 with their lights on every time. We finally got lucky around 515 am when we finally made a plan. Next time the cops drive down the street and we see the lights, book it to my car and go. It worked. We did it. Father-in-law insisted on staying if he needed to defend his home, but the rest of us were out of there. Even the next day after the police had taken a report of what happened, for insurance/damage purposes, the police were still adamant they received no calls from our area the night before. Despite us actually physically speaking to an officer before they sped off the first time, they denied anything happened in the neighborhood. My in-laws were furious. We were just lucky nothing hit any of us. Damage to the house can be fixed. Taking a bullet doesn't always end well. I think to this day this is still the scariest thing to ever happen to me at someone else's house. TLDR, bad neighborhood, lots of shooting at each other, scared for our lives. Typical holiday in the bad part of town. Edit, words. This is long but worth a read. I was so spooked, and now that I'm writing this, I can't believe it actually happened to me lol. Anyway, here goes, all real. This past summer I was given the opportunity to be a counselor at a kids day camp which is affiliated with a church I go to. The church has many different branches, and for this particular location I had to move away 6 hours from home. I'm only 18 so this was pretty new for me, although I have traveled on my own for some weekend trips. This camp required me to stay for 8 weeks. Everyone in the church treats one another like family though, so it was no problem for the coordinators to find a host family to stay with throughout my 2 months there. The family was great. I had my friend volunteer with me too, so we boarded there together. So no, this is not some horror story about evil abusers pretending to be loving Christians or something. But read on. Anyway, one day when said friend and I finished up at the camp, we took the regular bus route back to their house. We soon realized there was a cop car in front of the house and the door was open. I was nervous because 1, the parents are never home at this time so there shouldn't be a reason that the door is unlocked and wide open, and 2, where were the cops? There's a car, but I don't see anyone. She was like, you go in first, so I reluctantly did. 2 cops in uniforms came down the stairs from the upper floor and asked me who we were. Then they asked for our IDs. They said, do you know who lives here? What time will they be home? Where do they work? And I was sketched the F out. Like are cops even allowed to enter a home like that unnoticed? This is in Quebec, Canada by the way. And why would they ask us these kinds of things? I gave them vague answers, because for all I know, these could be thieves pretending to be cops just waiting to break in and steal stuff at the right time. After this these cops told us we are just gonna search around the house to try to find the homie owner's phone numbers, since I was dumb enough to not have saved it into my phone myself previously. I was honestly so sketched out at this point I felt like peeing, crying, and running away at the same time. What if these cops weren't looking for a number, but looking for alternative break-in points for a later crime? So when they went upstairs again to look for a phone number, 1 went to the kitchen with my friend and was honestly about to grab a knife to defend myself if anything happened. 1 police guy had a tattoo on his neck. I ain't ever seen that before, and I was so convinced they could be thieves in disguise and we were unfortunate enough to have come home while they were there. Thank God my friend finds their number on the fridge and gives it to them. They say thanks and say they are gonna be in their cop car calling the dad of this family. They stayed sitting in that car for 30 minutes out on the street in front of the house and those have been the most stressful 30 minutes of my life. The only thing keeping me sane was knowing that one of the family members was on their way home and was in contact with these police. I could barely sleep at night thinking they memorized break-in points to the house and my absurd imagination kept convincing me they'd come back to steal stuff and hurt us in our sleep. The next morning the parents cleared everything up and apologized to us actually. They said the mom was dealing with a panic attack at work, so she left early and a concerned coworker who is friends with these police asked them to check up on her, cause apparently she thought something bad happened. The door was already accidentally unlocked facepam, and assuming that something bad happened these cops had reason to come inside. I'm just confused as to why the cops never explained any of this to us in our conversation. They just had to beat around the bush and be sketchy AF. Nonetheless I'm glad to be home now where I don't have to worry about it. TLDR, a family I was boarding with this summer wasn't home when I came home from work/camp. Instead the door was wide open and I came home to 2 cops asking suspicious AF questions. Needless to say I strongly believed they were thieves/imposters and I almost took a knife out from the kitchen when they weren't looking. Couldn't sleep at night thinking they'd come back and do something sinister while we are asleep. In the end it was all a miscommunication and they had reason to come in after an incident at work with one of the homie owners. Also the door was already unlocked. The end. SRY for the weird formatting if applicable. I'm on mobile. So I'm like 10 or so, and I'm at a friend's house running around in his front yard. I don't know how many of us there were, but it was relatively significant. At least 5 me, and my friend's age, 3 his older brother's age. I think we were playing baseball. Anyway, none of us knew a neighbor had been filming us on a camcorder. At one point he comes over to us and tells us he's got us on video and wants us to watch it. Keep in mind this is late 80s, and I lived in a relatively small town where shit just didn't seem to happen, and apparently either one of us knew better, because we all said hell yeah, and went right on this dude's house. We watched the video and left. Nothing remarkable happened. We go tell my friend's mom about it and she freaks. Starts going off on the older brother about how he should have known better, that he was a crazy ex-cop, and should never have talked to the dude, let alone go into his house. They went in, and the rest of us all decided to go our separate ways. I think I went home. Never really thought about it, or even told my parents. I remembered the guy's name though. Some years later this guy has moved across town and some kids decide it would be funny to cut his garden hose. He didn't think so, and proceeded to unload a clip and a half at the group of kids as they ran down the street. 2 were hit and killed. A lady on her porch was shot in the hand and wounded. The guy gave himself onto the chest and died. Even though nothing happened to us, I always wonder what would have happened if one of us laughed wrong, or if we told the guy no, or whatever. Not scary per se, but I was quite disturbed. I grew up in northern Canada and northern Canada is similar to southern US in terms of values and attitudes. In 4th grade I was invited to a friend's birthday for a sleepover. There were probably about 9 boys sleeping in the same room. Birthday boy invites this new kid that he's been getting along with lately, immediate best friends, and we get to talking as we are all in our sleeping bags. The new kid was a class clown type, except a really obnoxious version, fetching in class, throwing shit at the teacher, etc, and I faking hated him. So as we are talking we do some truth or dare type shit. Class clown faking dares himself to put his mouth over birthday boy's 4th grade dick and birthday boy agrees. Everyone is watching, including me, to see if they actually go through with it. Class clown puts his whole mouth over birthday boy's flaccid dick and everyone starts hollering and laughing except me and birthday boy's cousin. We turned away and just tried to fall asleep as fast as possible. This was during the time when being gay was seen as wrong and people would throw the word around as an insult and no one would bat an eye. I've since become less ignorant, but looking back on it, it's still pretty faked up. Weird thing is that neither of them were gay and were actually super popular with the ladies. I only told a few people about it but no one would believe these popular guys would do something like that. So I stopped talking about it because I didn't wanna be the guy spreading rumors. Pretty sure the class clown ended up in jail for a bit after high school though, so that's nice. This happened to my cousin at my house lol. So my cousin and I used to prank / scare each other, and we were watching Insidious. When it came out, I would have been 18, and so she would have been 19. Anyway we are watching it, and I get this idea. So it finishes up, and she says she is going to bed. Once she is out of the room I have my mom take our dogs and hide them in the master bathroom. I key up Tiptoe Through the Tulips, the song that plays in the movie, on my computer, but don't start it yet. So I wait till I see the light go off under the door in the guest bedroom, and I signal to my mom who flips off the power breakers for the house. Then I hit play on the song, and terror ensued. So first she starts calling our names, but we don't answer. Then she calls our phones which we switched to silent and still didn't answer. So she got out of bed and ran to the light switch and started flipping it. We could hear it click repeatedly along with her making a shrill ee sound. Since that light didn't work she opened the door and tried the light switch in the hallway, which obviously didn't work either. She called for us a few more times, but again we didn't answer, and then the dogs, but they were in the master bathroom, so she got nothing from them. It goes silent for like 20 seconds, then she busts out of the room at a full sprint screaming at the top of her lungs, making a break for the front door. About maybe 10 feet short of the front door my mom and I jump out and yell boo. My cousin was pretty good humored about it. She even tried to scare one of her friends the same way a week or 2 later. I was hanging with some friends who were the product of a combined family, like the neighborhood Brady bunch. Woman lived around the block with 2 kids, 2 boys and a girl. Her husband had a heart attack and died. Guy who lived down the block from me at the house on the corner, with 2 kids, boy and a girl. His wife had leukemia and died. They met, got married, and all moved into the guy's place, including the feisty little white cat named Rocky and the BMW Dalmatian named Flash. So, I'm 13, hanging out at their house as I was friendly with the 2 younger boys. Flash is laying down on the carpet. I'm giving him belly scritches. The telephone, one of the old rotary phones from the 80s with loud as rings, goes off. Flash jumps up and bites my face, corner of my nose, and above my right eye. Blood starts gushing down my face. My friend sees me and says oh. Anyway, I end up with stitches. Their parents take me out for ice cream or something. Subsequently, when I would go back to the house, Flash would be aggressive towards me. He even nicked my elbow one time as I was walking past. Maybe he smelled my fear? Needless to say, I asked them to put the dog away whenever I would visit. Years later, I'm away at college. My freshman year. I had just been initiated into my fraternity, so I was out celebrating with all my brothers at our go-to bar. I run into the eldest sister from that family who happened to attend another university in town. She congratulated me on getting into the fraternity. Then she proceeds to tell me that the family had to put Flash to sleep earlier that day. After biting me, he must have gotten the taste for it cause over the years he would nibble on the mailman, chew on the postman, and possibly take a chunk out of the electrician. I love dogs. It's the only time I've ever celebrated the death of one. Definitely affected my feelings toward Dalmatians too. There was something not quite right with that animal. It was a good night. When I was in elementary school, I went over to the bad kid's house. He always had a runny nose, was never afraid of cursing. We went to a conservative private Christian school. The kid was pretty faking cool. We hung out for a while, and his older brother, who was also really nice, showed us a bunch of dope swords and knives hanging on the wall. Fast forward a few hours later, the semi-crazy oldest brother came home, and for reasons I don't remember, everyone else left the house except me, my friend, and his oldest brother, the crazy one. Naturally, the brother took a faking huge knife off of the wall and brandished it, chasing me and my friend around a bedroom. It was all fun and games at this point, but I was kind of freaked out. At some point, it turned super aggressive and scary and rough. After he caught us once, and both me and friend were legitimately scared the brother was going to murder us, so we faking bolted right out of the room and sprinted in different directions to hide. Now this was a bigger house, so there were plenty of good hiding spots for a wily boy like myself, so I ended up crawling in a cabinet in the kitchen, hoping to God the brother wouldn't find me. He ended up not catching us somehow, and the situation diffused amicably, but I remember it being super scary / fun. The rest of the family came home and that's really when the sheet went down. I blabbed to the also crazy stepmom about the knife situation, and she got absolutely filled with rage and segregated everyone to a different room of the house to interrogate them. That was horrifying. The situation ended up that I got the oldest brother kicked out of the house and caused a huge argument between the kid's dad and his stepmom. What a faking night. TLDR, kid's brother chased me and my friend around an empty house with a knife, like he was going to murder us. I told the crazy stepmom about it, and she interrogated everyone and kicked the brother out of the house permanently. A friend and I go to a guy I know Trophy Ike. Yes, it's long ago. They know each other in RL, I only know him over the internet. We planned a LAN party, stay up all night, drank a lot of cough, and play Diablo 2 SCBW and UT 99. We had a lot of fun, and played the whole night. Both of them decide to make another coffee, so they went downstairs. I stay at my computer. After a while I heard a loud noise, and then I heard mumbling and knocking on the furniture down in the kitchen. I went down very slowly, and the father of the guy we were at came around the corner with the telephone. He was calling an ambulance because his son has a epileptical attack. He looked at me for a second and went on. I took a peek in the kitchen and there were blood everywhere. I never saw something like that before, and it was horrible to watch. My other friend stands in one corner of the kitchen and the mother was already there to take care. She knows exactly what to do. I Jewett closed the door again, went upstairs, and packed my computer. I was totally shocked. After the ambulance was there, the father went with them, and my friend, and I sat there many hours with the mother, to talk about what happened. After we finish up cleaning, his son had a skull base break, that was where the blood came from. He wasn't allowed to play any video games or to drive with a car for about a year. Was a memorial LAN party.